attention was not confined to the Almighty, whose sole refuge he should have sought. As the result, the Almighty asked him, "Who has shown you the dream of stars prostrating?" "You, my Lord," said he. "Who has made you the beloved of your father?" "You, my Lord." "Who taught you the method of interpreting dreams?" "You, my Lord." "Then how could you seek the help of someone other than me? Why did you not call me for help? Why did you express a wish to one of my creatures, that he put in your word to another of my creatures, one who himself is subservient to my power? Now, as a requital of this misdemeanor, you shall remain in prison for an additional period." Yusuf entreated Allah by the rights of his forefathers that he may forgive him and save him. The Almighty said that Yusuf's ancestors do not command any right upon him. Allah said, "If you mean Adam, know that I created him with my power and made him to dwell in the garden. I allowed him to partake all the fruits except that of the forbidden tree, but he disobeyed me. Later, when he begged for forgiveness, I accepted his request. As far as Nut is concerned, I raised his status among my creatures. They disobeyed him and he prayed for their destruction. I accepted his prayers and drowned his people. I saved him and those who believed in him through the ark. Regarding Ibrahim, I made him my Khalil and saved him from the fire, and made the fire of Nimrod cool and safety for him. If you intend to beseech in the name of Yaqub, I gave him 12 sons, and when I took one of his sons away from him, he wept so much that he lost his vision. He sat on the streets and complained about his grief to my creatures. So what rights do your ancestor have upon me?" At this moment, Archangel Gabriel revealed to him to recite the following dua: Azaloko biminkel azim wa asan kal kadim. Translation: I beseech you in the name of your great bounties and your past favors. When Yusuf recited this dua, the Aziz saw a dream that finally facilitated Yusuf's release from prison. A reliable tradition from Imam al-Ridis says that the jailer told Yusuf that he was devoted towards him. Yusuf said, "No misfortune befell me, but that it was due to people's devotion towards me. My paternal and father's sister adored me, therefore accused me of stealing. My father loved me, and this caused my brother's jealousy and put me in trouble. Zuleika was infatuated with me, and due to her misadventure, I lie in prison." Imam says, Yusuf complained to the Almighty for his misfortune and asked him for what error did he become liable for this punishment. The Almighty revealed to him that he had himself chosen imprisonment when he said, "O Allah, I prefer imprisonment to what these women invited me." Why did he not say, "O Allah, I prefer your safety to what these women invite me"? According to reliable chain of narrators, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says, when the brothers of Yusuf threw him in the well, Archangel Gabriel descended to him and asked, "Young man, who has thrown you into the well?" "My brothers," replied Yusuf, "because I was the favorite of my father. Therefore my brothers were jealous and they pushed me in the well. As the Lord of Ibrahim, Ishaq and Yaqub wishes," replied Yusuf. Archangel Gabriel said the Lord instructed him to recite the following dua: Allahumma inni azaloka bi anna lakal hamdo la ilaha illa antal hanan al manan. Vedi samawat wal ard zal jalal wal ikram sal la Muhammadin wa al Muhammad wajal min amri farajan warzakni min achitho atasab wa min haytho la atasab. When Yusuf implored the Lord through the above dua, he saved him from the well and again from the machinations of Zuleika and made him the emperor of Egypt. He had never imagined he would be bestowed all this. In an authentic hadith, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that when Ibrahim was to be thrown into the fire, Archangel Gabriel descended with a garment of paradise and dressed him with it. It was insulated against heat and cold. When the time of his death approached, Ibrahim tied his armband to Ishaq, and Ishaq tied it to Yaqub. When Yusuf was born, Yaqub had put this band around his neck. It remained around his neck during all the calamities that befell him. When Yusuf removed the garment from his amulet in Egypt, Yaqub felt it scent in far-off Syrian Palestine and said, "I smell the odor of Yusuf." It was that same garment of paradise. The narrator asked Imam to whom was the garment passed on after Yusuf. Imam said it was inherited by his family and added, "All the knowledge and the personal relics of the prophets were inherited by the messenger of Allah and his vicegerents." Yaqub was in Palestine when the caravan of his sons departed from Egypt, and he immediately perceived its scent. The fragrance was brought from paradise, and it is bestowed upon us in inheritance. It is with us. Trustworthy channel of hadith Hope quoted Imam al-Ridhaz saying, The law prevailed among the progeny of Yaqub that whenever a person was convicted of theft, he was enslaved. When Yusuf was a child, he lived with his father's sister. She adored him much. Ishaq had a waistband that he had given to Yaqub. This waistband was in the possession of Yaqub's sister. When Yaqub requested her to send back Yusuf to him, she was aggrieved and said, "Let it be. I'll send him later." Then she tied the waistband under his clothes and sent him back to his father. When Yusuf came home, the aunt also accompanied him and told Yaqub that her waistband has been stolen. She began to search for it. After rummaging here and there, she lifted the garment of Yusuf and exclaimed, "Here it is. Yusuf had stolen it. I shall take him as a slave." Therefore, on this pretext, she secured the custody of young Yusuf. This was alluded to by the brothers of Yusuf when they mentioned he had also committed a theft in the past. They said, "If he steal, a brother of his did indeed steal before." 1277. Ali ibn Ibrahim relates that when Yusuf's brothers brought his shirt and spread it on the face of Yaqub, his eyes regained the vision, and he told them, "Did I not say to you that I know from Allah what you do not know?" They said, "O our father, ask forgiveness of our faults for us. Surely we were sinners." He said, "I will ask for your forgiveness from my Lord. Surely he is the forgiving, the merciful." 1296-98. In an authentic tradition, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that Yaqub delayed the prayers of his son's forgiveness until dawn, as it was a meritorious time for fulfillment of prayers. According to other traditions, he delayed the prayers until Friday Eve. Traditional reports mention that when Yaqub and his family entered Egypt, Yaqub and the brothers of Yusuf fell down in prostration. Yusuf said, "O my father, this is the significance of my vision dream of old. My Lord has indeed made it to be true, and he was indeed kind to me when he brought me forth from the prison and brought you from the desert after the Satan had sown dissensions between me and my brothers. Surely my Lord is benignant to whom he pleases. Surely he is the knowing, the wise." 12:100. Reliable traditions mention that some people asked Imam Ali al-Naki how Yaqub and his sons prostrated before Yusuf, whereas they were prophets. Imam replied, "They did not prostrate for Yusuf. They did so as a gesture of thankfulness of Allah and as a mark of respect for Yusuf. The angels had similarly prostrated before Adam by the command of Allah. Then Yaqub, along with his other sons and Yusuf, performed the prostration of thankfulness sajda shukr in response to the fact that Allah had united them. Did you not note how Yusuf remarked in thankfulness, 'My Lord, thou hast given me of the kingdom and taught me of the interpretation of sayings and dreams, originator of the heavens and the earth. Thou art my guardian in this world and the hereafter. Make me die a Muslim and join me with the good.' 12:101. Ali ibn Ibrahim narrates that Archangel Gabriel told Yusuf to extend his hand. When he did so, a light escaped from between his fingers. Yusuf asked what that was. Archangel Gabriel said it was the light of prophethood. The Almighty has removed prophethood from your loins because you did not arise from your seat to respect your father when he entered. Allah removed prophethood from Yusuf so that none of his descendants may be conferred messengership. The prophethood was transferred to the loins of Lawi, the elder brother of Yusuf. He became eligible for this honor because when the brothers had plotted to kill Yusuf, he suggested pushing him in the well instead of murdering him. As Lawi had prevented the murder of Yusuf, the Almighty placed prophethood in his loins. Secondly, when Benjamin was arrested and despite their efforts the brothers failed to secure his release and prepared to return to Yaqub, Lawi said he would not leave Egypt until his father permitted or until Almighty decides for me, and he is the best of the judges. Allah liked this gesture and prophethood was transferred to his progeny. Consequently, the series of the Israelite prophets were descendants of Lawi. Musa was also from his progeny. He was the son of Imran, son of Baqir, son of Fahith, son of Lawi. Later, Yaqub asked Yusuf what happened to him when his brothers took him from home. Yusuf requested his father to excuse him, but Yaqub insisted for at least some information. Yusuf said, "The brothers brought me near the well and ordered to remove my clothes. I told them to fear Allah and not force me to strip, but they flashed a knife and threatened me. I was compelled to undress and they pushed me in the well naked." When Yaqub heard this, he exclaimed and fell down unconscious. After regaining consciousness, he asked Yusuf for more details. Yusuf requested him in the name of Lord of Ibrahim, Ishaq, and Yaqub and excused himself from narrating any of the accidents that befell him. Yaqub did not press further. According to narrations, the Aziz of Egypt died during the period of famine, and his wife Zuleika was reduced to penury. She was so impoverished that she took to begging. Yusuf became the emperor, and people addressed him as Aziz of Egypt. One day people told Zuleika to sit in the path of Yusuf so that he might have mercy on her. She replied that she was ashamed of him, but when people insisted, she squatted in the path of Yusuf. When Yusuf passed by in company of his entourage, she rose up and said, "Pure is the Almighty One who turns the disobedient kings into slaves and who transforms slaves into kings due to their obedience." Yusuf recognized her and ordered that she be escorted to his residence. Zuleika had become a wizened old woman. Yusuf reminded her of her machinations against him. She begged him not to taunt her of her past misdeeds. She further added that she was attracted towards evil due to 3 factors that afflicted her. She was madly in love with Yusuf, who had no equal in elegance. She was endowed with such a beauty that she had no equal in her nation. She was also the wealthiest woman. Lastly, her husband was impotent. Yusuf asked her what she desired. She said, "I desire that you pray to Allah to make me youthful once again." Yusuf prayed and she became young. Yusuf married her and found that she was a virgin. The report of Ali ibn Ibrahim reaches this point. Portions of this report are quoted in other narrations, but we have refrained from quoting all of them for the sake of brevity. Ibn Babawayh have quoted Wahab bin Munabba that he said, "I have seen in some divine scriptures that Yusuf was passing by with his soldiers when he came across Zuleika. She was sitting in a ruin. When Zuleika beheld the glory and power of Yusuf, she arose and said, 'Praise and glory to Allah, who enslaves the disobedient kings and raises slaves to the status of rulers due to their obedience. I am deprived. Give me some alms.'" Yusuf said that to consider the divine bounties lowly and to deny them becomes a barrier for further bounties. So, turn your attention towards Allah that He may wash the stains of your sins with water of repentance. Indeed, the acceptance of prayers is conditional to the circumstances, purity of heart, and good actions. Zuleika said she had not yet completed repentance and regret as she was still ashamed before the Lord. She couldn't bring herself to seek divine forgiveness and mercy. She had not yet shed tears of regret and had not repented as it was wont to repent. She had also not reached the stage of absolute submission. Yusuf said, "Seek forgiveness and try to fulfill the necessary conditions with care. The path of actions is yet open. The arrow of supplication reaches its target only as far as one remains alive. I too have a firm belief in this," said Zuleika. "If you live longer than me, you shall shortly learn of it," she added. Yusuf ordered her to be gifted a cowskin filled with gold. Zuleika said, "Indeed, sustenance is allotted from Allah, and it reached the creatures. I do not wish an increase in sustenance and a life of comfort and opulence until I am surrounded by divine anger." When they moved ahead, some of Yusuf's sons said, "Who is that woman? Her plight has torn our hearts due to pity. It has softened our hearts. She is the midwife of comfort and luxury, and now she is afflicted with divine punishment." Later, Yusuf marries Zuleika, and when he consummated the marriage, he found her a virgin. He asked how she retained her virginity despite her being married for years. She explained that her husband had been impotent. Authentic hadith of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that Zuleika was sitting by the road when Yusuf passed by. He recognized her and told her to return and that he shall make her self-sufficient. Then he sent for her 100,000 dirhams. According to reliable reports, Abu Basir asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq about the supplication recited by Yusuf in the well, that he escaped alive from it. Imam said, when he was thrown down the well and was almost hopeless, he recited, "Allahumma in kanatil qatil wa dunubukat akakat wad hayindapa falan tarfali ilaka asadan walantit the jiwali dawatan fani asaloka bhaka shakikuwa forham. Zio fat and wajma biniwa binahu fakat alantarikta hulayawa shaki ilaya." Translation: O Allah, if my sins and errors have degraded my face near you, you do not raise a voice near you for me, nor do you answer my prayers. Then I beseech you by right of the respected personality, Yaqub, have mercy on his old age and bring us together. You are cognizant of his attachment for me and my love towards him. Abu Basir says after relating this, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq wept and said, I recite the following lines in my supplication. Allahumma in karnatil koto wadhanubu kat akakat wadi, indalka fulan torfa li asatan fani azaloka bika falaza kimithlahi shoyan wa atawajo ho alega bimuhammadin nabiyarkan nabiyarame yo aloho yo aloho yo aloho yo aloho yo Allah. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said, recite this supplication and recite it often. I recite it again and again whenever I am in difficulties. In another reliable saying, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said that Archangel Gabriel came to Yusuf while he was in prison and told him to recite the following dua thrice after every obligatory prayers. Allahumma ja'alni min amri farajan wa makrajan warzaqni min haythu atasibo wa min ashaythu la atasibo. Sheikh al-Tusi says that Yusuf was released from prison on the 3rd of Muharram, and Ibn Babawayh has recorded through authentic chains from Abdullah ibn Abbas that when famine affected the progeny of Yaqub, he told his sons, I have heard that food grain is sold freely in Egypt and the owner of food stock does not keep people waiting for long. He gives immediate delivery of grains. So you all go to him and purchase grains. If Allah wills, he shall be generous. Yaqub's sons packed their luggage and set out for Egypt. They arrived in Egypt and met Yusuf, who recognized them while they did not know him. Yusuf asked them who they were. They replied they were the sons of Yaqub, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim, the Khalil of Allah, and added that they had come from the mountains of Canaan. Yusuf said, you are the descendants of 3 prophets, but you possess neither knowledge nor forbearance. You have no dignity and respect either. I think you are spies of a rival king and have entered my kingdom to spy on me. They said, O king, we are neither spies nor violent people, and if you knew who our father is, you would certainly accord us respect. He is the prophet of Allah and the son of a prophet of Allah, and he is grief-stricken person. Why is he sorrowful? Asked Yusuf. He is a prophet and a son of a prophet. He has an assured place in paradise and also has so many healthy sons like you. So why should he be aggrieved? I think it must be due to your foolishness, ignorance, falsehood, and cheating. This said, O king, we are not foolish and idiots, and neither is he sorrowful because of us. He had one more son who was younger to us. His name was Yusuf. One day he accompanied us on a hunt and a wolf devoured him. From that time our father is sorrowful and aggrieved and continues to weep. Yusuf asked them if they had the same father. They replied in the affirmative, but added that they had different mothers. Then Yusuf asked them why their father had sent all of them but retained a son with him, so that he can stay close and confess him. The brothers confirmed it. Yusuf asked them why the father had kept that particular son with him. They said after Yusuf their father preferred him over rest of his sons. Yusuf told them they all should return home except one brother and request Yaqub to send his favorite son. He said that he wished to inquire from him the well-being of Yaqub and also wanted to know the actual reason of his grief and how he had become prone to premature aging, and also why he has become usually impaired due to excess weeping. The brother threw lots among themselves and Shaman was selected. Yusuf kept Shaman in his custody and arranged for his lodging and boarding. The rest of his brothers departed. At the time of farewell, Shaman said, Brothers, you all know my plight. Convey my salutations to father. When the brothers reached Yaqub, they greeted him in a low voice. He asked them why they were so serious, and why he had not heard the voice of his dear son Shaman. They said, We have come from the greatest ruler. We do not know anyone else so wise, intelligent, well-mannered, and dignified. Oh, father, if there is anyone like you, it is him. But we belong to a family prone to disasters. The king accused us of lying and said he would not believe us until you send Benjamin to him and convey through him the reason for your grief, sorrow, hoariness, and visual disability. Yaqub suspected this to be a trick for taking Benjamin away from him. He said, My sons, you have a very bad habit. Wherever you go, one of you disappears. I will not send Benjamin with you. When the brothers unpacked their luggage, they found the goods they had taken for barter has also been returned to them without they being aware of it. They came back to Yaqub in joy and said, We have not seen a king like him. He abstains from sins more than any other person. He returned our barter for fear of falling into sin. We shall again take our goods and purchase grains for the family, and we shall also take care of our brother. We would take a measure as his share in addition. Yaqub said, You know that Benjamin is my favorite son. After Yusuf I have become attached to him. He is a comfort for me among you. I shall not send him with you until you give me Allah's covenant that you shall bring him back to me, except if there is something beyond your control. Yahuda gave his pledge, and they set out for Egypt, taking Benjamin with them. When they came to Yusuf, he asked if they had conveyed his message to their father. Yes, they replied, and in reply we have brought our brother. You ask him whatever you like. Yawmat asked Yusuf, what message has your father sent? He has sent me to you, replied Benjamin, and sent his salams and said that he appreciated your asking the reason for his sorrow, premature aging, weeping and blindness. He read the father's message. One who remembers the hereafter often weeps more. My premature aging is due to the remembrance of the day of reckoning. The sorrow of my beloved son caused me to weep and blinded my eyes. I have heard that you too share my sorrow and have inquired of my well-being. May Allah bless you with great reward. The greatest favor you can do for me is to send my son Benjamin back to me as soon as possible, because after Yusuf, he is my favorite child. I like him more than my other sons and derive consolation from him in my sorrow. I cure my loneliness by his company. When Yusuf heard the message of his father, tears welled up in his eyes. He could not control himself and retired to his private chamber. Inside, he wept bitterly. After a while, he emerged from his room and ordered food to be served for his brothers. He suggested that each pair of brothers should sit before each tray of food. All of them paired off, but Benjamin was left standing. Yusuf asked him why he had not taken a seat. Benjamin said it was because he had no brother from same mother. Yusuf asked him, did you never have a brother? I had, replied Benjamin. What happened to him? These people say a wolf devoured him. How much aggrieved are you on account of him? I have 12 sons, and I have named all of them with a name that reminds me of my brother, said Benjamin. After losing your beloved brother, how did you have the heart for such a busy marital life? Asked Yusuf. My father is a righteous person. He commanded me for matrimony and insisted that I have many offspring so that they spread the praise of Allah in the lands. According to another report, that they spread the kalma of La ilaha illallah on the earth. All right, said Yusuf, come and sit with me for dinner. Seeing this, the brothers remarked, Allah always honors Yusuf and his brother over us, so much so that the king invited Benjamin to accompany him for dinner. After this, Yusuf ordered that a cup should be concealed in the baggage of Benjamin. A search revealed it to be hidden in Benjamin's bag. Benjamin was arrested. When they returned to Yaqub and narrated the incident, he said, my son is not a thief. You have played a trick. He told his sons to return to Egypt and sent with them an appeal addressed to the king for his son's release. The brothers came to Egypt once more and delivered the letter to Yusuf. When he read the letter and could not control his tears, he rushed to his quarters and wept for some time. When he came out, the brothers said, O King of Egypt, we are familiar with your kindness and generosity, and we are afflicted with famine and hunger. We have less money, so do not think of its less quantity, but give us full measure, and before giving us grains in excess, return to us our brother as charity to us. Indeed, Allah reward the generous ones with a good reward. He said, do you know how you treated Yusuf and his brother when you were ignorant? They said, are you indeed Yusuf? He said, I am Yusuf and this is my brother. Allah has indeed been gracious to us. Surely he who guards against evil and is patient is rewarded, for surely Allah does not waste the reward of those who do good. 1289-90 Yusuf told them to return to Yaqub and gave them his shirt. He told them to put it on the face of Yaqub and he shall regain his vision. Then they should all come to Egypt with their families and children. At this same moment, Archangel Gabriel descended and asked Yaqub if he wanted to learn a dua by which he can regain his eyesight. Yes, replied Yaqub. Then recite the same dua that your father Adam had recited, and through it the Almighty had accepted his repentance, said Archangel Gabriel. It is the same dua recited by Nuh, and it caused his ark to anchor at Mount Judy. Continued Archangel Gabriel, it saved Nuh from drowning. Your grandfather, Ibrahim, mentioned the same supplication when he was cast into the inferno. By the grace of this dua, Allah cooled the fire and made it safe for Ibrahim. Yaqub asked Archangel Gabriel what this dua was. He said, recite, O Allah, I ask you by the right of Muhammad and Ali and Fatima and Hassan and Hussein, unite me with Yusuf and Benjamin and restore my vision. Yaqub had hardly completed the prayer when his sons arrived and spread Yusuf's shirt on his face. His vision was restored at once. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that when Yusuf entered prison he was 12 years old. He remained jailed for 18 years. After release he lived for another 80 years. Thus he had a total lifespan of 110 years. Another reliable tradition says that Yaqub wept so much for Yusuf that his eyes perished. At last his sons told him, all the time you are nostalgic due to Yusuf, you will become sick or die or reach the verge of death. Yusuf also wept a great deal in sorrow of being separated from his father. He wept so much that the inmates of prison found it disturbing. They requested him either weep at night and remain quiet during the day or weep during daytime and keep silent at night. We have already mentioned previously on the basis of authentic reports that Yusuf was one of those prophets who possessed worldly kingdom in addition to prophethood. Thus his kingdom included Egypt and its desert regions. It did not spread beyond these limits. Authentic chains say that Yaqub and Es were twins, but Es was born before Yaqub. Later Yaqub was named thus because he was born at the Aqab back of Es. Yaqub is known as Israel, servant of God, because Isra means servant and Il means God. On the basis of another tradition, Isra means strength and Israel means strength of Allah. Ka'b bin al-Bar is quoted to have said that Yaqub was the custodian of Jerusalem. He used to be the first one to enter the shrine and last one to leave it. He was the one who lighted the chandeliers at night, and when he came in the morning, he found them extinguished. One night he sat inside the shrine to solve the mystery. Suddenly he saw a jinn blowing out the flames of lanterns. Yaqub caught him and tied him to one of the pillars of Jerusalem. When it was morning, the people found that Yaqub has arrested a jinn and tied him to a pillar. This jinn was named Il. Due to this, Yaqub earned the appellation of Israel. According to authentic chains of reporters, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, when Yusuf arrested Benjamin, Yaqub prayed to Allah and said, would you not have mercy upon me? You have taken both my eyes and both my sons. The Almighty revealed to him, even if I have caused them to die, I shall enliven them and unite them to you. But don't you remember the ram you slaughtered and fed your family while a hungry, fasting person had to go empty-handed from your door? After this, Yaqub made a practice of announcing every morning within a radius of 1 parasah, and if anyone wished to have breakfast, he could have it at Yaqub's residence. Similarly, a caller announced in the evening if there was anyone who wanted dinner, he could have it with the family of Yaqub. According to a reliable tradition of Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, Yaqub warned Yusuf, do not commit fornication, for if a bird commits adultery, it loses its plumage. It mentioned in an authentic tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that a person came to the Messenger of Allah and said, O Messenger of Allah, I have a cousin who is beautiful and attractive. I like her very much, but she is sterile. The Messenger of Allah said, do not marry. Because when Yusuf asked Benjamin how despite losing Yusuf he found enjoyment in matrimony, he said that his father had ordered him to beget many children, if possible, so that they may establish the praise and glory of Allah on the earth. Reliable tradition of Imam al-Saddad says, people have acquired 3 qualities from 3 people, patience from Ayyub, thankfulness from Na, and jealousy from the sons of Yaqub. In a reliable report, some people raised objections against Imam al-Rida from having accepted the heir patency of al-Mamun. Imam al-Rida justified his stand saying that Yusuf was the prophet of Allah, yet he asked the Aziz of Egypt, who was a disbeliever, to entrust him with royal wealth. As mentioned in the Qur'an, he said, place me in authority over the treasures of the land. Surely I am a good keeper, knowing well. 1255. It is quoted in an authentic report of Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that when Zuleika was reduced to penury and deprivation, people advised her to approach Yusuf as now he was the Aziz of Egypt and that he would surely help her. Others warned her that he might take revenge from her for the trouble she had caused him. Zuleika said, I do not fear the one who fears Allah. She went to the palace and found Yusuf on the throne. Seeing the majesty, she remarked, praise be to Allah. He alone deserves praise, who made slaves the rulers due to their obedience and reduced the rulers to slavery as a result of their disobedience. Later, Yusuf married her and found that she was a virgin. Then he asked her if it wasn't better than what she had desired earlier. Zuleika told him that she was subjected to 4 conditions in connection with him. First, she was the most beautiful woman of her time. Secondly, he was the most handsome youth. Third, she was a virgin, and fourth, her husband was impotent. When Yusuf retained Benjamin, Yaqub wrote a letter to him, ignorant of the fact that he was his own Yusuf. The translation of that letter is as follows: In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is a communication from Yaqub, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim, the Khalil Rahman, to the progeny of Aziz and the Pharaoh. Peace be upon you. Indeed, I praise that God, barring whom no one deserves divinity. Certainly, I belong to a family engrossed in calamities. My grandfather Ibrahim thrown into the fire due to his obedience of Allah. The Almighty made the fire cool and a cause of safety for him, and the Lord commanded my grandfather to slaughter my father with his own hands. Then Allah bestowed him with whatever he desired, and I had a son who was dearest to me among all the people. He was separated from me. Due to his sorrow my eyes have become blind. He had a brother from the same mother. When the former disappeared, I used to remember him and embrace his brother. This comforted me in my sorrow. He too had been arrested by you for theft. I testify to you that I have never stolen anything, and I could never have begotten a thief. Yusuf read the letter and wailed in sorrow. Then he said, Take this shirt of mine and put it across his face so that he may regain sight. After that, all of you come to me with your families. Another tradition says when Yaqub reached Egypt, Yusuf mounted his horse and along with his escorts came to welcome him. He passed Zuleika on the way. She was praying in a dilapidated house. When she saw Yusuf, she recognized him and called in a sad tone, O traveler, I have suffered a great deal in your love. How meritorious is piety and abstinence that frees slaves, and how evil is sin that enslaves free men. Another tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq mentions that Yusuf personally supervised the dispersal of food, grains, and fixed the daily prices. He used to specify the rate without using the terms price rise and sell heavy reduced quantity. When he fixed the daily rate, he related it to the previous day and stated the difference that was to be observed. One day he did not fix the rate. The cashier took his leave, but after he had gone some distance came back to inquire of the day's fixed price. Yusuf did state any amount, but told the officer to start selling the grains. The officer reached the granary and the sale started. The first customer arrived and Yusuf's representative measured out grains. When a measure remained for the previous day's quantity, the purchaser said, That's enough. I paid for this much quantity only. The representative thought the price must have been equal to 1 measure. So for the next customer, he decided to reduce the quantity by 1 measure. Again, when he had 1 measure remaining, the buyer said it was sufficient for the payment he had made. This continued until the grains measured out were reduced to almost half the quantity of the previous day. Authentic and reliable chains of reporters record from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that the garment of paradise sent for Ibrahim was later placed in the village of Nakra. Anyone who put it on felt elated. When the caravan departed from Egypt, Yaqub was in Ramah or in Syrian Palestine, whereas Yusuf was in Egypt. Yaqub said, I could perceive the scent of Yusuf. He meant by this remark that he smelt the fragrance of paradise emanating from his garment. In reliable tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, Ismail bin Tafizul Hashmi asked him why Yaqub postponed the prayers of forgiveness for his sons when they requested him for it. Why did he not pray immediately? Whereas when the brothers asked Yusuf for mercy, he immediately said, There shall be no reproof against you this day. Imam said, because the hearts of young people are softer as compared to aged men. Secondly, the offense of the brothers was against Yusuf himself. Therefore, he took precedence in forgiving them immediately, whereas Yaqub was aggrieved indirectly due to the separation of Yusuf. Hence, his forgiveness was related to the right of a third party. Consequently, he delayed the prayers of forgiveness to the dawn of Friday. Numerous reliable reports relate from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that when Yusuf came out with entourage to welcome Yaqub dismounted, but Yusuf wanted to maintain his dignity among his subjects. Hence he remained on the mount. They had hardly embraced when Archangel Gabriel descended and informed that the Lord of the Lords says the majesty and opulence of Yusuf had been an obstacle for him to respect a chosen servant of Allah. He told Yusuf to spread out his palm. When he did so, a brilliance shot out from it. According to another report, it came out from between his fingers and headed for the sky. He asked Archangel Gabriel what that was. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says in a reliable tradition that when Zuleika came to Yusuf and sought the permission to enter, the sentries told her they feared Yusuf might take revenge from her. Zuleika said she was not afraid of the one who feared the Almighty, and she entered. Yusuf asked her about the profound change in her appearance. She said, I praise Allah who changed the rulers into slaves because of their sins and raised slaves to the throne due to the barakah bounty of their obedience to him. Yusuf asked why she had dealt with him in that manner. She said it was due to the unsurpassed beauty of Yusuf. What would have been your condition? Asked Yusuf, if you had seen the Prophet who shall be raised at the end of time. His name shall be Muhammad. He is more elegant than I am, and more graceful and generous. You spoke the truth, said Zuleika. How do you know I speak the truth? Asked Yusuf. Because when you pronounced his name, my heart was imbued with his love. The Almighty revealed to Yusuf that Zuleika was speaking the truth, and that Allah was also pleased with her because she had expressed her devotion for his beloved Muhammad. And Allah ordered Yusuf to marry Zuleika. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that the community resembling pigs opposes the belief in the occultation of the Al-Kam from the progeny of Muhammad. Indeed, the brothers of Yusuf were descendants of the prophets. They interacted with Yusuf and closed a deal with him, but they did not recognize him until he introduced himself. Then how do these accursed people question the ability of Allah to conceal his proof hujjah from people whenever he likes? Indeed, Yusuf was the emperor of Egypt, and there was a distance of 18 days' travel from Egypt to the residence of Yaqub. If Allah desired, he could have made the whereabouts of Yusuf known to Yaqub. By Allah, after receiving the good news, Yaqub and his sons reached Egypt in 9 days. Then how these people say Allah cannot repeat the process with this last hujjah. Yusuf used to move about in the markets. He sat among the people, but they did not recognize him until the Almighty permitted and until he said, do you know how you treated Yusuf and his brother when you were ignorant? The same Imam remarks in another authentic hadith that when the brothers sought permission to take Yusuf with them, Yaqub said he feared the wolf might devour him. Thus Yaqub unknowingly suggested an excuse that his sons later used with success. In another tradition, Imam says a Bedouin came to Yusuf. Yusuf gave him food, and after he had finished asked where he was going. He said he was going towards a particular district. Yusuf said, when you reach a particular valley, call out for Yaqub, and a great and elegant gentleman would come to you. Tell him you had met a person in Egypt who sends his salams to him, and tell him that his trust placed in the custody of Allah shall not be wasted. When the traveler arrived at that particular valley, he ordered his slaves to look after the camels. Then he went and called out for Yaqub. A handsome personality with impaired vision came out feeling the walls with his hands. The Bedouin asked him if he was Yaqub. Yes, replied the gentleman. When he conveyed the message of Yusuf, he wailed and fell down unconscious. After regaining consciousness, he asked the messenger if he had a wish from Allah. Yes, said the Bedouin, I have married my cousin, but do not have any children from her. Pray to Allah that he bestows a son to me. Yaqub performed the wudu ablution and offered 2 rakas units of prayers. After concluding the prayers, he invocated Allah. As a result of this dua, the Bedouin had 4 sets of twins, all males. After this incident, Yaqub had a feeling that Yusuf was alive and that after his disappearance gave he would be united with him. He always told his sons, I know the extent of Allah's mercy that you don't know. His sons blamed him for senility and old age. Therefore, when the fragrance of the shirt reached him, he said, I could smell the fragrance of Yusuf, and do not accuse me of senility and weak memory. Yahuda told him that he was the victim of his old error. When the messenger bearing glad tidings arrived and spread the cloth on Yaqub's face, he regained his vision and said, did I not say to you that I know from Allah what you know not? After quoting this tradition, Sheikh Ibn Babawayh set the proof that Yaqub acknowledged that Yusuf was alive and that the Lord had concealed him from him as an examination. was that when the brothers came to him wailing and he asked them why they wept and why he did not see Yusuf as them, they said the wolf had devoured him and displayed Yusuf's shirt stained with blood. Yaqub told them to place the shirt before him. Then he kept the shirt on his face and swooned. After consciousness, he asked them why the odor of Yusuf's flesh was not apparent and how come the shirt was not torn. You falsely blame the wolf. He told them, my son is a victim of injustice, and you have played a dirty trick. That same night he turned his face away in abhorrence and recited a dirge for Yusuf. He used to say, my beloved Yusuf, whom I preferred over all my children, has been taken away from me. My beloved Yusuf, in whom I had reposed hopes among all my children, has been snatched away from me. My beloved Yusuf, on whose head I placed my right hand and on whose face I kept my left hand, has been separated from me. My beloved Yusuf, who was my support in loneliness and helper in my sorrow, has been taken from me. My beloved Yusuf, would I know on which mountain they flung you on and in which sea they drowned you. My beloved Yusuf, I wish I was with you to share your afflictions. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir is quoted by Abu Basir that the sorrow of Yaqub intensified and his pupils turned white due to weeping for Yusuf. He was grief-stricken and shattered. Twice every year he requisitioned food grains from Egypt for his family. The grains sufficed for their needs during summer and winter. One day he dispatched some of his sons with the caravan heading towards Egypt. He gave them a meager amount for buying grains. When they reached Egypt, the Aziz had appointed Yusuf in his place on the throne. They beheld the majesty of Yusuf and failed to recognize him. Yusuf recognized them immediately and ordered his servants to measure out grains for them, and he told them to put back secretly the goods they had brought for barter. Then he asked his brothers, I have heard you had 2 more brothers. Where are they now? The wolf had devoured the elder one, they replied, and we have left the younger brother with our father. Father does not part with him because he fears for him a great deal. Yusuf said, I desire that when you come again to purchase grains, you bring your younger brother along with you. If you fail to do so, I will not let you have any food grains and would not even grant you an audience. When the brothers returned and unpacked their luggage, they were amazed to find the king had given back the good they carried for barter, and the quantity of grain was more than they had purchased. They told their father, let's take our younger brother so that we may procure more grains, and we promised to take care of him. After a passage of 6 months, when the stocks were depleted, Yaqub sent his sons to Egypt. This time Benjamin accompanied them, but Yaqub insisted they take an oath in Allah's name they will bring him back safe and sound as much as it was in their power. When they entered the court of Yusuf, he asked where Benjamin was. They said he was with their luggage. Yusuf ordered them to present Benjamin and told them he wanted to speak with him in private. The brothers went out and Yusuf called Benjamin near him. He embraced him and said he was his brother Yusuf. Do not be aggrieved, said Yusuf, by what I have arranged with regard to you, and do not pass on this information to your brothers. Do not be afraid or sad. He sent him back to the brothers and ordered his servants to accept whatever goods they had brought and to quickly deliver them food grains. He also told them to hide the measuring cup in Benjamin's bag. After the brothers loaded their caravan and set out with their companions, Yusuf followed them accompanied with his men. He cried, O people, a caravan! You are thieves! What do you miss? They asked, the king's cup is missing and we shall give a camel load of wheat to the one who locates it, said the servants of Yusuf. The search ended when the cup emerged from the bag of Benjamin. Yusuf arrested Benjamin and all efforts of the brother to secure his release failed. At last they returned to Yaqub in a dejected mood. When Yaqub received the shocking news, he said, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Surely we belong to Allah, and to him we shall return. Yaqub was so devastated that his back bent. The people ignored Yaqub and his sons, and their condition deteriorated. All their food stocks depleted and they were on the verge of starvation. Yaqub told his sons to go and search for Yusuf and not to despair of Allah's mercy. He gave them a meager sum and sent them to Egypt with a letter addressed to the Aziz requesting mercy for his sons. He instructed his son to give the letter before revealing their barter goods. The letter was as follows: In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is a letter to the Aziz of Egypt, one who is known for justice and generosity in filling the measure. From Yaqub, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim the Khalil, for whom Nimrod collected wood and ignited a blaze to burn him. But Allah made the fire cool and safe, and he saved him. O Aziz, I inform you that I belong to a family that is prone to calamities from the Lord, so that he may test and examine us through bounties and afflictions. We are suffering since last 20 years. First of all, I had a son named Yusuf. He was my consolation among all the children. He was the light of eyes and the fruit pleasure of my heart. His stepbrothers persuaded me to send him with them for playing and enjoyment. One morning I sent him with his brothers. In the same night they returned wailing with a blood-stained shirt, saying a wolf had devoured my Yusuf. Hence the loss of Yusuf caused me deep sorrow. I wept so much that the pupils of my eyes turned white. Yusuf had a brother from his maternal aunt, and I loved him too. When I felt nostalgic for Yusuf, I embraced his younger brother. It consoled me to some extent. His brothers even took him away from me because you had asked about us and ordered my sons to bring their younger brother to you when they come to collect grains the next time. And you refused to deliver food stocks if they did not obey your request. Thus, I was compelled to send him to you for assured supply of food grain. My sons returned without the younger brother and said he had stolen the king's cup. Although we belong to a family that does not steal, you have arrested him and caused me grief due to his separation, so much so that my back has bent. This tragedy has surpassed all the calamities that befell me. Hence, do me a favor and release my son, and also send a greater quantity of wheat. Be generous in fixing the rate of food grains and liberal in weighing. And send back the sons of Yaqub soon. Archangel Gabriel descended to Yaqub and said, Your Lord asks you how serious was your affliction that you had to complain about it to Aziz? Yaqub said, O Ali, you have subjected me to these calamities as requital and punishment. Is there anyone except me to dispel your calamities? Asked Allah. No, my Lord, replied Yaqub. Then why didn't you feel ashamed to complain to someone other than me? And why didn't you plead to me? I regret my action and pray for your forgiveness. Now I complain to you about my grief and sorrow. Allah said, It is the end of punishment for you and your erring sons. O Yaqub, if you had prayed to me at the beginning of the afflictions, I would have removed them at that time itself. If you had repented for your mistakes, I would have certainly rid you of calamities, even though I had destined them for you. But the Satan made you thoughtless of me, and you despaired of my mercy. But I am ever forgiving and ever merciful God. I love my servants who repent and seek forgiveness, and those who repose faith in my mercy. O Yaqub, we shall return Yusuf and his brother to you, and whatever wealth, blood, and flesh you have lost shall be restored to you. I shall restore your sight and straighten your bent back as taut as an arrow, that you may be happy and your eyes brighten. Whatever I decreed for you was a sort of punishment, so accept it as such. On the other hand, the brothers reached Yusuf while he reclined on his majestic throne. They said, O Aziz, you are cognizant of our afflictions and know our condition. We have brought a meager sum, but you be generous in giving us more food grains and give us back Benjamin as a form of charity. This is a letter from our father that he wrote concerning our younger brother. He has implored you to release him. Yusuf took the letter and kissed it and put it to his eyes. He wept and wailed so much that his garment became soaked in his tears. Then he introduced himself to his brothers. They said, By Allah, now has Allah certainly chosen you over us, and we were certainly sinners. He said, There shall be no reproof against you this day. Allah may forgive you, and He is the most merciful of the merciful. Take my shirt and cast it on my father's face. He will again be able to see, and come to me with all your families. 1291-93 Yusuf gave them all the provisions they needed and sent them towards the country of Yaqub. As the caravan left Egypt, Yaqub felt Yusuf's fragrance at home. He told his sons that he perceived Yusuf's scent, while his other sons were racing towards him with glad tidings and the news of Yusuf's kingdom and majesty. They covered the distance in 9 days, and when they came to Yaqub, they put Yusuf's shirt across his face. He regained sight and asked where Benjamin was. They said he was comfortable and happy in the company of Yusuf, and they had left him behind. Yaqub praised Allah and fell down in prostration of thankfulness. His eyes gained vision, and his back became straight once again. He told his sons to prepare for the journey the same day, and to set out as soon as possible. Thus all the wives of Yaqub and Yamil, the maternal aunt of Yusuf, departed for Egypt with Yaqub and his sons, with their families. They covered the distance in 9 days. When they reached Yusuf, he embraced his father and wept. He kissed the father's face and seated him and the aunt at the throne. Then he went to his private quarters and anointed himself with scented oil, applied antimony to his eyes, and dressed in the royal shirt. When he came out in this manner, his parents and brothers fell down in prostration of thankfulness to Allah, and as a mark of respect, Yusuf said, "Oh my father, this is the significance of my vision of old. My Lord has indeed made it to be true, and he was indeed kind to me when he brought me forth from the prison and brought you from the desert after the Satan had sown dissension between me and my brothers. Surely my Lord is benignant to whom he pleases. Surely he is the knowing, the wise." 12:100. During those 20 years Yusuf had abstained from using oil, antimony, and perfumes. He neither smiled nor approached women. 3. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq mentions in a reliable tradition that when the Aziz ordered Yusuf to be imprisoned, the Almighty Allah taught him the interpretation of dreams. He used to explain the dreams of the prison inmates. When he interpreted the dreams of those two people, he thought he might be granted pardon and told one of them to put in a good word for him to the emperor. The Almighty punished him by prolonging his imprisonment because he had sought the help of someone other than him. Thus he remained in prison for 20 years. However, a large number of traditions state that he remained in prison for 7 years. According to trustworthy chain of narrators, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir was asked if the sons of Yaqub were prophets. "No," replied Imam, "they were descendants of prophets and left the world as righteous people. They confessed of their bad deeds and repented." Correct chains of hadith reporters state that Hisham bin Salam asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq the extent of Yaqub's grief for Yusuf. Imam said it equaled the collective sorrow of 70 women whose sons had died. Then Imam said, Archangel Gabriel descended when Yusuf was serving his prison sentence and told him that the Almighty has decreed these calamities as a test for him and his father. Allah will save him from the prison if he implore him for release by the right of Muhammad and the progeny of Muhammad. Yusuf said, "O Allah, I implore you by the right of Muhammad and the progeny of Muhammad, save me soon. Give me peace and comfort from the misfortune and calamity that surrounds me." Archangel Gabriel congratulated him, saying, "Be happy, friend. The Lord has sent me to convey glad tidings for you. You shall be released within 3 days. Allah would raise you to the throne of Egypt. The nobles of Egypt would be at your service. You shall be reunited with your brothers and father. You are the chosen servant of Allah and the son of his chosen servant. Know that your future is bright." The same night Aziz had a dream that inculcated fear in him, and he related the dream to his companions. However, they failed to provide an explanation. The person who had been released from Yusuf's prison was also present in the assembly. He remembered Yusuf and said, "O king, let me go to the prison. There is a person there unequaled in knowledge and self-respect. When you had convicted me and another man, we had a dream, and this person interpreted our dreams correctly. Thus you had one of us hung from the gate and released the other." Aziz told him to go to the prison and inquire the interpretation of his dream. He went to the prison, asked Yusuf the interpretation of the king's dream. Then he returned to the king with explanation of the dream and also conveyed the message of Yusuf. Aziz ordered that Yusuf be summoned. He wanted to appoint him as his close aide. Yusuf sent another message asking how he could rely on the king's word, because even though he was cognizant of Yusuf's aversion of sinful acts, he had still imprisoned him for so many years. When Aziz heard this, he summoned the ladies and asked them about the matter concerning Yusuf. They swore they had not seen a single defect in Yusuf's character. Aziz deputed the prison warden to bring Yusuf to him. When he came, Aziz spoke to him at length and realized his unsurpassed intellect and wisdom. Aziz asked him about the interpretation of his dream. Yusuf first related the dream, then explained its significance. Aziz asked him who would take the responsibility of storing surplus grains during the first 7 years. Yusuf said, "The Almighty has ordered me to bear this responsibility, and that I shall make arrangements for the years of famine." Aziz agreed and surrendered to him the royal signet, throne, and crown. He told him to make arrangements according to his own planning. Yusuf became actively involved in the scheme. He acquired all the surplus food grains during the first 7 years and had then stored in royal granaries and augmented the royal treasure. When the famine began, he started selling the stored grains. The first year he bartered against gold and silver coins, and there hardly remained a single unit of currency with the people of Egypt and surrounding areas. All the cash entered the coffers of Egypt. In the second year, Yusuf exchanged grains for gem and jewelry, and all the personal treasures entered the royal treasury. The third year, the currency were livestock and cattle. Yusuf became the master of all the quadrupeds in Egypt. In the fourth year, Yusuf demanded slaves and slave girls in exchange of food grains, and consequently became the master of all the slaves in his kingdom. The 5th year began, and food grain was sold in lieu of houses and buildings. Yusuf became the owner of every property in the country. It was the turn of land and streams in the 6th year, and the agricultural lands and streams of Egypt and the adjoining areas came under royal control. During the 7th year, when nothing remained with the people, they offered themselves in slavery in exchange of food grains. As a result of this barter, all the free men of Egypt became enslaved to Yusuf. At this juncture, Yusuf asked the Aziz what his opinion was regarding the affair granted by Allah. Aziz said he had entrusted everything to Yusuf. He can do whatever he likes. Yusuf said, I free all the people who had become my slaves, and I return all their property that I have received from them. And I also return your signet, your crown, and your throne upon the condition that you rule as I had ruled and deal with them as I had dealt. You shall govern them as I did, because they were saved due to me. The king said, my religion and the cause of pride is this itself. I witness the oneness of Allah. He has no partner, and I witness that you are a prophet sent by him. After all this, the reunion of Yaqub and Yusuf occurred. According to correct reports, Muhammad ibn Muslim asked Imam Muhammad al-Baqir the period Yaqub remained alive after he was reunited with Yusuf in Egypt. 2 years, he replied. Who was the Hujjah proof of Allah on earth, Yaqub or Yusuf? Yaqub was the proof of Allah. Yusuf was associated with the throne. When Yaqub passed from this world, his mortal remains were placed in a coffin and transported to Syria. He was buried in the Jerusalem. After the demise of Yaqub, Yusuf was conferred the position of Hujjah, proof of Allah. The narrator asked Imam if Yusuf was a prophet and a messenger. Imam said, yes, it seems you have not heard that the Almighty says in Qur'an. And a believing man of the Pharaoh's people who hid his faith said, what? Will you slay a man because he says, my Lord is Allah? And indeed, he has brought to you clear arguments from your Lord. And if he be a liar, on him will be his lie. And if he be truthful, there will befall you some of that which he threatens you with. Surely Allah does not guide him who is extravagant, a liar. O my people, yours is the kingdom this day, being masters in the land, but who will help us against the punishment of Allah if it come to us? The Pharaoh said, I do not show you aught but that which I see myself, and I do not make you follow any but the right way. And he who believed said, O my people, surely I fear for you the like of what befell the parties, the like of what befell the people of Nuh and Ad and Thamud and those after them. And Allah does not desire injustice for his servants. And, O my people, I fear you the day of calling out, the day on which you will turn back retreating. There shall be no savior or you from Allah, and whoever Allah causes to err, there is no guide for him. And certainly Yusuf came to you before with clear arguments, but you ever remained in doubt as to what he brought. Until when he died, you said, Allah will never raise an appeal after him. 4. According to reliable reports, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that at the time Yusuf was sent to the prison, his age was 12. He remained in prison for 18 years. After being released from prison, Yusuf lived for another 80 years. Thus altogether he lived for 110 years. In another hadith from the same Imam, it is mentioned that the Messenger of Allah said that both Yaqub and Yusuf lived for 120 years. A reliable tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that there was a person from the time of the people of Ad and was alive right unto the time of the Pharaoh ruler of Egypt. During the time of Yusuf, the people harassed him very much. They used to hurl stones on him. So he came to the Pharaoh and said, save me from the mischief of people, and I promise to relate something surprising that I have witnessed in my life, and I shall relate the truth. The Pharaoh agreed and gave him royal protection. The old man used to relate the past events in the court of the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh began to believe him to a great extent. He had also not heard any falsehood from Yusuf. One day the Pharaoh asked Yusuf if he knew anyone who was better than him. Yusuf said, yes, my father, Yaqub is better than me. When Yaqub entered the court of the Pharaoh and saluted him according to royal custom, the Pharaoh was much impressed and in turn accorded great respect to Yaqub. He called him near and honored him more than Yusuf. Then he asked Yaqub his age. 120 years, replied Yaqub. The old man from Ad said, this is not true. Yaqub maintained silence, but the Pharaoh was very embarrassed by this. Again he asked, O respected sir, what is your age? 120 years, replied Yaqub again. Again the old man intervened, he is lying. Yaqub prayed, O Allah, If this man is lying, make his beard fall on his chest. At that very moment all the hair of the old man's beard dropped on his chest. The Pharaoh was shocked. He said, "You have laid a curse upon the one whom I had given refuge. I request you to pray to Allah that he may give back his beard." Yaqub prayed, and the old man got his beard back. The man from Ad said, "I had seen this man in a particular time in the company of Ibrahim Khalil ar-Rahman, friend of the Beneficent. More than 120 years have passed since." Yaqub said that the person whom he had seen was not him. He was Ishaq. "Then who are you?" asked the old man. "I am Yaqub, the son of Ishaq, the son of Ibrahim." "You speak the truth," confessed the old man. "I had seen Ishaq." "You both speak the truth," said the Pharaoh. A reliable report mentioned from Abu Hashim Jafar says that people inquired from Imam al-Hasan al-Askari regarding the statement of Yusuf's brothers that if Benjamin had committed theft, it was not surprising. His brother had also committed a theft in the past. Imam said, Yusuf never committed theft, but Yaqub was in possession of a waistband he had inherited from Ibrahim. Whenever it was misplaced or lost, Archangel Gabriel descended and pointed out its location. Anyone found in possession of it became the slave of Yaqub. The waistband was in the custody of Sarah, a daughter of Ishaq. She was named after her maternal grandmother. Sarah was very fond of Yusuf and wished to adopt him. She wrapped the waistband underneath the garments of Yusuf and told Yaqub that someone has stolen it. Archangel Gabriel descended and informed Yaqub that the waistband was with Yusuf. Sarah claimed that since Yusuf had stolen the band, she had a greater right to enslave him. Yaqub said Yusuf shall be her slave upon the condition that she would neither sell him nor gift him to someone else. Sarah agreed upon the condition that Yaqub will not take him back, and she freed Yusuf that very moment. After freeing him, she took him with her. Abu Hashim says he was pondering on the incidents connected with Yaqub and Yusuf and harbored a slight doubt regarding the fact that the two of them remained separated for such a long time, so much so that the pupils of Yaqub's eyes lost their vision. Imam came to know of the thoughts that passed through his mind and said, "O Abu Hashim, I seek refuge from Allah regarding the doubt you harbor in your mind. If Allah had desired, he could have removed the curtain from between Yaqub and Yusuf, and the two of them would have seen each other. However, he had appointed a term for their reunion, and whatever Allah does with his servants is for their own good." Authentic narration from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says in reply to people's query regarding the statement of Allah that everything was halal permissible for the descendants of Yaqub except what he had prohibited for himself. Whenever Yaqub consumed camel meat, the lower part of his body developed unbearable pain. Hence he prohibited camel meat for himself. It was at the time when the Torah had not yet been revealed and Musa had not yet prohibited it. In another reliable tradition it is mentioned that Yusuf aspired matrimony with the most beautiful woman of his time, but she refused his offer and said that the slave of her king hoped for her hand. Yusuf approached her father, but he said the daughter was free to take her own decision. Hence, Yusuf prayed to Allah. Allah revealed that he has decreed the woman for him. Again, he sent a messenger to her people requesting they grant him an audience. They accepted, and when Yusuf entered, the house lit up with his brilliance. He asked for a glass of water, and the maiden rushed to comply with his requests. Yusuf took a draught and returned the tumbler. The maiden brought the glass to her own lips, but Yusuf said, "Do not be impatient, you shall achieve your desire soon." Then he married her. In another tradition, Imam says that when Yusuf asked his cellmate to lobby for him with the king, Archangel Gabriel descended near him and kicked the ground. A fissure developed that reached up to the seventh layer of the earth. Archangel Gabriel said, "O Yusuf, take a look at the seventh layer beneath the earth. What do you see?" "A small stone." Then he made a fissure in the stone and said, "What do you see inside?" "A minute worm." "Who bestows sustenance to this worm?" asked Archangel Gabriel. "The Lord of the worlds," replied Yusuf. Archangel Gabriel said, "Your Lord says that when he had not ignored a small worm in the seventh layer of the earth, how could you think that he has betrayed you? Why did you request the man to mobilize support with the king? For this misdemeanor you shall remain imprisoned for many years." Yusuf wept so much due to this penalty that the walls and doorways wept with him. The prison inmates became distraught and insisted he weep on alternate days. But on the days he did not shed tears, his condition was more severe. According to a reliable tradition of Imam al-Baqir and Imam Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, the good patience Sabran Jamlan, denotes that a person does not complain to anyone regarding his afflictions. The Almighty Allah sent Yaqub with a message to a pious monk. When the worshipper saw Yaqub, he mistook him for Ibrahim. He stood up in honor and embracing him said, Khalil of Allah, welcome! I am not Ibrahim. I am the son of Ishaq and the grandson of Ibrahim. Why have you aged so much? Asked the monk. Sorrow and grief has aged me, replied Yaqub. He had hardly reached the door after taking leave of the monk when a revelation descended from Allah. O Yaqub, you complain, my servants, regarding me? Yaqub immediately fell into prostration at the very threshold and prayed, My Lord, I shall never repeat this error. Allah said, I forgive you, but refrain from such an action in future. After this, Yaqub never complained to anyone about his earthly difficulties except the day he said, I complain for my affliction but to Allah, and I am aware of Allah's mercy to such an extent that you are not aware, my sons. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says in a reliable tradition that when Yusuf was in prison, the Almighty asked him through revelation why he had been thrown into the prison. Yusuf confessed his guilt, and Allah taught him a supplication. Ya Kabiro kal Kabirin, Ya man la sharika lah, hu wa la wazira ya kalika sham suwal kamerul munir. Ya izmatamas tieris iiri yo osamakodaporin and eating yo munmu and alatal vicurio jadril as mil. Kasirio level canyon now asir as ilga bake Muhammadin wal Muhammadin anna tajalimin amri adara junwa makar dunwa tortini min a shatho of as you min a jathila odasido. When it was morning, the Aziz summoned him and set him free. Another authentic tradition says that when Aziz abdicated his throne in favor of Yusuf, he put on a clean two-piece garment and went far away into wilderness. He performed 2 rak'ah prayers and at the conclusion raised his hands toward the heavens and said, Ya Rab kad ode tani minal mulkalam tani minal tawilal adi faras moa wal ars an wali ifidini wal akara. Archangel Gabriel descended and asked him what he desired. Yusuf said he had prayed to Allah that he might allow him to die a Muslim and include him among the righteous ones. This was due to the fact that Yusuf was afraid of corruption and transgression that can remove a person from religion. Thus, who cannot be afraid of transgression when an exalted personality like Yusuf was? Amir al-Mu'minin Ali is quoted to have mentioned that Yusuf entered prison on a Wednesday. According to reliable sources, it is mentioned that people asked Imam al-Ridha how people admired a person who ate detestable food, dressed in coarse garments, and put on an outward show of piety. Imam said, Yusuf was a prophet and the son of the prophet. Yet he dressed in silken robes with gold buckles. He used to attend the gatherings of Egyptian kings and issued commands. People were not concerned with his dress. Thalabi has mentioned in the book Ar-Ra'is that when the king learned of Yusuf's explanation and realized the extent of his intellect, wisdom, and trustworthiness, he summoned him. When Yusuf emerged from the prison, he prayed that the righteous may shower their kindness upon the prisoners. He implored Allah not to conceal the virtues of the inmates. The effect of his supplication was that all the prisoners in every city have something meritorious as compared to other people. Then he inscribed the following words at the entrance. This is a grave of living men and an abode of sorrow. It is a means for the lessons that one derives from friends due to their friendship and the criticism one invites from one's enemies. Then he performed the ritual bath and cleaned his body from the dirt of prison, put on a clean dress, and headed toward the royal court. Upon reaching the entrance, he said it, H house by Rabbi min dunya awad, H house by Rabbi min kolke azajale wajalathalbo huwala ilaha gorohu. When he stepped inside, he uttered the following words, Allahumma innai azaloka min sharehi wa shar gerhai. When the king turned his attention towards Yusuf, he saluted him in Hebrew. What language is this? He asked. It is the language of my uncle Ismail. Then he prayed for the king in Arabic. What language is that? Asked he. It is the language of my ancestors. The king also knew 7 languages, and in whichever language he spoke, Yusuf replied in the same tongue. He was impressed by the accomplishments of Yusuf at such a young age. Yusuf was 30 years at that time. The king said, O Yusuf, I wish to hear my dream from your tongue. You dreamt that 7 gray-eyed fat and white cows came out of the Nile. Narrated Yusuf, milk was flowing from the front of their heads. When you saw them, you were amazed at their graceful appearance. Suddenly the water of Nile dried up and the bottom showed sand and wet mud. From the muddy bottom emerged 7 lean cows. They were covered with mud and their bellies touched their backs. They were not having any udders. Their teeth, nails, and hooves were like claws of beasts, and they even possessed trunks. The lean cows attacked the fat ones and tore them up. They devoured their meat and even crushed their bones and gulped down the marrow. You were astonished at this sight. Suddenly you saw 7 green ears of corn and 7 withered ears grow from a spot. Their roots reached to the water. Then a wind blew the dried ears upon the green ones, and they withered down. You speak the truth, said Aziz. I dreamt exactly as you say. Yusuf explained the significance of the dream, and Aziz appointed him in charge of the agricultural and treasury departments of his kingdom. Sheikh al-Tusi and others had narrated that the Aziz of Egypt who had imprisoned Yusuf was Kitfir. He was the prime minister of the king. The king was Rayyan ibn Walid. The king had seen the dream. When Yusuf was released from the prison, the king expelled his prime minister and appointed Yusuf in his place. He entrusted all the powers to Yusuf and himself retired from administration. He handed over even the seal, crown, and throne to Yusuf. During that period, Kitfir died. The king married Yusuf to Rahil, the widow of Kitfir. From her, Yusuf had 2 sons, Ephraim and Yashim. Ariz contains a report that Yusuf called Ibn Yamin to himself and asked his name. Yamin, he replied. Why are you named Yamin? Because when I was born, my mother was dead. That is, I am the child of sorrow. What was your mother known as? Rahil, the daughter of Laon. Do you have any children? Yes. I have 10 sons. What are their names? I have named them with epithets related to my brother who was killed. We had the same mother. Yusuf was surprised. You loved your brother so much that you named the children after him? Tell me their names. He said, Bala, Hakir, Ashgal, Adiha, Kar, Naaman, Awar, Aras, Achin, and Yatim. What is the meaning of their names? Asked Yusuf. I named Bala because the earth concealed him from me. Akir because he was my mother's own son. Akhab because he was my full brother. Kar because he was happy whenever he lived. Naaman because he was the beloved of our parents. Over because he was like a flower in beauty and elegance. Aras because his body was like his head. Achin because my father said he is alive. Yahim because my brain when I cast a glance on him. Yusuf said, I wish to become your brother in place of the one who has been killed. He said, who can get a brother like you? But you are not born from Yaqub and Rahil. Yusuf heard this, wept, and embraced him and said, I am your brother, Yusuf. Do not be sad and do not say anything regarding this to your brothers. Hi, what? Actually, his entreaty did not reach the ears of Yaqub, for it is unlike for a prophet to hear a request and not fulfill it. It is possible that Yaqub had not instructed his servants to feed all those who approach his door, and this resulted in divine chastisement. Imam Zayn al-Abidin, however, made it a point to instruct even his servants in this regard. Translator 2. Some scholars have considered the above report to be based on taqiyya dissimulation because it supports the sunny view. It is possible that Yusuf refrained from dismounting not due to pride or vanity, but it may have been for some hidden wisdom due to his position as the supreme ruler of Egypt, though it still amounted to be Tark al-Allah and a detestable makruh act. 3. According to this tradition and other traditions like it, the period of Yusuf's separation from his father lasted 20 years, but historians and commentators differ among themselves. Some state that there was a gap of 80 years between Yusuf's dream and his reunion with Yaqub. It was 70 years according to others, while another group of scholars thinks it was 40 years. Some even say it was 18 years. According to Hassan Basri, Yusuf was 7 or 10 years old when he was into the well. His slavery, imprisonment, and rulership accounted for another 80 years. After reuniting with his family, he lived for another 23 years. Consequently, he lived for 120 years. Some Shia traditional reports mention the period of separation to be more than 20 years. Another fact that emerges from the traditions is that Benjamin was not from the womb of Yusuf's mother. He was from the womb of his mother's sister. According to interpreters, when the Quranic verse mentions that he took father and mother to the throne, it is only metaphorical. The word mother stands for his aunt. This is because the maternal aunt is referred to as mother, just as the paternal uncle is addressed as father. Actually, Rahil, the mother of Yusuf, had already expired. Some people claim that the Almighty raised her to life to fulfill the dream of Yusuf. Some even say she was alive until the time of reunion. However, the previous view is stronger. Thus, in a reliable report, when people asked Imam al-Rai currency sign how many sons accompanied Yaqub when he was reunited with Yusuf, he said. 11. And when asked whether Benjamin was from the womb of Yusuf's mother, he said, no, he was from the womb of his mother's sister. Thor, Surah Mu'min 40:28-34-5. Many scholars have expressed doubts regarding this strange incident, and normally people view it with suspicion. Therefore, instead of separate replies, it is sufficient if we give standard replies to the common objections that would be sufficient for everyone. Why Yaqub preferred Yusuf over other children when discrimination is not permitted in this regard, and this dotage almost cost Yusuf his life. Hence, discrimination between children is not allowed, especially when there is chance of creating a dissension between them. The reply to this objection is Yaqub's intensive love for Yusuf was not only because he was a son, he preferred him over other sons due to his knowledge and prophetic status. It is also possible that Yaqub could not rein his emotions in his love for Yusuf. Another explanation is that Yaqub may not have expected his preference for Yusuf would cause jealousy to such an extent. Yaqub wept so much for Yusuf that he became blind, whereas the prophets suffered greater calamities with patience and forbearance. Reply: sorrow and weeping are emotions beyond one's control. What is prohibited is the uttering of some words that Allah dislikes, and Yaqub never uttered any such thing. He was absolutely resigned to divine fate. It is possible to be resigned to one's fate and sorrowful for one's circumstances at the same time, just as a person having cancerous limb requests the surgeon to amputate it to prevent its spread to rest of the body. Though he is pained at the loss of his limb, he is nevertheless satisfied, or rather grateful to the surgeon for amputation. Thus when Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet, died, the Messenger of Allah said, "The heart is restless and the eyes weep, but I do not wish to say anything that might cause divine displeasure. The devotees of Allah love Him alone. If they love others, it's only because Allah is pleased with their love. They love only those people who are the beloveds of Allah, because they are the beloved of the beloved Allah. Similarly, they are inimitable to the enemies of Allah, even though they might be their close companions. They are prepared to slay him with sword and remain aloof from him. On the other hand, they have love and regard for a person who loves Allah, even though he might be far away from them in relation or location." It is obvious that Yaqub's dotage for Yusuf was not due to his physical appearance and worldly aspect. He adored him due to the splendor of guidance and righteousness that emanated from him. Therefore, the brothers of Yusuf, who were ignorant of these spiritual qualities in Yusuf, began to feel jealous of him. They claimed to be more deserving of their father's affection due to their greater strength and because they served him more than Yusuf. Hence, it is obvious that the attachment of Yaqub to Yusuf and his grief due to his separation did not contradict his love for Allah. It was rather complement for that love. 3. Why was Yaqub so much aggrieved for Yusuf even though he knew about the dream of stars prostrating and the angels had also informed that Yusuf was alive? Reply: the grief of Yaqub was due to the separation of Yusuf. When people asked Imam al-Saqi, Yaqub wept for Yusuf in spite of the fact that Archangel Gabriel had informed him that he would be reunited with him one day. Imam said it was because he had been deprived of Yusuf's company. 4. How is it acceptable that Yaqub became blind, while such a disability is incompatible with prophethood? Reply: according to some scholars, he had not become blind. His sight had become weak. Due to excessive weeping, a wile layer developed on the pupils and this blocked his vision. Another view is that prophets are not immune of each and every defect. Only those disabilities that people find repulsive are absent in prophets. And people do not find blindness a repulsive quality. It should not be a cause of reducing their prophetic abilities. In spite of an impaired vision, the prophets could perceive with their inner eye. Thus, there was no such defect in Yaqub. The last of the reasons seem more acceptable. 5. Regarding the affair of Yusuf, Allah says, "And certainly she made for him, and he would have made for her, were it not that he had seen the manifest evidence of his Lord. Thus it was that we might turn away from him evil and indecency. Surely he was one of our sincere servants." 12:24. The apparent meaning of the Quranic ayah is that Zuleika intended to commit adultery with him, and he would also responded in the like manner if he had not perceived Allah's proof. The Sunni scholars have mentioned disgraceful things in interpreting this verse. One explanation says that Yusuf too embraced Zuleika and would have gone ahead, but he saw the face of Yaqub in the corner of the room. Yaqub was biting his fingers in suspense. Seeing this, Yusuf felt ashamed mind and dropped the idea of fornication. Another report says that when Zuleika covered the idol with the cloth, Yusuf felt ashamed. Other foolish interpretations are also mentioned in traditional books. First reply. The ayah says he would have also made for her. It means that if he had not been a prophet and not seen Archangel Gabriel and the manifest evidence, he would have succumbed to his desires. Since he was already a prophet, the possibility of falling into sin did not arise for Yusuf. Second reply. Zuleika made for him for committing adultery, and Yusuf would have made for her to kill her if she forced him further. And it is possible that in that Sharia it was allowed to kill a person who compels one to sin. The Almighty prevented him from killing her due to hidden wisdom. The Egyptians might have revenged her murder by executing Yusuf. Al-Mamun asked about the matter, and Imam al-Currency Sina said, if Yusuf had not seen the manifest evidence of his Lord, he would have also intended what Zuleika did. But he was infallible Masum, and a Masum never makes an intention of committing a sin. Indeed, my father has told me from his father Imam al-Sadiq that he said Zuleika intended to commit fornication, and Yusuf intended to avoid it. In another reliable tradition, when Ali bin al-Jam asked Imam the interpretation of this ayah, Imam said, Zuleika intended to sin and Yusuf intended to kill her because his intention was very repulsive for him. But the Almighty restrained him from murder and fornication. Allah says, thus it was that we might turn away from him evil and indecency. 12:24. Allah means to say that he prevented from him evil, Zuleika's murder, and indecency, fornication. The two reports of Yusuf's vision of Yaqub's face and Zuleika covering the idol do not contradict our first reply. Their only deficiency is that they have not elaborated. It is possible that Allah showed him the evidence so that the thought should not arise in his mind, even though there was no possibility of it because he was already a Masum. Some of the reports are present due to Taqiyya. 6. Yusuf commanded his brothers to bring Benjamin with them even though he knew his father would not like it. And when Benjamin was brought to Egypt, he arrested him. This made Yusuf responsible for his father's sorrow. Also, even after being enthroned as the king, why did he not inform Yaqub of his well-being, knowing well that he was aggrieved for him? Reply. Whatever he used to do, it was according to the commands revealed to him. And whatever calamities afflict the prophets are by way of divine test. Allah wishes them to undergo tribulations that they may achieve a high status in the hereafter. Therefore, the arrest of Benjamin and delay in reuniting with Yaqub was a divine command that Yusuf obeyed. Allah desired the grief of Yaqub to reach the zenith to qualify him for the greatest rewards. 7. Why did Yusuf cry, O caravan, you are thieves, whereas he knew they had not stolen anything? A prophet can never utter a lie. Reply. Sometimes it is permitted to make a statement with the intention of meaning something else. This is not termed a lie. It is known as Toriyah. In some circumstances it becomes obligatory to use Toriyah. Here it was a necessity because without it, the arrest of Benjamin was not possible. Therefore Yusuf said, you are thieves, with the intention that they had stolen Yusuf from his father. Some people say that it was not Yusuf who passed this remark. It was one of his servants who cried in that way without Yusuf bidding him to do so. Another explanation is that it was a question, you are thieves, and it was not an assertion. The first explanation is more authentic. 8. How did Yaqub and his sons prostrate for Yusuf while it is haram to do so except for Allah the Almighty? And how Yusuf was supportive of their obeisance? Reply. The reply is the same that I have stated with regard to the doubt against obeisance of angels to Adam. The first explanation is they prostrated as thanksgiving to Allah for reuniting them with Yusuf and for the bounties he had showered on Yusuf. We have already mentioned the tradition where Imam al-Sadiq says that the sajda prostration of Yaqub and his sons was for worshipping, thanking Allah. Secondly, the prostration was not that of obeisance, but it was a gesture of respect for Yusuf. And in that Sharia, it was allowed to prostrate before others as a mark of honor. Third interpretation is that it was not a sajda, as we know it. It was a ritual associated with expressing respect for someone, and those people had named it sajda. Nevertheless, the prostration was according to divine command, and it was intended to manifest the superiority of Yusuf over his brothers and other people. Lastly, When we accept the infallibility of prophets and imams, we must know that whatever they did must have had divine sanctions, even though we may be ignorant of the hidden wisdom. Doubts and suspicions are created by Satan and cause deviation and irreligiousness. An account of Ayub. It is well known among the historians and Quranic commentators that Ayub was the son of Amwaz, son of Iyas, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim. His mother was a descendant of Lut. Some scholars, however, maintain that Ayub was the son of Az, and his wife Rama was the daughter of Ephraim bin Yusuf, or she was maybe the daughter of Mia, son of Yusuf, or Liadar Yaraqub. But the first opinion is more prevalent, i.e. his wife was Ramat. Authentic chain of narrators quotes that Abu Basir asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq the reason for Ayub being inflicted with such severe calamities. Imam replied that it was due to the excessive bounties Allah had bestowed on him, and he used to thank Allah in the proper way. At that time the Satan was not barred from the heavens. He used to travel up to the divine throne also. One day he saw the thankfulness of Ayub etched in the celestial tablets. They were carried up with great care and respect. When Satan saw this, the fire of jealousy flared up in his heart. He said to Allah, Ayub is so thankful to you because you have bestowed bounties in huge proportions. But if you take the bounties away, he would not remain thankful. If you allow me to control his fortunes, you will realize how thankless he can become. The Almighty granted Satan the privilege to control the wealth and children of Ayub. He was elated and at once rushed toward the earth and began to destroy the wealth and children of Ayub. The more he proceeded in destruction, the thankfulness of Ayub intensified. Now the Satan requested for power over the cultivation owned by Ayub. This was also granted. He mobilized his assistants and landed on the fields of Ayub. They spewed out a venomous breath and all the crops withered. Ayub was all the more thankful. Hence Satan demanded control over the goats and sheep owned by Ayub. When it was granted, he killed them all. Ayub became more sincere and thanked Allah frequently. Satan told Allah, Ayub was yet thankful because he knows you would return the bounties soon, and he prayed desperately to the Almighty and requested him to grant complete power over the body of Ayub. Allah told him, you are given power over Ayub's body except his aql power of reasoning and his eyes. According to another version, the exceptions concerned heart, eyes, tongue and ears. When he received the permission, he dashed to the earth, as he feared that if the divine mercy surrounds Ayub, it will be an obstacle on his way. He came to Ayub and blew a venomous breath into his nostrils. As a result, Ayub was inflicted with a severe malady that covered his whole body with sores and leprous wounds. He continued in this condition for a long time and continued to praise and thank Allah without any reservations. Ultimately, worms developed in his infected wounds. The patience of Ayub reached such heights that whenever a worm fell from his body, he picked it up and put it back, saying, stay where the Almighty has originated you. Such a dreadful odor emanated from his body that the people banished him to a dirty corner of the town. His wife Ramat, the daughter of Yusuf, went out to beg and got him whatever she could obtain. When a long time passed for Ayub in such afflictions, the Satan realized that his thankful always exceeded the intensity of the calamities that befall him. So he went to a group of Ayub's followers who had become hermits and resided in the mountains. He told them, come, let us go and see why Ayub has been inflicted with such calamities. The people came down and mounting their horses headed towards Ayub. When they came near, the horses were terrified of the stench and bolted out of control. The riders tied the horses in a far corner and proceeded on foot. They came to Ayub to ask him about his conditions. A young man also accompanied them. They sat down near Ayub and said, if you tell us of the deadly sin you have committed, we can guard against it. We do not dare to pray for your forgiveness lest Allah sends his wrath upon us. We never expected you would suffer from chastisement that did not befell anyone else. It must be due to a sin that you has concealed from us. Ayub said, I swear by the might of my Lord, and he is a witness that I never ate anything without sharing it with the poor and orphans. And whenever I came across two worship acts, I always preferred the more difficult. Hearing these words, the young man told his companions, may Allah destroy you. You come to Allah's Prophet and criticized him to the extent that he was forced to reveal a good deed he had performed in secret. When they went away, Ayub supplicated Allah and sought his permission to express a wish. The Almighty sent a cloud that hovered over his head, and voice came out from it, you are permitted to express your desire. Ask whenever you wish. I am always near you. Ayub gathered all his strength and sat up with his thighs joined. Then he said, O my Lord, I swear by your might that you never sent any afflictions upon me. But whenever I had the choice of two worship acts, I preferred the one which was most difficult for my body, and I never ate without sharing my food with orphans. Did I not echo your praise? Did I not thank you sufficiently? Did I not glorify and purify you from every kind of association? 10,000 tons of the cloud replied, O Ayub, who created you with a temperament that you prayed when all world was asleep? Who is that made worship most likable to you? Do you think you have obliged the Almighty, whereas He has favored you by granting you the divine opportunity to worship and thank Him? Ayub picked up a handful of dust and stuffed it in his mouth and said, I was wrong, and I beg forgiveness. All the bounties and opportunities of worship are from you alone. The Almighty sent an angel who kicked the earth, and a spring of water gushed out. Ayub bathed in it and was immediately cured of all diseases and discomfort. His body became more fresh and beautiful than before. Then Allah caused orchards and gardens to grow around Ayub. All the wealth, property, and farms were restored. The angel was sitting with him and engaged in conversation when his wife entered with a piece of dried bread. She saw in place of a ruin a blooming garden and orchards. Instead of Ayub, she saw two handsome men. She began to scream and lament as to what has befallen Ayub. Ayub called her, and when she came near, she recognized him. Seeing the return of divine bounties, she fell down in a prostration of thankfulness. When she had gone in search of food for Ayub, she was sporting lovely tresses. The people she had approached demanded her for her beautiful tresses in return of food. She cut off her locks and brought food for Ayub. When Ayub saw her pruned hair, he was infuriated and vowed 100 lashes for her. But when she told him the story, he became sad and regretted his oath. The Almighty sent a revelation to him to hit her softly with a broom containing 100 twigs. That would suffice to fulfill his oath. After this, the Almighty brought to life even his sons who had died in the calamities and those who had died before them, that they might live with Ayub again. Later, the people asked him of the worst of the calamities that befell him. He replied it were the sarcastic remarks of the people. The Almighty showered his house with pieces of gold, and Ayub gathered them. Whenever a piece fell out of bound, he rushed towards it and picked it eagerly. Archangel Gabriel said, Are you never satiated? Who can ever be satiated with divine bounties? Replied Ayub. 1. The Almighty says, And remember Ayub, when he cried to his Lord, saying, Harm has afflicted me, and thou art the most merciful of the merciful. Therefore we responded to him and took off what harm he had, and we gave him his family and the like of them with them. A mercy from us and a reminder to the worshippers. 2183-84. And on another occasion he says, And remember our servant Ayub, when he called upon his Lord, the Satan has afflicted me with toil and torment. Urge with your foot. Here is a cool washing place and a drink. And we gave him his family and the like of them with them, as a mercy from us, and as a reminder to those possessed of understanding. And take in your hand a green branch and beat her with it, and do not break your oath. Surely we found him patient, most excellent the servant. Surely he was frequent in returning to Allah. This is the translation of ayats revealed with regard to Ayub. Some other traditions have also been narrated in connection with the life of Ayub. His family and the like of them with them indicated his sons who had died in bad times that Ayub fell into, and also those who had died before the afflictions. According to some reports, like of them indicates that more sons were born to the wife of Ayub resembling those who were returned from dead. As regards the granting of control to Satan over the fortunes of Ayub, many scholars expressed their reservations, especially Sayyid Murtaza. According to him, it is very unlikely that Allah allowed Satan to control his prophet. However, it is difficult to ignore such a large number of traditions in order to accept the views of these scholars. For example, we know that many a times, prophets and imams are tyrannized and oppressed by some people and forced to undergo untold difficulties. All this is mostly due to satanic instigation, so it is not impossible for Satan to have control of Ayub's fortune and physical conditions. However, we must remember that the Almighty never gave him prerogative over the intellect and religion of Ayub. As mentioned in traditions, the infected wounds of Ayub began to teem with worms. This has also been belied by few theologians who say that a prophet is never afflicted with a disability that is repulsive to people, and the incidence of worms in a diseased body body is indeed repulsive. It is possible to justify this by saying that in all probability, these things have been related in Sunni sources and have crept into Shia traditions due to taqiyya. Secondly, we have traditions supporting the former view. Imam al-Baqir says in an authentic tradition reported by Ibn Babawayh that Ayyub was involved in afflictions for 7 years without having committed any sin, because a prophet is infallible and purified from sins. They neither commit sins, small or big, nor are attracted towards evil. Imam says, though Ayyub had the terrible disease, there was no foul odor in his body and his appearance did not develop any deformity. Blood and pus also did not appear from his wounds, and thus he did not present a repulsive sight that people would shun him. There were no worms in his wounds, and whenever the Almighty involves his prophets and friends in such diseases, he keeps them free from such repulsive defects. The people avoided him not because of his disease, but due to the calamities that befell him and due to their ignorance. They could not bring themselves to accept the fact that such a prosperous person as Ayyub could fall into such serious calamities. The Holy Prophet said that the calamities that befall prophets are far more terrible than those experienced by ordinary people. Moreover, the more lofty the status of a person, the more calamities befell him. The Almighty sends upon his prophets such afflictions so that people may not be led to believe that prophets are gods. Allah bestows untold bounties upon his prophets to prove to the people that divine rewards are of two kinds. One for performing good deeds and one for undergoing difficulties. Also, people must not belittle a poor man for his poverty or a sick person for his disease, or a weak creature for his frailty. The people must understand that Allah makes sick whoever He wants and curses whoever He desires. At all times and under all circumstances, whatever Allah intends, He makes some affairs as means of deriving lessons and some as misfortunes, and sometimes He grants as felicity to them. Allah is just in all His affairs and wise in all His actions. He does what is best for His creatures, and whatever they have is from Him alone. According to a reliable tradition from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, Ayyub was afflicted with the loss of wealth and sons in the latter part of Wednesday. Authentic traditions from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq state that Ayyub suffered for 7 years without any fault of his. In another tradition, Imam says Allah subjected Ayyub to afflictions without his having committed any sin. Ayyub maintained patience until the time people began to criticize and blame him for committing sins. Hence he complained to the Almighty because prophets cannot remain patient if accused of sinful acts. In another tradition, Imam says that Ayyub prayed for divine forgiveness during the period of afflictions. 2. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq says in a reliable tradition that when the Almighty granted release from difficulties to Ayyub, he looked at the agricultural fields of the Israelites and said, "My Lord, you have bestowed kindness upon your afflicted servant Ayyub, but he has not sown his fields like other people of the Israelites." The Almighty revealed to him that he take out a handful of soil from his bag and spread it on the earth. After he complied, he was able to harvest lentils, masor, or grams. The hadith apparently shows that the two crops did not exist before this incident, and Ayyub was the first to cultivate them. We have another authentic report from Imam that a believer is subjected to every kind of calamity and every kind of death, but the Almighty never allows him to lose his power of reasoning. Imam says, "Have you not seen how Allah gave Satan power over the wealth, children, family, and all the things belonging to Ayyub except his akal, so that we may continue to believe in his oneness and worship him with this belief?" Imam is quoted through authoritative chains that a beautiful woman who had committed many sins would be brought on the resurrection day. She would say, "My Lord, you created me in a beautiful form, and that's why I got involved in sins." The Almighty would summon Maryam and ask the woman, "Who is more beautiful, you or Maryam?" We bestowed her with such incomparable beauty, but she was not misguided by it. Then a handsome man will be brought forward. He was also a sinner because of his physical attraction. When asked, he'd say that due to his physique, women were attracted towards him and he was enticed into adultery. The Almighty will summon Yusuf and say, "Were you more handsome than this man Yusuf? We made him the most attractive man, but he was not beguiled by women." Finally, a person who had suffered calamities would be brought there. When asked, he shall say that he was forced to sin due to untold calamities. The Lord shall summon Ayyub and say, "Who has undergone more difficulties, you or this Ayyub? We subjected him into such terrible afflictions. yet he did not fall into sins. Ayub was eager to collect gold pieces not for their worldly value. It was, rather, for the fact that they were an aspect of divine mercy as mentioned by him that he was eager to collect them because they were a gift from his Lord and signified his kindness and favor. 2. There is a difference among exegeses as regards the period of affliction. According to some it was 18 years and according to others it was 7 years. The latter view is more prevalent. Prophet Shu'aib. There are different views about the family background of Shu'aib. Some are of the opinion that he was the son of Noah, who was the son of Prophet Ibrahim. Some believed that his father's name was Boab, while others said that he was the son of Mikhail, who was the son of Yasi bin Ibrahim, and his Mikhail's mother was the daughter of Prophet Lut. Some said that Shu'aib's name was Sharon, and he was the son of Sakan or Unka or Sabbath, who belonged to Prophet Ibrahim's family, while others believe he does not belong to Prophet Ibrahim's family, but his father had accepted Islam at the time of Prophet Ibrahim. In Surah Al-Araf, Allah says, "And to Madian we sent their brother Shu'aib. He said, O my people, serve Allah, you have no God other than Him. Clear proof indeed has come to you from your Lord. Therefore give full measure and weight and do not diminish to mend their things, and do not make mischief in the land after its reform. This is better for you if you are believers. And do not lie in wait in every path, threatening and turning away from Allah's way him who believes in Him and seeking to make it crooked. And remember when you were few then He multiplied you. And consider what was the end of the mischief makers. And if there is a party of you who believe in that with which am sent, and another party who do not believe, then wait patiently until Allah judges between us, and He is the best of the judges." The chiefs, those who were proud from among his people, said, "We will most certainly turn you out, O Shu'aib, and also those who believe with you from our town, or you shall come back to our faith." He said, "What? Though we dislike it, indeed we shall have forged a lie against Allah, if we go back to your religion after Allah has delivered us from it, and it befits us not that we should go back to it, except if Allah our Lord please. Our Lord comprehends all things in His knowledge. In Allah do we trust. Our Lord, decide between us and our people with truth, and Thou art the best of deciders." And the chiefs of those who disbelieves from among his people said, "If you follow Shu'aib, you shall then most surely be losers." Then the earthquake overtook them, so they became motionless bodies in their abode. Those who called Shu'aib a liar were as though they had never dwelt therein. Those who called Shu'aib a liar, they were the losers. So he turned away from them and said, "O my people, certainly I delivered to you the messages of my Lord and I gave you good advice. How shall I then be sorry for an unbelieving people? And we did not send a prophet in a town, but we overtook its people with distress and affliction in order that they might humble themselves." 785-94. In 2632-41, Prophet Shu'aib said to the dwellers of the desert, "You are not afraid of Allah's punishment? Allah has sent me as a messenger and I am your prophet. Listen to the orders which Allah has given me. I don't require anything from you. Allah will reward me for my deeds." Allah says, "Be just and honest in weighing things and also in returning their belongings. Do not create quarrels and troubles among the people and fear Allah as He is the great creator of the world." The dwellers of the forest said that Shu'aib was influenced by black magic and has become mad. They also said that he was just a human being like them and was a great liar. They said, "If you are really a true prophet, then ask Allah to send us a few pieces of the sky." The prophet said that Allah knew better what they said, but they did not listen and insulted him. So Allah sent the great punishment on them. It was a severe punishment. 2632-41. When they insulted Shu'aib, Allah sent punishment of scorching heat which affected them and their families. They went inside their houses to save themselves, but the heat also entered along with them. The heat was so intense that they could not bear it. Then Allah sent a piece of dark cloud. They all ran under the shade of the cloud, but instead of water, rain. Fire started raining on them, and an earthquake started, and they all were destroyed by fire. These two incidents clearly show that Allah sent punishment on the two groups who disbelieved Him and His Prophet. According to Imam Ali ibn al-Hussein, Shuaib made a scale and standard weights. His people were very honest in weighing things. After that, the people became dishonest in their weighing. They started cheating by underweighing. Then Allah sent a curse on them through an earthquake, and they were destroyed. According to another tradition, Ibn Babawayh and Al-Qur'an have mentioned through Ibn Abbas that Shuaib and Prophet Ibn Balaam bin Bayar belonged to the family who had brought faith on Prophet Ibrahim when he was thrown in a fire and was saved from Nimrod punishment. After that, Prophet Ibrahim and these people went towards Syria. Then Prophet Ibrahim asked for one of the daughters of Prophet Lot. In this way, all the other prophets came after Prophet Ibrahim. Shuaib was one of them that Allah sent as a prophet to Madian. But the people of Madian were not from the family of Shuaib. The king of Madian was very strong, but he and his people were disbelievers and idol worshippers. They were dishonest in their dealing with outsiders, and the king also allowed them to do so. Shuaib tried to make them aware of it, but in vain. The king drove away the disciples of Shuaib from his city. At last Allah sent a great punishment of fire. The water became very hot, so that they could not drink. The people ran towards Baisha, which was not so far from them. They all gathered together under the shadow of a cloud to save themselves. But fire rained on them from the cloud. They were all burnt, and none escaped the punishment. The Holy Prophet himself has stated that on Doomsday, Shuaib will be the first prophet along with his people to enter heaven. When his people were destroyed through punishment, Shuaib came along with his followers to Makkah and stayed there until his death. Shuaib stayed in Makkah and again went to Madian. At that time, Prophet Musa came to see him. Ibn Abbas has stated that Shuaib was 242 years old when he expired. There is a tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that Allah has sent 5 prophets, i.e., Prophet Hud, Prophet Salih, Prophet Ismail, Shuaib, and the Holy Prophet, who were very much beloved to Allah. Imam Ali said that Shuaib used to call the people to accept Islam until he became old and his bones became weak and brittle. He disappeared from the people for a while, and then after some time Allah bestowed him with youth, and again he came to the people and started preaching. The people said, "We didn't listen to your address when you were old, so how can we obey and trust you when you have become young now?" Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said that Allah said to Shuaib that he would send a punishment on 40,000 people who had disobeyed his orders and on 60,000 who were obedient. Shuaib, "O Allah, why will you send a punishment on obedient people?" Allah said, "They did not fight with the disobedient people nor did not utter a word or help you in your work." Shuaib became very sad and wept so much that he became blind. Allah gave him back his sight, but he did not give up lamenting and lost his sight again, and Allah again restored his sight. This happened 3 times. The 4th time Allah asked him why he wept so much. Was he afraid of hell? If so, Allah has given him security. If he was crying for heaven, heaven is for him. Shuaib said, "O Allah, I am not weeping for hell or heaven, but because I love you very much and I want to come to you." Then Allah said, "I am sending Musa ibn Imran to you to take care of you." Sahl bin Sa'ad says that Hashim bin Abdul Malik sent him to Rasafah to dig a well. When he dug for 200 feet, he saw a human head covered with dust and mud. He removed the dust from the head and saw a man in white dress standing on a stone, and his left hand was on his head. When he removed his hand from his head, blood started flowing from the wound. Again, he put his hand on the wound, and the blood stopped flowing. On his clothes it was written, "I am the Shuaib. Allah sent me to the people to preach to them, but they wounded me and threw me into this well and closed it." Sahl bin Sa'ad wrote about this matter to Hashim bin Abdul Malik, and he ordered the well to be closed as before and dig at another place. An account of Musa and Harun, genealogy of Musa and Harun and their merits. A group of commentators and historians have written that Musa was the son of Imran, son of Yushar, son of Fa'id, son of Lawi, son of Yaqub. Harun was his brother, and both of them had the same mother and father. There is difference of opinion as regards the name of his mother. According to some it was Najib, and according to others it was Fahia. Some also think it was Ujid. The last opinion is more prevalent. We have already mentioned in the first chapter that the inscription on the ring of Musa said, "Have patience that you may be rewarded. Speak the truth that you may succeed." It was derived from the Torah. An authentic tradition from the Holy Prophet says that Allah sent 4 of the prophets with sword: Ibrahim, Dawud, Musa, and Muhammad. The Almighty Allah has given authority to 4 families, as mentioned in the Holy Qur'an. Surely Allah chose Adam and Nuh and the descendants of Ibrahim and the descendants of Imran above the nations. 3:33. An acceptable tradition on authority of Imam as-Sadiq quotes the Messenger of Allah that, when I was taken on Miraj the night's ascension and I reached the 5th sky, I saw a man who was neither young nor of old age. He was surrounded by a lot of people of his nation. I asked Archangel Gabriel who was that exalted personality. He said it was one who is the beloved of his community. That is Harun the son of Imran. Hearing Archangel Gabriel's reply, I saluted him. He also saluted me in return. I sought forgiveness of Allah for him. He also did for me. Then I went to the 6th heaven. I saw a tall, wheat-complexioned person there. Though he had worn 2 shirts, the hair of his body were apparent. He said, "The people of the Israelites think that I am the best and nearest to Allah. O Prophet Muhammad is beloved and nearest to Allah." I asked Archangel Gabriel, "Who is that?" He said, "He is your brother Musa bin Imran." I saluted him and he saluted me in return. I sought forgiveness of Allah for him. He too followed suit. Imam al-Hasan has stated that the age of Musa was 240 years and there was the difference of 500 years between Prophet Ibrahim and him. According to reliable sources, Imam Ali has stated regarding Allah saying he will avoid his parents and brother and his family that it denotes as cited by Musa ibn Babawayh that Musa had not committed any mistake but was afraid that one of the conceited women from the Pharaoh's family who looked after him in his infancy was his mother, so he avoided her. Ibn Babawayh has stated that Allah, the Almighty, bestowed Musa's mother with 360 blessings. The Pharaoh found the basket between the tree and water. That is why he named him Musa. Mu means water and Sa means tree. From many reliable sources, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has narrated that Allah revealed, "O Musa, do you know why we bestowed you with apostleship?" Musa said, "No." Allah revealed that he knew every creature of the earth and knew them from head to toe, but no one was better than him. "O Musa, do prayer for me. Put your cheeks on the ground." Musa bowed his head and made obeisance to Allah. Allah, the Great, revealed, "O Musa, raise your head and touch your hand on your face and on of your body, so that you will be protected from troubles, pain, disease, etc." According to a reliable tradition, Allah did not reveal anything for 30 or 40 days to Musa. So Musa went to the Oriya mountain and prayed, "O Allah, if you have stopped sending me your revelation due to sins of the Israelites, I seek forgiveness on behalf of them, as you are kind and merciful, and always seek your mercy and kindness." Allah sent revelation on him and said, "O Musa, I found no one better and truthful than you." Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has stated that after concluding prayers, Musa always touched his cheeks on the ground. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has narrated that once Musa passed along with 70 prophets near the valley of Roha. They were wearing kufi scarves and chanting labbaik. According to reliable sources, Imam al-Ridha has stated from the Holy Prophet that Musa raised his hands and said, "O Allah, wherever I go, I put myself in trouble." Allah revealed, "O Musa, there is a backbiter among your followers." Musa said, "O Allah, tell me who it is." Allah said, "How can I? It would be backbiting, and I myself hate backbiters." According to another tradition, Musa prayed to Allah, "O Allah, do me a favor, so that people may not think that I am evil." Allah revealed, "Musa, let them say whatever they like." People asked Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, who expired before, Harun or Musa? Imam said, Harun. He had 2 sons, Shabar and Shabir. In Arabic we say Hassan and Hussein. Imam also stated that from Hayr Ismail to the Kaaba there was a small place of prayer of Harun's sons, Shabar and Shabir. Birth of Musa and Harun and their early life. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq states that at the time of the death of Yusuf, Yaqub's family had 80 members in all. He said that the Copts will be successful over them and will put them in great trouble. One of his descendants will help them in their difficulties. His name will be Musa son of Imran. He will be strong, tall and wheat complexion. From that day the people of the Israelites named their sons Imran, and Imran used to name their sons Musa. They thought he might be same Musa predicted by Yusuf. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has stated that Musa did not rebel against them. 40 persons from the Israelites claimed to be Musa, whose information was given by Yusuf. The Pharaoh came to know about this matter by the people of the Israelites that a person called Musa will destroy his kingdom and that he is in search of him. The soothsayers of the Pharaoh informed that that boy will destroy his kingdom and his religion, and that he would be born in the Israelites. The Pharaoh appointed the midwives to examine the pregnant women of the Israelites. A midwife was appointed on the mother of Musa. When the Israelites learned that they killed all male children, they thought the generation of the Israelites would be extinct. The male of the Israelites decided not to have sexual relationship with their female. Iran, the father of Musa, told the people to continue, so that prediction of the Almighty will come true, and indeed the boy would be born. He said, if you want to give up marital relationships, give up, but he would surely come into this world. Then Imran established relations with Musa's mother and she became pregnant. A midwife was appointed to keep a watch on her. When Musa's mother was sitting or standing, the midwife also did the same. The midwife became attached to her. Once she asked why she was becoming pale and thin. She said not to inquire her condition, because when my son is born, he will be killed. The midwife told her not to worry. I will keep your son hidden from others. The mother did not believe her. When Musa was born, his mother was uneasy and the midwife consoled her. Then Musa's mother fed him, but she was worried. What if they heard him crying and came to know the truth? Allah revealed to her to make a wooden box for a child, closed the box and cast it on the Nile. She did as Allah commanded. When she cast the wooden basket into the water, the basket returned to her. She pushed it again, but it came back. At last the wind pushed the basket far into the river. She became sad for her child and wanted to cry, but Allah gave her patience. She did not utter a word. Asiya, the wife of the Pharaoh, belonged to the Israelites and was the best woman of her time. She asked the Pharaoh to put a tent on the bank of the river Nile, so that she can pass her time in spring. One day she was sitting, when all of a sudden she saw a basket floating on the river, coming towards her. She asked her maidservants, can you see what I see? They said, by Allah, we can see something floating on the water. When the wooden basket reached her, she stood up from her place and asked her maids to pull it out. They pulled the basket out of the water and opened it. She found a pretty cute baby boy in it. Seeing the infant, she became very anxious. She held him in her arms and said that she would adopt him as her son. The maidservants also agreed and said, yes, madam, by Allah, you have no children, and the king is also without an heir. The child is very handsome and attractive. Adopt him. Asiya went to her husband and showed him the charming baby boy from the sea. I want to adopt him, so do not kill him, she said. The Pharaoh asked her from where she got him. She said that she did not know whose child it was. He was floating in a casket, and I pulled him out from the river. The Pharaoh was satisfied with the explanation and accepted him. When people heard that the Pharaoh has adopted a son, they sent their wives to suckle the child, but Musa did not suck. Then Asiya asked the Pharaoh to arrange for a wet nurse for the baby. Many nurses tried, but Musa did not suck their milk. Musa's mother also came to know this. She asked her daughter to ascertain this matter. The sister of Musa came to the door of the Pharaoh and asked whether they needed a wet nurse for a child. She said that there was a good woman staying nearby. She would feed the baby and look after him. The servants informed Asiya. She ordered them to bring the girl to her. Musa's sister came to her. She asked that girl which community she belonged to. She said she belonged to the family of the Israelites. Asiya told her to go away. The maidservants insisted upon her to call that woman and see if the child sucks from her or not. Asiya said, even if the child accepts, the Pharaoh might be unhappy. She said the child and the nurse both belong to the Israelites. The Pharaoh will not allow her. Her maidservants said, let us first see if the child suckles. Asiya told the girl to call the wet nurse. Musa's sister ran to her mother. She came and took the child and he began to suck. Asiya told the Pharaoh that she has found a wet nurse for a child. The Pharaoh asked which community she belonged to. His wife said that she is from the Israelites. The Pharaoh said, How can it be? The child and the nurse both belong to the Israelites. Asiya asked him why he was afraid of the child. Now he is our son, she said. He will grow up in our care. By arguing and discussing, she convinced him. In this way, he grew up under their loving care. Musa's mother, sister, and the midwife kept it secret until the end. The people of the Israelites didn't know about Musa. They were searching for him and asking one another, but it was secret. When the Pharaoh came to know about these activities, he subjected them to torture and prohibited them to ask about Musa. Once the people of the Israelites gathered on a moonlit night and went to a learned man staying in the forest. They said that their troubles were increasing more by the day. He said, "By Allah, you will be harassed until Allah sends his apostle from the family of Yaqub. His name will be Musa bin Amran. He will be strong, tall, brave, and curly-haired." When Musa came to them on a camel, the learned man recognized him by the description given in a holy book. He asked, "May Allah bless you. Who are you and what is your name?" "Musa, the son of Imran," he said. The learned man arose and kissed Musa's hands. People gathered around Musa and kissed his hands and feet. Musa and the people recognized each other and made them his believer. Musa stayed there for a few days and moved to another city. There he saw two men quarreling. One was the believer of Allah and the other was a non-believer from the Pharaoh's community. The believer screamed for help. Musa hit the Egyptian on his chest. He fell down dead. Allah gave him the natural power of strength and terror. The news spread that Musa has killed an Egyptian. Musa passed the night in fear. In the morning, a believer of Musa came running and asked for help as he had some dispute with another man. Musa said, "Indeed, he is on the wrong." Musa was angry on this man. He said, "Oh, Musa, if you want to kill me, kill him as you killed a man yesterday." He said, "Musa, you are supposed to be a superior being on the earth, but can't rectify the people." Another man came running and informed that the Egyptians were discussing about him, wanted to kill him. "Oh, Musa, I am your true believer and request you to go away from the city." So Musa left the city without any support. He passed through the desert and reached Madian. He rested under a tree. There was a well, and the people gathered to draw water from the well. Suddenly he saw two girls with their animals who had came to draw water for their animals, and they stood aside. Musa asked them reason for coming there. They said, "Our father is an old man and we are weaker. We did not oppose them, so we are waiting until they draw water and go away. Then we will water our animals." Musa felt pity on them. He took their bucket and asked them to bring their animals near the well. He drew water for them. The girls returned home early. Musa again sat under a tree and prayed to Allah. He had nothing to eat and was very hungry. When the girls reached home, their father Shaib asked them reason for coming early. The girls said that a nice man drew water for them. Shaib asked one of his daughters to call him. She came to Musa modestly and said that her father wanted to meet him. Musa told her to walk behind because the sons of Yaqub never see ladies from behind. Musa came to Shaib, greeted him, and then explained his condition. Shaib consoled him. Then one of the daughters asked her father to employ him as he was better than others. Shaib asked Musa that he wanted to give his daughter in marriage to him, with the condition that he worked for him for 8 or 10 years. According to traditions, Musa completed 10 years in his employment. The apostle of Allah does not wish to get any authority, but he does what Allah desires for him. After 10 years, Musa took his wife and moved towards Jerusalem, but he was lost in the desert. At this time, he saw a fire at a distance. He asked his wife to wait and went out in search of the way. When he reached there, he saw a green tree lit up as on fire. When he neared, it moved away from its place. Musa turned in fear, but the tree moved near Musa, and he heard a voice from the right side of its valley. "Oh, Musa, I am Allah, the creator of the worlds. Cast your staff on the ground." Musa cast his staff down. It changed into a serpent. It increased in size like a big tree of dates. Musa heard his hissing and fire came out from its tongue. When Musa saw this, he started running back. Again, he heard the voice calling him. Musa came back and was shivering all over. Musa said, "O Allah, is it your voice?" "Yes, do not be afraid," replied the Lord. Musa came back. He stepped on the tail of the serpent and put his hand into his mouth. It changed into its original form. Allah ordered him to remove his shoes because they were made of ass's skin. According to another tradition, He had two fears, one of the Pharaoh and other of the rich people of the community of the Pharaoh. Allah bestowed him two signs and sent him to the people. The first sign was a luminous hand, and second his staff. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that Musa went to get fire for his wife, and when he returned he came with prophethood. Allah solved the problem in one night. In this way, when Allah wishes, Imam Al-Qam, the family of Muhammad, will reappear in one night. Thalabi and many other writers have stated when Musa's mother feared that the servants of the Pharaoh will find Musa in the house, she put him in the oven and after some time looked inside and saw that Musa was playing with fire. It is a fact that Musa accepted his mother's milk. Asiyah, the wife of the Pharaoh, asked her to stay on to feed him, but Musa's mother refused and took him to her own house. When he was weaned, Asiyah sent someone to her and said that she wanted to see her son. When he was sent to the Pharaoh's house, the people presented him with gifts and showered money and jewels over him. According to reliable sources from Imam Zayn al-Abidin, at the time of Yusuf's death, he called his believers and relatives and praised Allah and informed them that they will be harassed and troubled by the unbelievers. The male will be killed and the bellies of pregnant women shall be cut open to kill the baby inside. Allah will give rights and authority to the son of Yaqub to do justice, and he will be well-built, tall and wheat complexion. The people of the Israelites became sad, and after that they had to face many difficulties. There were no prophets at that time. They were waiting for the prophet for 400 years. When they heard the good news of Musa's birth, their troubles increased. The unbelievers harassed them, hitting them with stones and sticks. They went to a learned man for guidance. He had also left the city for safety. The people sent him a message to guide them. He promised to meet them in the forest. He told them about Musa and showed them his signs and gave the good news that Musa will appear very soon and he will meet them in the night. Musa came there on a camel and had been on an excursion, and he separated from his slaves on the way and came there. He wore a silky scarf. When the learned man saw him, he recognized him immediately. He arose from his place and fell down on his feet and kissed his feet as a respect and said, I praise Allah and am very grateful to him. He has kept me alive for this privilege. The believers also fell at his and thanked Allah for his kindness. Musa told them, Allah, the Great, will release you from your troubles and difficulties very soon, and disappeared from their sight. Musa went to Madian and stayed with Shuaib. This time the Egyptians subjected them to more trouble and their difficulties increased. 50 or more years passed. Their learned man also vanished from their sight. Again they sent a message to him, so again he appeared in the forest. He called them there and consoled them. He said that Allah has revealed to him that you will be free from this trouble within 40 years. They all thanked the Almighty. Again Allah revealed, tell them that Allah decreased for them 10 years from 40 years when they uttered Alhamdulillah. They have to wait for 30 years. The people said Allah is kind and great. All the bounties are bestowed by him and thanked him. Allah said, tell them again that 10 are reduced years. They said, Allah gives reward for the good deeds and no one else except He. Again Allah revealed, tell your people that Allah decreased 10 years from the 20 years. Now only 10 years are left. They all said, no one can remove the bad thing except Allah. Allah said to the learned man, tell them not to stir from their place as He has removed all their troubles. They were discussing about Allah and His kindness. At the same time, Musa appeared. He was on a camel. The learned man wanted to talk about Musa. Musa came near him and saluted him. The learned man asked him his name. I am Musa, he said. He asked, whose son are you? Musa said, I am the son of Imran. The man asked, whose son was Imran? He was the son of Fahad ibn Ladi, the son of Yaqub, replied Musa. He asked why he had come there. Musa replied, I have come from Allah as His prophet. The learned man stood up and kissed his hands with respect. Musa got down from the camel and sat with them. He consoled them and by the permission of Allah guided them and didn't say anything to anyone except Allah. After this incident, 40 years passed, and during these 40 years the Pharaoh was destroyed. According to a tradition of Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, when Musa's mother became pregnant, the signs of pregnancy became apparent. The Pharaoh appointed midwives to inquire about it, and he came to know from the people of the Israelites that a male child will be born from their community by the name Musa ibn Imran, and the Pharaoh will be destroyed by him. So the Pharaoh decided to slay the boy so that he would save himself. He commanded the male and female of the Israelites to live separately. He arrested the males of the Israelites and imprisoned them. When Musa was born, his mother became sad and cried, but Allah Allah softened the heart of the midwife. She asked Musa's mother why her face had become pale. She said that she was worried about her son. If they knew they would slay him. The midwife consoled her. Musa was a charming boy and everyone loved him. As Allah said, Allah filled their heart with affection. The midwife behaved kindly and became a friend. Allah sent a basket from heaven and revealed to Musa's mother to put her son in it and cast the basket into the river and not to worry about him. He will bestow him with apostleship. Musa's mother put him in the basket, closed it, and cast it into the Nile. There were a few tents of the Pharaoh on the bank of Nile. He was sitting with his wife. He saw a big basket floating on the waves and coming towards the bank. He ordered his attendants to bring it to him. He saw a charming baby boy in it. He said, "This child belongs to the Israelites." But Allah placed affection in their hearts. When the Pharaoh decided to kill him, his wife Asiya prevented him and requested to let her adopt him as she was barren. She said, "Maybe he will be useful to us." The Pharaoh ordered his people to search for a wet nurse. Many women were called whose children were killed. Musa did not accept any foster mother. When Musa's mother knew that her child has been taken out from the water by the Pharaoh, she became very sad. She felt like crying and wished to die, but Allah gave her patience and she was one of the true believer of Allah. She asked her daughter to go in search of Musa. Musa's sister came to the Pharaoh's palace and saw her brother from a distance. They didn't know that she was the sister of Musa. The Pharaoh was worried Musa did not suckle any woman. The sister of Musa said, "Shall I show a family who would treat the child well?" They said, "Yes." She went to her mother and brought her to the Pharaoh. Musa's mother took him in her arm and suckled him. The Pharaoh and his wife became happy and the mother of Musa was highly respected by them. They told her to look after him and said they would reward her well. Allah has stated in Qur'an, so he gave him back to his mother that her eye might be refreshed, and that she might no grieve, and that she might know that the promise of Allah is true, but most of them do not know. 28:13. The Pharaoh slaughtered the newborn of the Israelites, but instead of slaying Musa, he was taking care of him and loved him. He was not knowing his future that he had to suffer by Musa. Musa grew up in his care. One day Musa was sitting by the Pharaoh and the Pharaoh sneezed. Musa recited the first verse of Surah Hamdi and the Pharaoh became angry hearing the verse of Qur'an and slapped him and asked what he was reciting. Musa jumped from him and caught his beard tight and uprooted it as the Pharaoh had a long beard. He decided to slay him. Asiya said, "He is just a child. He does not know what he says or does." The Pharaoh said, "He behaves like a grown-up." Asiya said, "Test him." The Pharaoh ordered his men to bring 2 trays. He put some dates in one and put some fire in other. Both dishes were put forth to Musa. Musa wanted to pick the dates, but Archangel Gabriel brought his hand towards fire. He picked up the ember and put it into his mouth, burning his tongue. He wept bitterly. Asiya said, "See, he is an innocent child." The Pharaoh excused him. A narrator asked Imam for how many days Musa was separated from his mother. Imam said, "For 3 days." He asked, "Was Harun a real brother of Musa?" Imam said, "Yes." He asked, "Did Allah's revelation come on both of them?" Imam said, "Allah sent revelation only on Musa. It was narrated to his brother Harun." He asked, "Did they both obey and carry out the commands of Allah?" Imam said, Musa conversed with Allah and wrote Allah's sayings and ordered the people of the Israelites. Whenever Musa was going to converse with Allah, Harun guided the people in his absence. The narrator asked, "Who died first?" Imam said, Harun died before his brother Musa in the desert, and Musa also died in the desert. Musa had no children, but Harun had children. Imam said, Musa stayed with the Pharaoh until he became a young man. When Musa discussed about Allah, the Pharaoh refused to accept the truth. The Pharaoh decided to kill him, so Musa went away. He came to the city and saw 2 people quarreling. One was a believer of Musa and other was an Egyptian. Musa came to them and struck him. He fell down and died on the spot. Musa was terrified. The next day, another Egyptian quarreled with the same person. He asked Musa to help him. The person said, "Oh Musa, do you intend to kill me as you killed a person yesterday?" Musa left him and went away from there. The treasurer of the Pharaoh also became the believer of Musa. Then he turned his face towards Madian, which was far away from there. It takes 3 days to reach there. When he came to the gates of Madian, he saw a well. A group of people were drawing water for their animals. Musa sat there hungry for 3 days. He saw 2 girls waiting with their flocks. Musa asked them, why they did not draw water from the well. They said they could not draw water until the shepherds go away. Our father is a very old man, so we have come to water our sheep. Musa felt pity on them. He asked the shepherds to let him draw water. Musa said he would draw a bucket for him and then one for himself. His bucket was so very big and heavy that 10 people were needed to pull it, but Musa alone pulled. Then he drew a bucket for the daughters of Shaib and watered their sheep. Then returned to sit in the shade and said, "Oh Allah, I am starving." Imam Ali has stated that surely Musa was the nearest of Allah. He asked Allah for bread and not for anything else. On the way he survived on grass. He became very weak and pale. Whatever he ate was visible through his skin. When the girls came home, their father, Shaib, asked how they came early. The girls explained. Shaib asked his daughter to call Musa so that he may reward him. The 2 girls came to him happily and said, "Our father has called you that he may reward you for helping us." Musa stood and walked toward the house of Shaib. While walking, the garments of the girl were blowing by the wind. Musa asked them to walk behind and guide him and said, "We never see the female at their back." So, when Musa came and introduced himself, Shaib said, "Fear not. You are secure from unjust people." The daughter said, "Father, employ him. He is much better person than others and strong and faithful as well." Shaib said, "We knew his physical power by pulling the bucket out of the well, but how do you know about his loyalty?" She said, "He did not allow me to walk before him, so that he cannot see any part of my body from behind." Shaib said that he desired to give one of his daughters to him in marriage, but he put the condition that he should serve him for 8 years. If he completed 10 years, it will be of his own free will. Shaib said he did not wish to be hard to him. If Allah is pleased, he will find him one of the good. Musa said, "This is an agreement between you and me. Whichever of the 2 terms I fulfill any one term, there will be no wrongdoing to me. If I complete 10 years or 8 years in your employment, it depends, and Allah is a witness of what we say." People asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq the term that Musa completed. Imam said, he completed 10 years. They asked that if Musa married before the term or afterwards. Imam said, "Before," and explained that if anyone desires of a suitable woman and her father put terms of 2 months, it is lawful. Musa knew that he would fulfill his term. Then the man asked Imam which daughter did Shaib give in marriage to him. Imam said, "The girl who came to him and invited him to her father for employment, as he was strong and faithful." When Musa completed 10 years, he said that he now wanted to return to his native place to his parents and relatives. Shaib said, "The newborn sheep are yours, take them." Musa made pairs and journeyed with his family. Shaib provided the provisions of journey with them. While leaving, Musa asked Shaib to return his staff, as he wanted his staff. Shaib got many staffs as an ancestral property from his ancestors, and they were kept in a corner of her room. Shaib asked him to go and bring one from it. Musa went inside the house where all staffs were kept. The staff of Nah and Ibrahim moved. He took it and came to Shaib. He said, "Take another staff." Musa took it back and kept among the other staff. Again the same staff moved, and he brought it back to Shaib. It happened 3 times. In the 3rd time, Shaib allowed him to take it and said, "This is Allah's desire." Musa started his journey with his family towards Egypt. On the way, they had to pass through the desert. It was a cold night and they were shivering. All of a sudden, Musa saw a fire at a distance. Allah has stated in Qur'an that Musa completed his term of 10 years and started towards his motherland with his wife. He saw a fire to the right side of a mountain Tor. He said to his wife, "Wait here, I have seen a fire. Maybe I will bring to you from it a brand, so that you may warm yourself." Musa went near the fire and saw a tree lighted with fire. He went near the tree to take some fire from it, but the fire itself came near him. Musa ran in fear. The fire turned toward the tree. It happened twice, and the 3rd time Musa turned away and ran. He heard a voice, "I am Allah, the sustainer of the worlds." Musa said, "What is the proof?" Allah said, "What have you in your hand?" He said, "This is my staff." Allah the Exalted said, "Cast it down." Musa cast it down, and it changed into a serpent. Musa feared and ran. Allah said, "Fear not, pick it up in your hand because you are in safety. Put your hand in your armpit. When you take out your hand, it will be whitish and illuminated without any pain or disease." As the color of Musa's skin was dark when he took his hand out, the surroundings were illuminated. Allah said, "These 2 miracles are your proofs. Now go to the Pharaoh and his community. Indeed, he is one of the group of unbelievers." Musa said, "O Allah, the Sustainer, I have killed one of his men and I fear they will slay me, and the tongue of my brother Harun is more eloquent than me. Allow him to come with me so that he may help me in preaching among the people and verify me. I fear that people will falsify me." Allah revealed, "He will strengthen his arms with his brother and will give both an authority so that they will not harm him with his signs. You too and those who follow you shall be uppermost." What? According to reliable sources, Al-Mamun asked Imam al-Ridha about the explanation of a verse of Qur'an. Imam al-Ridha said that Musa went to one of the cities of the Pharaoh at night. He saw two persons fighting and quarreling each other. One was a believer of Musa, and other was an enemy. The believer asked for help, so Musa overcame him and struck him with his fist and killed him. Musa said that this was on account of Satan's doing. Surely he is an enemy, openly leading astray. Imam said when Musa said, "My Lord, surely I have done harm to myself, so do thou protect me." So he protected him. Surely he is the forgiving, the merciful. Musa said, "My Lord, because thou hast bestowed a favor on me, and I have killed a man, so I shall never be a backer of the guilty, but always I will be the helpful by the permission of yours." And Musa was in his city fearing and awaiting that enemies will arrest him. He saw the same person who had asked his assistance the day before was crying out to him for aid. Today again he disputed with another and asked Musa to help him. Musa said to him, "You are most surely one erring manifestly. You fought with someone yesterday, and today you are fighting with another one. I will give you a strict punishment," and was going to give him a punishment. The man, who was an unbeliever, said, "O Musa, you intend to kill me as you killed a person yesterday? You desire nothing but that you should be a tyrant in the land, and you do not desire to be of those who act aright." Hearing this, Al-Mamun said, "Allah may protect you." Imam al-Ridha said, when he came to the Pharaoh, and said, "Surely we are the messengers of the Lord of the worlds, that send with us the children of Israel." The Pharaoh said, "And you did that deed of yours, which you did, and you are one of the ungrateful." Musa said, "I did it while I was of those unable to see the right course, so I fled from you when I feared you. Then my Lord granted me wisdom and made me of the apostles." According to another tradition, Allah revealed, "I swear of my glory, a person you killed, if he may said that I am a creator of the worlds and a sustainer of the worlds, surely I forgave him and would give you a punishment, but he did not believe in me. That is why I forgive you." Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has stated that the two pieces of land became proud that they are better than Karbala. Allah revealed to keep quiet and not be proud over Karbala, as it is the best land from where I conversed with Musa through a tree, and there is a canal which flows from the river of heaven. That is the Euphrates. It is the best part of that land. And the tree by which I conversed with Musa was the wonderful illumination of Prophet Muhammad al-Mustafa and his family, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has stated, when Musa completed his period of employment of 10 years, he started his journey with his wife towards Jerusalem. He lost the way and saw a fire from the distance, so he moved towards it. According to reliable sources, a person asked Imam al-Ridha if Musa married the same girl, who went to Musa and asked him to come to her father Shaib. Imam said, yes, she was the same, and after 10 years when he wanted to go back to Egypt, Shaib asked him to choose a staff from his collection for you protection. Shaib knew about the staff, which Musa selected. Musa brought the same to Shaib. He recognized it and said to bring another one. He kept it and tried to take another one, but that staff moved and he brought it again. Shaib said, "Did I not tell you to bring to another one?" Musa said, "I kept it aside 3 times, but it comes back to my hand." Shaib allowed him to take it because Allah has granted that staff for him. After that, Musa was visited Shaib every year and served him. When Shaib ate, Musa stood to serve him. According to a reliable tradition, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has stated that the staff belonged to Adam, and from Adam it came in the possession of Shaib and then to Musa. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said, "Now it is with us. Whenever I see it is green and fresh as it was before when it was cut and separated from the tree. If we talk with it, it will talk, and it is kept until Al-Qam, the family of Muhammad, will reappear, use it as Musa was using. Whenever we want, it comes in motion as a serpent. It eats when we command it. The lower part of its mouth comes below the ground, and the upper part touched to the roof. Its mouth opens 40 yards, and it swallows up with its tongue whoever is near it." According to a tradition, Imam has stated that Adam had brought it from the heaven. It was a branch of an heavenly tree, and another tradition states that it was the branch of a date tree or a mango tree. It had 2 branches. Shaib always kept it with him, and when he slept, he kept it below his bed. One day Musa took it in his hand. So Shaib said, I thought you were faithful. Why did you touch it without permission? I would not have touched it if it had not been for me. Then Shaib thought he touched it by the permission of Allah, and he is an apostle. So it was given to him. Imam Jafar Sadiq has stated that the staff Musa was a branch of the tree of heaven, and Archangel Gabriel brought it for him when he headed toward Madian. 2. Thalabi has stated that the staff of Musa had 2 branches on the upper side and 2 curved branches below, and the top of staff was strong like steel. When Musa went to the thick forest or desert before sunrise, the branches of staff gave light. When Musa needed water to drink, he cast his staff into the well, and water came up. When he needed food, he cast his stick on the ground, and food came out from the ground as usual. When he required fruits, he fixed his stick on the ground. It changed into a fruit tree. When it was needed for a battle against enemies, it changed into big serpents and destroyed his enemies. The forests and mountains moved from his way when he cast his staff on the ground. The water of canals also split and gave him way to pass, and from another branch honey overflew. When he was tired of walking, he rode on it, and it took him where he wanted to go. It guided him on the way. It attacked his enemies. It spread a sweet fragrance. When it was cast on the ground, it became a black serpent with 4 legs. Its branches turned into 2 large mouths with many teeth, 12 fangs, and a terribly loud hiss emanated from its mouth. It emitted flames from its mouth. Its wings were shining like stars. Its eyes shone like stars. It exhaled hot air. When it reached to a stone as big as a camel, it swallowed it. Its stomach sounded like stones and removed huge trees from the roots. The Holy Prophet said that in search of Musa, the Pharaoh cut the wombs of pregnant women and slew infants. When Musa was born, Allah told his mother to place him in a basket and cast it into the river. His mother feared and said, You may drown into the sea. Musa said, Do not fear, Allah will send me back to you very soon. She was confused to hear him talking. Musa told her again to cast the basket in the water. Musa did not eat or drink until Allah made him reach the shore. According to traditions, Musa met his mother after 70 days, and according to another tradition, Musa met his mother after 7 months. Imam Jafar Sadiq has stated that Musa separated from his mother for 3 days only. When the Pharaoh came to know that he would be destroyed by Musa, he called his astrologers and knew that Musa will be born in the community of the Israelites. He ordered his attendants to rend the stomachs of the pregnant women of the Israelites. The Pharaoh killed more than 20,000 children in search of Musa, but he could not slay Musa because Allah protected him. Imam al-Hasan al-Askari has stated regarding the verse of Holy Quran, O people of the Israelites, remember, we released your fathers and forefathers from the Pharaoh's tyranny. The Pharaoh troubled them and made them work hard as a punishment and had them construct huge buildings. He tied their legs with chains so they cannot run away, and wearing the neck brace, chains in their legs, they climbed the ladders to the upper rooms, and sometimes they fell down and died, and sometimes their hands and legs broke. Nobody took care of them. Allah revealed to Musa to tell the people, when they start doing the work, to send benediction salawat on Prophet Muhammad and the family of Muhammad so that they can be saved from troubles and difficulties. The people stated sending benedictions on the Holy Prophet and his family. They felt ease. Allah, the Exalted, says, And when we delivered you from the Pharaoh's people who subjected you to severe torment, killing your sons and sparing your women, and in this there was a great trail from your Lord. 249. The women of the Israelites requested the midwife not to declare about their pregnancy, and when they delivered the male child, took him to the desert or in cave and recite salawat 10 times on it. Allah appointed an angel for his breeding. By grace of Allah, milk flew from one of the child's finger, and the child was fed with it. Many children were killed and only few were saved, and they kept the women as their servant or keeper. The people complained to Musa that they kept their sisters and daughter as a servant and deflowered them. Allah the Almighty revealed to Musa, O Musa, ask that women, if they intend to do wrong, recite salawat on Prophet Muhammad and his family. When the Egyptians intend to do the wrong, they become sick and nervous or became busy in other work and could not harm them, and the women were relieved. This was a test from Allah. Allah, the Almighty, says, O the Israelites, remember and think that your father and forefathers were sending salawat on the family of Muhammad. Allah driven away their troubles and prevented evil due to it. Allah says, when you see Prophet Muhammad and believe him, you will be happy and satisfied with Allah's bounties. Imam Ali says regarding the ayah, so he watered their sheep for them. then went back to the shade and said, My Lord, surely I stand in need of whatever good thou mayest send down to me. 28:24. By Allah, he didn't ask for any reward as he was eating whatever grew on the ground and looked feeble and weak. Imam Ali says in his sermon that Allah spoke to Musa what was necessary and Allah gave him one of his signs. Allah is unseen and has no body or limbs. Musa heard Allah's voice from air. 3. Thalabi has narrated in his book that Allah sent Musa with special authority in one night. He was dressed in a shirt, a jacket, and a gown, and a toothpick was fixed in the buttonhole. His jacket and gown were of wool. Allah spoke to him and said, Go to the Pharaoh with apostleship. I am with you. My help and strength are also with you. I am sending you towards the people as they have become proud and fearless of my wrath. They do not believe in me. If I wish to chastise them, all things like the earth, the sky, the mountains, the seas, the trees, the animals will become furious. If I order the sky, it will shower the stones instead of rain. If I order the earth, it will destroy and demolish them. If I order the mountains, they will crush them, and if I order the sea, it will drown them at once. Nothing is difficult for me. I have given them time to think, to understand my toleration also. I am the creator of the world, and nothing is impossible for me. I can make the rich people poor and poorer, rich, and no one is rich in the world except me. If I give him authority and invite him to worship, and make him fear my chastisement and remember the day of the judgment. No one is superior than me. Talk to him softly with respect and according to his status. Talk to him softly with respect and according to this status. Talk to him softly. Do not fear of him. He can't breathe, talk, or blink his without my permission. Let him know about my authority, my forgiveness, kindness, my wrath, or chastisement. Tell him to repent for his sins. Ask forgiveness. I will forgive him if he repents heartily, though he claims to be divine and prevents people from my worship. I tolerated him and bestowed him sufficient food and comforts. Musa was afraid of his chastisement and also worried for his son. Allah ordered an angel to bring his son to him. Musa circumcised him with a pointed stone and his wound healed at once. An angel took his son back to his mother. He stayed with his family there. Once a shepherd from Madian passed by this way. He took Musa's family to Shu'aib and they settled with him until the Pharaoh was destroyed, and after that Shu'aib sent them back to Musa. 4. Musa and Harun sent as prophets to the Pharaoh and his people. According to a tradition of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, the Pharaoh built 7 cities and 7 forts and was besieged inside them in fear of Musa. From one fort to another fort, there were forests with wild beasts. If anybody entered without his permission, the wild beasts attacked and killed him. Allah sent Musa with special authority towards it. When he reached to the first gate, he cast his stake and the gate opened. Musa entered. When the wild beasts saw him, they all ran away. In this way, when he reached every gate, it opened and all wild beasts disappeared from there. At last Prophet came to the last gate. He sat there. He was dressed up in clothes woven of hair and held his staff. A servant of the Pharaoh came out. Musa asked him to get permission from him to meet the Pharaoh. He didn't take notice. Prophet asked him again. He said, Allah has bestowed you with special authority, prophethood, and why not any other person? Musa was very angry and cast his staff, so all the gates between him and the Pharaoh opened. The Pharaoh saw him and called him in. Musa came and sat with a group of scholar and learned people. The Pharaoh was sitting on a throne 80 feet high. Musa said, I have come from the wonderful originator of the heavens and the earth, and I am a prophet. The Pharaoh said, If you are truthful, show us your miracle. Musa cast his staff, which had 2 branches. It became a large serpent and opened its mouth and raised one part of a palace up and remaining part below him. The Pharaoh noticed the flame of fire coming out from his stomach. Another head faced him. Due to fear, the Pharaoh urinated in his clothes. He cried loudly and said, Oh Musa, stop it. Seeing this, the other people ran away. Musa picked up his staff. The Pharaoh came to senses and thought of pledging allegiance to him, but his vizier, Haman, said, Oh my lord, thou Pharaoh, people worship you as a god and you want to be obedient of an ordinary person. His ministers gathered and said that Musa was a magician. They decided on a particular day to challenge him. The Pharaoh invited all the famous magicians to his court to challenge Musa. The magicians threw their ropes and staffs in front of him by their magic. Musa also cast his staff toward them. it became a giant serpent and swallowed their magical ropes and staffs. They were in all 72 magicians. They all bowed down and made obeisance and said, "He is not a magician. His staff is miraculous." Musa gathered the Israelites and moved towards Egypt. The Pharaoh pursued with his army. When Musa and his followers entered in the water, it split and made a way to allow Musa to pass. The Pharaoh reached the shore with his army. They were on the horseback. The Pharaoh feared to enter the sea. By the permission of Allah, Archangel Gabriel came on a mare and entered. Seeing the mare entering into the water, the other male horses along with their riders also entered. Allah, the Great, ordered the water to close on them. They were all drowned. Allah ordered the sea to raise the dead body of the Pharaoh on the water. So the Israelites come to know that the Pharaoh is dead and not hidden anywhere. Allah commanded Musa to return with his people to Egypt. Then Allah bestowed them all the houses and belongings of the Pharaoh. Then Allah ordered him to move toward Syria. When he crossed the sea, he saw another community. They all were gathered near an idol and worshipping it. The people of the Israelites saw this. They asked Musa to make an idol like that for them. Musa said, "You are ignorant. Don't you know that Allah is one, and do you want another God like this?" Imam Jafar as-Sadiq has stated when Musa reached the gate, he was not granted the permission. He cast his staff on the ground. The gates opened and he came to the court of the Pharaoh and declared himself as a prophet of Allah and said, "Allah has sent me to you. Release the people of the Israelites to me. I will take them with me." The Pharaoh said, "I looked after you. When you were a child, didn't you kill a man and became an unbeliever for me? Do you forget how I brought up you?" Musa said, "Yes, I forgot the real path. Then I avoided you though I was worried to do so. But Allah, the Almighty, gave me knowledge and bestowed me with special authority and made me his prophet. It is true that you cared for me and provided all comforts. You did so because you made the people of the Israelites your slaves. You killed their sons." Then the Pharaoh asked, "Who is your God? What are his attributes?" The Pharaoh wanted to know about Allah. How does he look like, etc. Musa said, "Allah is the creator of the heaven and the earth. Everything between the earth and the heavens is in his commands." The Pharaoh was surprised to hear this and said to his companions that he was asking about Allah, and Musa is talking about the earth and the heaven. The Pharaoh warned him if he worshipped any god except him, he would punish him and send him to prison. Musa asked, "If I show you an open miracle, will you not trust me?" The Pharaoh said, "Show me if you are a true prophet." Musa cast down his staff and it became a serpent. Seeing this, the Pharaoh's followers ran away from there. The Pharaoh cried loudly and swore at him. Musa picked up his staff and took out his hand from his pocket. The whole palace was illuminated. When the Pharaoh came to his sense, he thought of becoming a follower of Musa. Haman, his vizier, said, "You are the god of these people and they worship you, and you want to believe him?" Then all the members of the Pharaoh court said that Musa was a great magician. He is very clever and wants to evict you from the city by his magic. The Pharaoh asked what their opinion was about this. They said, "Send your people around the city in search of great magicians." Must be remembered that the Pharaoh and Haman both were magicians and hypnotized the people. 1,000 magicians were collected. The Pharaoh selected 180 were the greatest among them. They asked what reward would they get. The Pharaoh said they would be rewarded from his kingdom. They said, "If Musa could subdue our magic, we shall become the followers and believers of Musa." The Pharaoh said he would also do the same. "But now you try your best to bring Musa under your control." They gathered in an open space. Musa was called. A throne was erected for the Pharaoh 50 feet high. It was made of steel and shone brightly in the sun. The Pharaoh and Haman came and sat on a dome-like throne. It was so high so that they could see clearly. Musa raised his head and was waiting for Allah's revelation. The magicians saw him watching the sky. They said, "We can't use our magical power on the sky. We can use our power on the earth only." Then they asked who would start first. Prophet asked them to begin. They threw their magical ropes and staves towards Musa, swore by the name of the Pharaoh that they succeed. The ropes and staves moved like snakes and serpents towards him. Allah revealed, "Musa, don't fear, you will be successful over them. Cast down your staff. It will swallow all the magic and magical things. It is their evil deed, but yours is a divine miracle." When Musa cast down his staff, it became a huge serpent. It raised its head and opened its mouth. It raised its upper side up to 80 feet high where the Pharaoh and Haman were sitting, and again bent down his head and swallowed their magic. Seeing this, all men and women started running. About 10,000 people, including their children, were crushed in the stampede. Then the serpent moved toward the Pharaoh and Haman. Their clothes spoiled in fear and hair turned gray. Seeing their condition, Musa started running. Allah revealed to him to pick up the staff and not to be afraid. Allah promised him that he would improve their condition as they were before. Musa wrapped his hand in his shawl and put his hand in serpent's mouth and held its tongue. The serpent turned into his staff. Seeing this, all the magicians made obeisance to him and said, "We believe in you and Allah." The Pharaoh was very angry and said, "You believe him and accept his religion, but I do not allow you to do that. Tell me, is Musa your leader? Has he taught you magic? You will come to know how I will punish you. I will cut off your hands and legs and hang you on the date palm." They said, "We are not afraid of you and your punishment, as we have turned to Allah, and He, the Great, will help us and forgive us, as we have accepted his prophet as faith." The Pharaoh ordered his men to arrest them. Allah sent his chastisement on the Pharaoh's community and revealed to Musa to leave the city along with his followers that night. Musa and the Israelites came to the bank of the river Nile. The water of river split and made a way to cross the river. Musa and his people stepped into the river. When the Pharaoh came to know Musa's activity, he also collected his army of 60,000 people and went ahead, and he also came along with his people. In the early morning, at the time of sunrise, the Pharaoh and his armies had come near. Musa ordered the river to split. The river said, "I never disobeyed Allah and his commands. You have so many people with you who were disobeying Allah before." Musa said, "O river, beware of Allah's wrath, and you know it very well. When Prophet Adam disobeyed Allah, Allah removed him from heaven." The river said, "My Lord is great. I obey his commands if he orders me." Yusha ibn Nun came to Musa and said, "O Prophet, what is the order of Allah?" Musa said to cross the river. Then Yusha stepped into the river with his horse and crossed the river safely. He and his horse did not even get wet. The people of the Israelites were afraid to cross the river. Allah revealed to Musa to cast his staff on the river. When he did so, the river split and made 12 ways in it. The sun dried the watery ground. There were 12 tribes in Musa's army. The people of 12 tribes stepped into the river by 12 ways. A tribe, which was with Musa, cried loudly and asked about the other people. Musa said, "They are crossing the river." The water of river stopped its movement like a mountain on their head, and the people were crossing the river. When Musa said they are crossing the river, they did not believe, so Allah ordered the river to make holes in water so that they can see each other and talk. When the Pharaoh saw the miracle, he said to his people, "He has split the water for you." But no one dared to enter the river. Even their horses were afraid of water and running when the Pharaoh moved ahead to enter into it. His astrologer came to him and said not to go into the water, but he didn't heed. His horse stopped for a while. All his people were on the horseback. At once Archangel Gabriel approached on a mare and entered the river, and the last man of the Pharaoh entered into the river. Allah ordered the wind to move the water, and the mountain of water fell on them. This was the great chastisement from Allah. The Pharaoh said, "I believe in Allah. No one is like him." Archangel Gabriel took a handful of dirty mud and threw on his face and said, "Now seeing the divine chastisement, you believe in Allah. Before this, you were creating mischief on the earth." Thought Ali ibn Ibrahim has stated about the penitential verse of the Holy Qur'an, "But on account of mercy from your Lord, surely his grace to you is abundant." The Pharaoh said his community believed him to be their God. "There is no God but he." Then he ordered his chief vizier Haman to prepare a high tower made of bricks so that he can search for Musa's Allah. Haman prepared a high tower. It was very high that no one can climb or sit due to strong wind. He said he couldn't make it higher than this. When it was ready, Allah sent a strong wind on it. The wind demolished it, and it fell down into pieces. Then the Pharaoh prepared a large trunk. He towed 4 young ones of vulture. When they grew up, he fixed some sticks in each side of a trunk. He tied loaves of meat on each of the sticks. He kept them hungry for many days. He tied their legs with the wooden sticks. Then the Pharaoh and Haman both sat in it. The vultures flew high in the sky. The whole day they flew in the sky. The Pharaoh asked his vizier to look at the sky whether they reached to the sky or not. Haman said, "Still the sky seemed far." Then he asked him to look down. Haman said, he couldn't see anything except the sea. They flew until sunset. The sea disappeared from their sight. It was darkness everywhere. Haman looked at the sky, but it seems very far as before. Again the Pharaoh asked him whether they reached the sky or not. Haman said the stars look very far away from there, as if he was seeing them from the earth. So again both of them came down to the earth. Sheikh Tabarsi and Al-Qutb al-Rawandi have quoted from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir and Imam Jafar as-Sadiq and many other scholars pharaohs that Musa's miracle made all the magicians and astrologers his believers, but the pharaoh was one of the unbelievers. That day about 60,000 Israelites accepted Islam. Haman, the vizier of the pharaoh, advised him to arrest those who believed in Musa. Allah sent famine upon the Egyptians. Al-Qutb al-Awaniya said, when the community of the pharaoh decided to harm him, the pharaoh ordered his men to build a tall tower so that he would go up and fight with Musa's God. Haman prepared it with the help of 50,000 workers. They built a tower of bricks, wooden sticks, and iron nails. It was the highest building of that time. Its foundation rested on a high mountain. When it was prepared, Allah sent an earthquake and the buildings was demolished with all the workers. They all were destroyed. The pharaoh said to Musa, "Your Allah is just and kind to all. Was this the judgment of your God? Now you get out from here along with your followers and keep up preaching them." Allah sent revelation to his apostle that he separate from him and leave him to Allah, as he wanted to collect an army to fight you and decide a particular time with him. Keep your followers separate from him. Build houses for the join with one another. Musa fixed the period of 40 days with the pharaoh. Allah the Great ordered them for prayer. Allah sent revelation that he was collecting his army for the battle, but not to fear him. Musa left with his miraculous staff, which was still a serpent. Musa was walking behind him and the people were surprised to see him running away. Musa came to his army and picked it up. It turned to its original shape. Prophet collected his people and built a mosque for prayer. When the period of 40 days was over, Allah revealed to him to cast his staff on the river Nile. When he cast his staff on water, it became red like blood. Ali ibn Ibrahim has stated that when the Israelites became the believers of Musa, the rich people of the community of the pharaoh asked him, "If you leave them without punishing them, they will create a great trouble, as they do not believe in you and your idols." The pharaoh is an idol worshipper at first. The pharaoh said, "We would kill their boys and arrest their girls as we are ruling over them." When the pharaoh arrested people of the Israelites, they said, "He killed our sons and subjected them to torture." Musa consoled them and urged them to have faith in Allah. He would destroy them soon. You will be owner of his land. Remember him and be grateful to him. Allah, the Most High, sent different kinds of chastisements on them. When they got something good, they said it was due to their good deeds, and if they faced any trouble, they said it was due to Musa and his people. Musa went to the pharaoh and said, "Release the Israelites," but he did not obey. Prophet hated them. Allah sent heavy rainfall, and many houses were demolished and many people destroyed. The rest of them went to the forest and built tents for themselves. But the people of the Israelites were safe. The water collected in and around their houses. So the pharaoh asked Musa to pray to Allah to relieve them from wrath. "We will believe in your God, and the people of the Israelites who are the prisoners will be released." Musa prayed to Allah, and the rainstorm stopped, but they were the liars. Again Haman said to the pharaoh, "If you release them and send them to Musa, he will overcome you." The pharaoh did not keep his promise and did not release them. In the same year, Allah made them prosperous, so they said, this was the blessing for them. They transgressed more. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated from some other books that Allah sent revelation on Musa and he indicated towards east and west with his staff. Locusts gathered from both the directions, and the crops and fruits were devastated. Their clothes, doors, and other belongings were also spoiled, but the people of the Israelites were safe. Then the locusts attacked their bodies and ate their hair and beards. So the Egyptians came to him, but the Pharaoh sent them to Musa. They requested him to pray for them and said if he released them from this trouble, they will become his followers, and the people of the Israelites also will be free from their prison. Musa went toward the forest and indicated towards east and west by his staff. At once the locusts disappeared. Again Haman asked the Pharaoh not to release them. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that in the 3rd month of the same year, Allah sent louses, and some says they were tiny locusts without wings. They spoilt their fields and uprooted their crops. According to another tradition, Musa went to a high mountain of Egypt by the permission of Allah. It is known as Ain al-Shams, and cast down his staff. By the permission of Allah, numerous louses came out from the ground and entered their clothes and food. Whatever they ate, they found louses in it, and they hurt their bodies. Some said that they were tiny worms and spoilt their things. Ever the flour was contaminated with them. In every 10 kilograms of flour, there were 3 kilogram worms. This was the severe punishment for them. The worms ate their hair, eyelashes, and their beard. Each part of their bodies was filled with it. They could not sleep at night. But people of the Israelites were safe. Again, people complained to the Pharaoh. He sent them back to Musa and requested him to release them from this trouble. The trouble was removed, but they did not release the people of the Israelites from the prison. Musa stayed with them for a week, but they did not believe him and did not release them. Then in the 4th year or 4th month, Musa came to the bank of the river Nile and pointed to water by the order of Allah. May frogs came out and moved toward the houses of unbelievers and entered their food. Their houses were full of frogs. They entered their vessels and spoiled their food. They hid in their clothes and vessels. All the people were in trouble all the time. Whenever they wanted to talk or open their mouth to eat, the frogs entered their mouth. At last they came to Musa and requested him to save them from this trouble. They promised him they will accept his religion and release the people from prison. After 7 days, Musa went to the river and pointed with his staff. All the frogs disappeared into the sea. Again, they did not keep their promise. Again, in the 5th year or in the 5th month, Musa came to the river Nile and by the permission of Allah, cast his staff on the water. The water of Nile and canals became red like blood when they drank the water to blood. But for the people of the Israelites it was clean. The Egyptians told the Israelites to drop water from their mouths into their mouths. The people of the Israelites did when water was dropped into their mouth, it changed into blood. The Pharaoh and his people were very thirsty. They ate the leaves and sucked juices of vegetables instead of water, but juice also became blood in their mouth. Al-Qutb al-Rawandi has narrated that the water became salty. 7 days or 40 days passed. They were eating and drinking blood only. At last they requested Musa for this and were released, but their pride and infidelity increased. Ali ibn Ibrahim narrates from Imam as-Sadiq that Allah rained red ice on them. They had never seen it before. Many people died in this calamity. Again they went to Musa to pray for them, remove this profanity from them. We will believe in you and release your people, they said. Again Musa prayed for them, and the wrath was dispelled, but again their infidelity increased. Musa prayed, O Allah, you have given them all comforts. Due to this they make their people tread the wrong path and people follow them. So make their money and all belongings useless. Allah turned all their belongings into stones. All things became useless, but they did not improve their conduct. Allah revealed to him that he would send the chastisement of plague on the Pharaoh's daughters and all females, whether human beings or beasts. They would all be destroyed. Musa conveyed the good news to his community. The spies conveyed this news to the Pharaoh at once. The Pharaoh ordered his men to bring all the women of the Israelites. We shall keep them with our females. When chastisement will come, they will die and our females will be saved. It is obvious that sensible people cannot claim to be God. Allah sent the chastisement of plague on the female species at night. The females of every species perished except the females of the Israelites. In the same night, 80,000 female animals also died. The females of the Pharaoh's community had so much of precious jewels. After that, Allah sent his revelation to Musa that he desires to give all the properties of the Pharaoh's family to the women of the Israelites as a gift. Ask all the women of the Israelites to demand for all their properties to give them as a gift. Due to the divine chastisement, they all are in grief, and they will not refuse to give away their women's belongings. When they obtained the things, Allah ordered Musa to leave the city with his people. Ali ibn Ibrahim narrates from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that the Israelites called out for help to Musa and asked him to pray to Allah to release them from the Pharaoh's harassment. At that time, Allah sent his revelation to Musa. Oh, Musa, collect all these believers and leave the city at night. Musa said, there is a river in between. How shall we cross it? Allah said, I shall order it to split for you. Musa collected his people and moved towards the river. When the Pharaoh came to know, he also collected his army and pursued them. When Musa reached the shore, he asked it to split for him. The water asked the reason and said it would not be split without the permission of Allah. In the meantime, the army chief of the Pharaoh came to them. The people of the Israelites were afraid and said, Oh, Musa, you have cheated us and brought us here. It was better to be a slave of the Pharaoh than to die. Musa consoled them and said, Allah is great. He is a good guide. He gives us guidance to follow to the right path. Musa did not like them talking senselessly. They said, "Oh, Musa, you promised us that the water would split and let us cross. Now the Pharaoh's army is upon us." Musa raised his hands and prayed to Allah. Allah revealed to him to cast the staff on water. When he cast his staff, the water split, and Musa, along with his people, entered the sea. At that, the Pharaoh's army approached there and saw the sea split. The Pharaoh said that he has split the sea by his order. Now enter the sea and follow them. The Pharaoh and his army entered the sea. When they were halfway, Allah ordered the water to immerse them. They all drowned. When the Pharaoh was drowning, he cried, "O Musa, I believe in God. There is not other God except He. I have become a Muslim." Allah said, "First you were disobedient and created trouble on the land. Now today I will free you from the world." Imam said, "The Pharaoh and his whole community drowned, no one survived. They were all consigned to the fire hell, but the Pharaoh's dead body was left at the seashore, so that the other people of the city can see and recognize him and understand that he is dead because they all believed him to be their God, so that other people derive a lesson and knowledge from it." It is stated that when Musa gave the news to his people that Allah has drowned the Pharaoh, the people had doubted it. They said, "He cannot die." So Allah ordered the sea to throw his dead body out to the seashore that people can see him. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that Archangel Gabriel was visiting the Holy Prophet in sorrowful condition. Allah sent a magnificent verse of Holy Qur'an to the Holy Prophet. This verse is indicated in the following ayah. Archangel Gabriel brought this verse to the Holy Prophet in a happy mood. Prophet asked him why he looked so happy. Archangel Gabriel said, "O Prophet, when the Pharaoh was drowning and said he believed that there is no God but He is whom the people of Israel believe, and He is one of them. But I threw a handful of mud and filled his mouth with it and recited this above verse. And I recited this verse without the permission of Allah. I was worried Allah will dislike it. But when Allah ordered me to bring this verse to you, I was assured that Allah was pleased with me." Imam al-Ridha has stated that when the Pharaoh pursued Musa, there were 6 lakh people in his army and 1 lakh people in another army. When both the armies reached the seashore, the Pharaoh's horse reared and did not step into the sea. In the meanwhile, Archangel Gabriel approached on a mare and passed by the horse and stepped into the sea. The Pharaoh's horse also followed the mare and then the whole army behind them. According to a tradition of Imam al-Ridha, Allah revealed to Musa, "When the moon appears in the heavens, you should all enter the sea and also take with you Yusuf's body from Egypt, so that he can send chastisement on the Pharaoh." That day the moon appeared late, so Musa thought Allah delays to send chastisement because Yusuf's body was not taken out, as nobody knew the place where Yusuf was buried. The people said that an old woman knew it. When she was brought to Musa, she was very old, weak and blind. Musa asked the old lady about Yusuf's grave. She said she knew the place, but will not show it until he grants her 4 wishes. According to another tradition, she asked Musa to guarantee a good place in heaven. Musa was confused, but Allah revealed, "Give her whatever she wants. I will accept whatever you grant her." Musa prayed and Allah granted her wishes. She indicated the grave of Yusuf on the banks of River Nile. Yusuf's body was placed in a marble coffin. Musa took it out and at once the moon appeared in the sky. Yusuf's body was taken to Syria and buried there. That is why the people of the book like to go to Syria. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq has narrated that when Musa called that old woman and asked her to show the place of Yusuf's grave, she said, "By Allah, unless and until you promise me to grant my wishes, I will not show you the place." Allah sent him revelation. What is the difficulty? Musa told her to ask whatever she wanted. She said that her desire was to stay in heaven near him. According to another tradition, it is said that the Pharaoh tried to destroy the Israelites. He made a plan to kill all the believers of the Israelites. One day, he invited them for a feast. It was Sunday, the day of the Pharaoh's Eid. He mixed poison in their food. Allah revealed to Musa, "Give them some kind of medicine to eat, so that poison will be useless." Musa attended the feast with the Israelites. He told the women and children to go back and ordered the remaining people not to touch food before taking the medicine prescribed by Allah. The poison was in a small quantity, as little as a hole of a needle. When food was served, they started eating as much as possible. Musa, his brother Harun, and Yusha ibn Nun and many others were sitting in a special place. Their food was more poisonous. The Pharaoh swore that he would not allow anyone else to serve them. He himself served them the poisoned food. When all were satiated, Musa said, "We have not brought our women and children with us." The Pharaoh said food would be given for them. Musa returned with his people. The Pharaoh had prepared the food without poison for his people, but when they ate the food, they died at once. About 70,000 male and 160,000 women of his community died, except animals. But Musa's people were safe. The Pharaoh and his close friends were surprised, but they did not believe in Allah and his prophet. According to a reliable tradition, Imam Ali has said that 6 things were born without a mother. They are 1 Prophet Adam, 2 Hawa, 3 ram of Prophet Ibrahim, 4 staff of Musa, 5 she-camel of Prophet Salih, 6 a heavenly bird named Terror, which was made by Isa, who came to life by Isa's order. According to a reliable tradition, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has stated that the people of the Israelites were divided into groups. One group joined the Pharaoh's army. They thought, if Musa will not succeed, they shall go to the Pharaoh's side. When Musa and his community separated from the Pharaoh, the people of that group also galloped on their horses and ran towards Musa, but Allah sent his angels on them. They slapped them and turned them to the Pharaoh's army, and at last they all were destroyed with them. According to a reliable tradition from Imam al-Rida, one of the companions of Musa's had his father in the group of the Pharaoh. When the Egyptian army came to Musa, the companion came to his father to persuade him by good words and make him a believer of Musa. While talking, they both entered the water, but both of them drowned. When Musa came to know, he said, "They died according to Allah's will. But when the chastisement comes upon the sinners, it destroys both." The Pharaoh is one of the 5 individuals that will get the most severe punishment on the Day of Judgment. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has stated that Allah gave him ample time, 40 years. First, when the Pharaoh declared himself God and said, "There is no other God except he." Second, he said, "He is a God, the greatest of all." Due to this, he was hated by Allah and his prophets Musa and Harun. Allah sent the revelation on his prophet. His prayer is accepted. This revelation came on him when 40 years passed after the Pharaoh's death. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has narrated that at the time of the Pharaoh's infidelity, Archangel Gabriel prayed to Allah, "You give him sufficient time and leave him without punishing him," and he, the Pharaoh, claimed himself as God. Allah said, "This thought is like that of an ordinary person who is afraid that an opportunity once lost never comes back." Imam al-Rida has stated about the land of Egypt that Allah did not punish the people of the Israelites and was not satisfied until they returned to Egypt. Imam Musa bin Ja'far has narrated that Musa was reciting a dua while entering the court of the Pharaoh. Due to his prayer, Allah changed his happy mind into a fearful person. Once people asked Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that when the Pharaoh said, "Let me kill Musa," what stopped him from it? Imam said that he was of legitimate birth, and that itself was the obstacle, because only a bastard can kill a prophet and his family members. According to a tradition, Imam has stated that when Musa and Harun entered the court of the Pharaoh, they saw that all courtiers were of legitimate birth and not bastards. If any bastard were there, he would have told him to kill Musa. Whenever the pharaohs sought their advice on killing Musa, they showed him another plan to harass him. One who advised to kill was a real bastard. Hassan, the narrator, has stated from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that when the pharaoh intended to punish anyone, he made him lie down with his face to the ground or on a plank and drove pegs in his hands and legs and left him in this condition until he died. That is why the pharaoh was known as possessor of pegs in his community. Allah says that he has bestowed 9 symbols to Musa. According to a reliable tradition from the Imam, the 9 symbols were 1 the staff, 2 luminous hand, 3 locusts, 4 louses, 5 frogs, 6 blood, 7 storm, 8 splitting of water, 9 and the stone from which 12 streams flow. According to another tradition from Imam as-Sadiq, when Allah sent a revelation on Prophet Ibrahim that he would bestow him a son named Ishaq by his wife Sarah, his wife said that her husband had become old and she too. Allah sent a revelation that they will get a son and said, "His family will be very big and the Pharaoh will kill many people from his family." It would happen because Sarah rejected my words. When the people of the Israelites were in Allah's chastisement, they recited prayer for 40 days and urged Allah to release them. Allah sent his revelation to Musa and Harun to them free from the Pharaoh's punishment. Due to their request, Allah subtracted 170 years from 400 years. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq says, "To save yourself from sorrow and unhappiness, request Allah, the Merciful. He will make you free from all the troubles, and our last Imam Al-Mahdi will be up here soon. If you do not do so, the difficulties will increase. Imam Ali has stated that Allah takes trial of infidels people by his friends. Musa and Harun came to the Pharaoh in woolen clothes with a miraculous staff and had decided, if he would accept Islam and become a Muslim, his kingship and his respect will remain safe. Hearing them, the Pharaoh said to his companions, they both are giving false advice to usurp my kingdom and sovereignty. See their condition and their dress. They are like beggars, so they are after wealth only. He said because he was a greedy person himself and felt insulted to wear woolen clothes. According to a reliable tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, it was Wednesday when he was drowned. It was the same day that he decided to kill Musa and the people of the Israelites, and in the same day Allah sent chastisement on him. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says, when Musa came to his wife, she asked him where he comes from. He said, from the owner of the fire. In the morning he came to the Pharaoh. Imam said, by Allah, he came raising his hands. His body was full of hair. His skin was wheatish. He had worn a woolen coat. He had a staff in his hand, and a bunch of dates was tied to his waist, and his shoes were made of donkey hide. People informed the Pharaoh that a young man was waiting at the door and says that he is an apostle of Allah. The Pharaoh ordered his man, the master of lions, to release the lions on him. It was his habit when he was in anger. Musa cast down his staff on the door. At once all 9 doors opened. The Pharaoh had kept the door closed for his own safety. When the doors opened, the lions came out and bowed their head on Musa's feet and began to circle him. The Pharaoh and his men were astounded. Then Musa entered in his court. Allah says in Qur'an about the argument of the Pharaoh and Musa. The Pharaoh ordered his man to hold Musa's hands and asked another man to kill him. They came to Musa for this purpose. Archangel Gabriel killed them with his sword at once. They were 6 who came one by one, and they all were killed by Archangel Gabriel. Seeing this, the Pharaoh ordered them to let Musa free. Then Musa took out his hand from his pocket. His hand was shining like the sun, and nobody could fix his glance at it. Then Musa cast down his staff. It became a large serpent and held the whole palace into its mouth to swallow it. But the Pharaoh asked Musa to spare him time for a day. 6. Ibn Babawayh has quoted that water of Nile became lesser. People come to the Pharaoh and asked him to increase the water. The Pharaoh said he is not happy with them. That is why he had made the water flow slowly. Again the people came to him and complained that their all animals died of thirst and warned, if you don't increase the water flow, we will search for another god in your place. The Pharaoh said, all right, come with me to the forest. He went aside in a corner, so the people cannot see or hear him. He kept his face on the ground and raised his forefinger toward the heavens and requested Allah and said, there is no other God except He, and He is only able to make the water flow or stop it. Increase the flow for the sake of your people. Allah heard his prayer as He is knowing and hearing. At once the water of Nile started flowing more as before. The Pharaoh said to his people that he had increased the water flow. Seeing this, they made obeisance to the Pharaoh. Archangel Gabriel came to him and said, I have a claim, so please be impartial. He asked what his complaint was. The Archangel Gabriel said, I gave the full authority to one of my servants on others. Now he keeps enmity with me and became a friend of my enemy. He is also against my friends. Do justice and clear the matter. The Pharaoh said, your servant has become disobedient. If he comes under my control, I will drown him in the sea. Archangel Gabriel said, give me your assurance in writing. The Pharaoh ordered for a pen and a paper and wrote, a person who is disobedient to his master and keeps enmity and makes friendship with the enemies of his master should be drowned in deep water. Archangel Gabriel took his signature. When the Pharaoh entered the water, Archangel Gabriel approached him with that paper and said, this is the order for you. You have written it yourself. Imam as-Sadiq and Imam al-Qadim have narrated regarding the verse from the Holy Qur'an. Allah ordered his prophets Musa and Harun to go to the Pharaoh as he has become an infidel. Talk to him softly so he would be obedient and fear of my chastisement. Imam has stated softly means to talk to him with respect by saying my Lord. This word shows respect. But Allah knew the Pharaoh was disobedient and did not believe in them. Besides, he did not like to follow the advice of others. But when he was caught in divine chastisement and was drowning, he feared and accepted the truth. He said he believed in Allah and became a Muslim, as the people of the Israelites believe in him. But it was too late. Allah did not accept his prayer. Allah said, Now you accept me as your God, seeing my chastisement. First you were disobeying me and spreading dispute and disturbance on the land. Now today I shall raise your body from the land so that the new generation will take lesson. Allah has declared in the Qur'an, "What? Now, and indeed you disobeyed before and you were of the mischief makers. But we will this day deliver you with your body that you may be assigned to those after you. And most surely the majority of the people are heedless to our communications." 1090-91. Imam al-Rida was asked why Allah destroyed the Pharaoh in his chastisement. What was his fault? In the last moment, he accepted faith and believed in Allah. Imam replied, he believed in Allah when he beheld the chastisement. Allah has declared clearly in Quran about his commands and chastisement. His judgment is equal to all, and for the new generations, Allah has stated, "O Prophet Muhammad, say when the signs of his chastisement came into light, and unbelievers, who were not believing in me, will not be excused." In this way Allah did not accept his request at the time of chastisement. Allah said to the Pharaoh his body would be thrown at them, so that the new generations and remaining people will take example from it. The Pharaoh was drowned with the weight of iron from top to bottom. When he was drowned, his body was thrown out to the height so that the people would see him. It was the example for the people. Due to divine power, his body floated on water instead of sinking. First, as an example for the people, and secondly, when he was drowning, he cried to Musa to save him. Allah revealed to Musa not to accept his request because you have not created him, but he. If he asked him to help, he would help him, but he did not do. 7. Imam al-Hasan al-Askari has stated that Allah says, "And when we parted the sea for you, so we saved you and drowned the followers of the Pharaoh, and you watched by." 250. When Musa reached the shore, Allah revealed to him to keep up praying and recite the names of the Holy Five, i.e. Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein, and pray to me. Imam al-Hasan Askari has stated, if you do so, Allah, the Great, will change waterways into land, and you can pass on it easily. The people of the Israelites said to Musa, "You always advise us something, and we don't like that. We left the city in the fear of the Pharaoh, and you ask us to recite the names and enter into the sea. We are afraid, if we do so, what will happen to us?" At that time Kalib bin Yukna came to Musa on the horseback. They had to cross the gulf, which was far from there. He asked, "O Prophet of Allah, has Allah ordered you to recite these auspicious names and enter?" Musa said, "Yes." He said, "Do you agree with this and order us to say so?" Musa said, "Yes." He obeyed the order and started reciting the names, put faith in Allah, and prayed to Allah to help him pass the gulf. He stepped into the water. The way of the sea became hard below the hooves of the horse and reached to the gulf. Again he came back running to Musa and faced the Israelites and asked them to obey Musa. He said, "This is not a prayer, but these auspicious names are the key of heaven and a lock of hell. This is a good support to earn living, and it is a good security for the followers of Allah, and makes him happy." But the people refused to walk on the water and said they would prefer to walk on the land. Allah sent a revelation on him to cast his staff on water by taking the auspicious name of the Holy Prophet and his family and ordered the water to split. When Musa did so, a path appeared in water. Then Musa asked them to walk. They said, "There is dirt and mud on the surface of the sea. If they go in, they will stick into it." Allah revealed to him to pray to the Almighty for the sake of the Holy Prophet and his family, to dry the surface of the sea. We will dry the surface for the sake of the auspicious names. Allah sent favorable wind to dry the surface. Then Musa asked his people to move. They said they were of 12 tribes. If they walk on one path, they will try to go ahead from one another. They doubt they would quarrel among themselves. They wanted to go by different paths. Allah revealed to him to cast the staff by the name of Prophet and his family and pray to him to make the land appear for them and remove their sorrow. In this way the 12 paths appeared and the morning breeze dried the surface. Musa asked them to walk. They said that their 12 groups will walk on the 12 paths, but they will be unknown for one another. Musa prayed to Allah for the sake of Holy Prophet and his family to make holes in the mountains of water so that they can see one another and talk through the holes. When they entered the sea, the Pharaoh came to the shore with his army. Seeing them walking in the sea, the Pharaoh and his army also entered. The Egyptians wanted to come out from the sea. Allah ordered the sea to flow high, So all the people sank into sea, and Musa's followers watched them drown. In the time of the Prophet, Allah revealed to the Jews of that time why they did not believe in him, Muhammad, when they know very well that Allah completed all the bounties on their ancestors as the Sadaqah of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. Merit of Asiya, the wife of the Pharaoh and the believer of the people of the Pharaoh. Allah says, and certainly we sent Musa with our communications and clear authority to the Pharaoh, Haman, and Qarun, but they said, a lying magician. 40:23-24. When Musa came to them with a sign of authority, the people said, kill their sons and leave their daughters alive. They were following the wrong path. The Pharaoh cried in anger, let me kill Musa. I am afraid of him that he seeks help from his God. He will spoil your religion and will spread mischief on the land. One of the believers of the Pharaoh who believed in Allah secretly said, you want to kill a man who believes in Allah, the Lord of the world, though he has come to you with an open sign of miraculous staff. If he is a liar, he will suffer, and if he is true, he will benefit you with his good deeds. Allah does not help the sinners and liars. O people of my community, you are ruling and enjoying and settled in your land in Egypt. But say, if Allah's chastisement comes upon us, who will save us? The Pharaoh said, I know you, what you are, and I also follow your advice and respect you. A man who believed in Allah in private said, O people, indeed I am afraid for you, as the community of previous prophets were disbelievers and they all were destroyed in divine chastisement. The peoples of Prophet Nuh, Hud, and Salih were also destroyed in chastisement. Allah does not oppress the people. O my people, fear Allah's judgment, when you will be thrown in hell and no one will help you from the wrath. And indeed, Allah sent his apostle Yusuf to you with clear sign, but you did not believe in him until he passed away. You doubted that he was a real prophet, and you said, Allah will not send any other prophet after him. Allah also leaves the sinners and doubters in the dark. Then the believer of Allah asks the people to believe in him, so he makes them follow the right path. He said, life is short and temporary in the world. Oh, people, you invite me to your wrong path, and I invite you to follow the right path. You want me to become a disbeliever and give respect to one who has no knowledge. I call you towards Allah, the merciful, and you invite me to your God. Indeed, the disbeliever will go to hell. I leave everything on Allah, the Great. He is knowing and hearing. Allah kept his believers in his protection and involved the disbelievers in strict punishment. Allah has given the example of the Pharaoh's wife. He is quoted in Holy Qur'an when she said, my Lord, build for me a house in heaven and deliver me from the Pharaoh and his doing, and deliver me from the unjust people. 28:11. The Holy Prophet has said that three persons were the good believers of Allah, i.e., one the believer of the Pharaoh's people, two Ali ibn Abi Talib, and three Asiya. The Holy Prophet has said, Khadijah bin Khuwaylid, Fatima al-Zahra, Maryam the daughter of Imran, and Asiya, the wife of the Pharaoh, are the four ladies of paradise. Imam al-Hasan Askari has stated that Prophet Ezekiel invited the Egyptians toward Allah and toward the prophethood of Musa and declared Prophet Muhammad one of the best from all prophets and Imam Ali and the families of other prophets. He advised the people to avoid the Pharaoh's lordship. The backbiters said to the Pharaoh that Prophet Ezekiel instigates people against him. The Pharaoh said, he is my cousin and my heir. If he is against with me, he will be punished, and if you are wrong in this matter, you will be punished. Then he ordered Prophet Ezekiel to be present in the court. The people asked him to appear to the Pharaoh, but he refused to accept the Pharaoh as God. Prophet Ezekiel said, O Lord, have you ever heard me lying? The Pharaoh said, no. Then he asked the Pharaoh to ask his people who their God is. They said, the Pharaoh is our Lord. Then he asked the Pharaoh to ask them who has created them. They said, of course, the Pharaoh. Then he said to ask them who gives them sustenance and other necessities and who saves them from troubles. They said, the Pharaoh, our Lord. Prophet Ezekiel said, I witness you and all the people of your court that their God is my God. The God who provides all the bounties, livelihood to all, is my God. There is no other God except he. And oh, Lord, I make you and all who are present here as my witness, that I am very much annoyed of other gods except he, and I do not believe in them. Prophet Ezekiel told them indirectly that he believes in Allah only and not their Lord. They could not understand what he said and whom he meant. The Pharaoh became very angry and said that they have created a rift between them. They are liable for his severe punishment because they wish to create disturbance in his kingdom and spoil relationships. As a punishment, he ordered his people to make them sleep. putting their legs on their breasts and nailed their hands and legs and sawed their flesh from their bones. Allah, the Great, kept his prophet safe from the Pharaoh's punishment. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that a believer of Allah from the family of the Pharaoh kept his belief secret for 600 years. He was suffering some kind of disease. His fingers fell off. He was raising his hands toward the people and inviting them to Allah, so Allah made him safe from their fraud. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq has narrated that the Pharaoh gave him much trouble, but Allah saved him. Al-Qutb al-Rawandi has narrated that the Pharaoh sent 2 of his men to bring his girl. They found him on a mountain in prayer. They saw animals around him and decided to arrest him. But Allah, the Great, ordered an animal as tall as camel to come in between and attack them until his girl was free from prayer. When he saw them, he feared and prayed to Allah to save him the Pharaoh's harassment. You are my Lord and I trust you. You are my owner and I believe in you. Oh Allah, I request you, if they intend to attack me, let the Pharaoh come over them, and if they are good, help them and guide them. Seeing him, the 2 men returned. While returning, one said to another, I will keep secret about his girl. What will we get if he is killed? Another said, we will inform the Pharaoh about him. When they came to the Pharaoh, he told him what they had seen, but the first one did not say anything. When his girl came to the Pharaoh, he asked his 2 men, who is their God? They said, you. Then the Pharaoh asked his girl, who is his God? His girl said, therein my God is same. The Pharaoh thought that his girl believed in him. He became very happy and killed man who had given information about his girl. After this incident, that man became the follower of Prophet and was killed with other magicians by the Pharaoh's order. Tate Thalabi has written that Prophet his girl was one of the companions of the Pharaoh. He was the same person who made a coffin for the mother of Musa. Some have said that he was the treasurer of the Pharaoh. He kept his belief secret for 100 years, until Musa overcame the magicians. On that day, Prophet Hizqil declared himself as a believer of Allah, so he was killed by the Pharaoh, who killed the other magicians also. Hizqil's wife was a dresser of the daughters of the Pharaoh, and she was good and believed in Allah. One day a comb slipped from her hand, so she said Bismillah. The daughter of the Pharaoh asked whether she has uttered this word for his father. She said, no, she has uttered this word for Allah the Great. The daughter of the Pharaoh said she will inform her father, and she did. The Pharaoh called her with her children and asked her who is her God. She said, Allah, my Lord and your Lord is same, and he has created all on the earth and in the heaven. The Pharaoh ordered a large stove of copper and lighted it with fire. Then he called his girl's wife with her children near it. She said her last desire is that their bones be buried in the earth. The Pharaoh agreed to do so. He put them one by one in the heated stove. The last tiny babe, who was suckling, said to his mother by the permission of Allah, oh, mother, be patient, Allah is with you. Asiya, the wife of the Pharaoh, belonged to the Israelites. She was pious and believed in Allah, and she prayed secretly. When the Pharaoh burnt the wife of Hizqil, she watched the angels taking her soul to heaven, and Asiya's faith increased. The Pharaoh came to her and told her what had happened. Asiya became very sad and said to her husband, shame on you. What a shameful task you did against the law of Allah. The Pharaoh said, you have become mad, like that woman. She said that she believes in Allah, who is the Lord of the world. The Pharaoh became very angry and called Asiya's mother and said that her daughter has become mad. Tell her not to believe in Musa's Lord or she will be killed. Her mother tried, but she refused to believe the Pharaoh. By the order of the Pharaoh, his executioner drove pegs in her. Musa passed and prayed for her. Allah, the Merciful, relieved her pain, and Asiya prayed to him to make a house for her in heaven. Allah revealed to her to look at the sky. She looked up and became happy and satisfied to see her house in the heaven. An account of the Israelites after Exodus. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that when the Israelites came out of the river and camped in desert, they began to tell Musa that you have destroyed us by dumping in a desert after taking us out of our homes. Now there was no shade nor water, so Allah sent a cloud over them. It was shaded during day and descending upon them in the night to become their food, settling on grass, rock, or tree. Then it was dropping toasted chicken fowls on their tablecloths. Thereby they were eating to satiation. After this, the birds used to fly away by the command of Allah. Musa had a stone which he used to put in the midst of his army. Then he used to hit it with his stick. Thereby flew streams of water for every clan of an Israel. They were 12 clans. After a period of time, they told Musa, O Musa, we are not content with only one type of food. Pray to Allah that he may create vegetable, cucumber, and wheat. And some say it was lentil. Others are of the opinion it was bread. Musa said, Do you want to exchange such nice things with ordinary ones? Then go to Egypt or any other city where you will get such things. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Al-Baqir that Almighty Allah commanded to Musa to lead the Israelites to the Holy Land and drive out the disbelievers from there and to reside there. The population of the Israelites was 600,000. Musa told them, Allah had written and destined for you to go and settle in the Holy Land. Do not become deniers and disobedient, otherwise you would be in a loss. They replied, a group of tyrants lives in the Holy Land whom we cannot confront. Therefore we will never enter that city until they get out of it. 2 persons from them, that is, Yusha ibn Nun and Kalab, said, Fear Allah. Allah had guided them to obey him. They said, the defiant of Amalek have 12 cities, so when you will enter them you will overcome them. Rely on Allah if at all you believe in him. They replied, O Musa, we will never enter that city so long as tyrants are living there. You along with your God may go and fight with them. We sit here. Musa said, My Lord, I possess power only on myself and on my brother. Separate me from the group of these sinners. The Lord said, Since they did not accept the admission to the Holy Lands, I have made it unlawful for them enter it for 40 years. They will wander restlessly in this land. Do not sorrowful because of the sinners. Imam al-Baqir said they wandered restlessly for 40 years in an area of 4 parasang 24 kms. Because they rejected Allah's commandment and did not agree to enter the Holy Lands. Every evening an announcer used to announce, Load yourself. Then they used to start singing epics and traveled until next dawn. But next morning they found themselves at the spot from where they had started walking and say, We lost our path. So they remained in this state for 40 years. The Lord used to send manna and salwa for them. They had a stone which Musa used to hit that stone with his staff when they halted camp. This caused 12 springs to flow from that stone. That is, every spring flew toward every clan. When Musa wanted to take its stone to another place, the water used to draw back to that stone. The stone was put on an animal. All except Yusha ibn Nun and Kalab bin Yukana died in these circumstances because these 2 had not rejected the divine commandment to enter the Holy Land. Musa and Harun also expired in the desert of Tia. It is recorded in many hadiths from Imam al-Baqir and Imam as-Sadiq that Allah had destined for them the entrance of the Holy Land, but they denied, and it was made unlawful for them, and it was decided that their sons should enter it. So all of them died in that very desert. Their children entered the Holy Land with Yusha and Kalab. Allah cancels whatever he wants and confirms whatever he wills, and he is the Kitab, the mother scriptures. It is mentioned in other narrations that their sons too did not enter, but their grandsons did. It is mentioned in yet another reliable tradition that Imam al-Baqir said, The land of Syria is very nice and the best, but its residents are very bad, and Egypt is the worst land because it is the prison of the one upon whom Allah frowns. The entry of the Israelites into Egypt was for no other reason but that Allah had been angry with them because of their sin. Allah had asked them to enter the Holy Land as it was destined for them, but they declined. So they kept on wandering and moving restlessly for 40 years in Egypt and its deserts. They could not come out of Egypt and enter Syria, but only after they repented and Allah became pleased. I avoid eating anything in a vessel in Egypt in order to wash my hand with the earth of Egypt, fearing that it might become a nice race and might snatch away my honor. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that when the Israelites told Musa, Go with your Lord to fight, we shall sit here, Musa held the hand of Harun and wanted to go away from their midst. The Israelites fear that if he goes away, Allah's chastisement would fall on them. So they went to Musa weeping and requested him to remain with them and to pray to Allah so that he may accept their repentance. Then Allah revealed to Musa, I have accepted their penitence, but I will keep them roaming restlessly for 40 years as a punishment for their disobedience. Then all of them except Harun entered Tia for repenting from the night they started for Tia, reciting Torah towards Egypt. There was distance of 4 parasang between them and Egypt. When they were reaching the gate of Egypt, the earth used to roll back to the point from where they had started. Similarly, there is a narration according to which when the Israelites crossed the river, they reached an idol-worshipping people. They said to Musa, Make for us also a god, like the god of these people. You are an ignorant people, Musa retorted. These people are about to be destroyed due to this deed because their action is false. Should I find out any other god besides Allah, though He has given you superiority over the entire world? Ibn Babawayh has narrated from Ibn Abbas that when the Israelites crossed the river they said, "O Musa, with what strength and power would we reach the Holy Land when women and children and aged are also with us?" Musa said, "I do not think Allah has given to anyone more than what He has given you from worldly wealth and means as heritage from the Pharaoh. Henceforth He will manage your affairs. So remember Allah and leave every affair to Him and me, as He is more kind to you than you are to yourselves." They said, "O Musa, pray to Allah so that now He may give us food and water and clothing and terminate our wandering and give us shade from the sun." Allah revealed to Musa, "I have ordered that the heavens may send manna and salwa to them from above, that the air may bake salwa for them, that the stone may gush out water for them, and the cloud may give them shade." He also ordained that the dresses they were wearing should enlarge with the enlargement of their bodies. Anyway, Musa turned toward the Holy Land along with them, which is known as Palestine in the vicinity of Syria. It is called Holy Muqaddas because Yaqub was born there, and it was the residence of Ishaq and Yusuf, and all of them were shifted there after their deaths. The Tethar al-Faruz says, Allah said, "Remember, O the Israelites, the time when He had made a cloud gave a shade when you were in the that it may protect you from the heat of the sun and cold of the moon, and we dropped on you manna, we did called Terran which used to drop under the tree, and they used to elect it. And Allah sent for them salwa, which was a bird of the sky. Its meat was better than that of all other birds, and they used to catch it without any trouble, and were eating it." In short, Allah told them, "Eat a pure thing which we have given to you, and thank me for my bounties which I have bestowed on you, and give respect to me and my preferred slaves Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, because I have made them honorable." To do So the blasphemy of the infidels cannot harm our kingdom, just as nothing is added to our kingdom by the faith of the faithful, but they made their own souls suffer the loss means. They have oppressed themselves by becoming infidels and by altering our commandment. Remember the time when we ordered your ancestors that enter the city area that is a city of the country called Sham, Syria. This was when the Israelites were freed from the desert of Tia. Then eat from it a plenteous food wherever you wish, means eat the provisions in this city from wherever you please in abundance and without any trouble. Enter this city means, and enter the gate of the city after making a prostration. Imam said that Allah had sketched the figures of Muhammad and Ali on the gate of that city, and it was ordered that they should prostrate to give respect to those sketches and to refresh their allegiance and love in their hearts, and remember the promise and undertaking regarding their wilaya authority and the belief of their superiority which were obtained from them. Then eat from it a plenteous food wherever you wish, meaning, and say that this sajda prostration or bowing is for Allah and is an indication of honoring the figure of Muhammad and Ali, and that the belief of their wilaya will decrease our sins and scrap our errors. We will forgive you your wrongs, meaning, so that we may pardon your sins and give more to those who do good to others. Means, and soon we will increase the reward of the righteous. That is, who will do this and who will not have sinned earlier, we will give them higher positions and stations. But those who were unjust changed it for a saying other than that which had been spoken to them. Means, to those who had oppressed themselves changes this word. Imam said, they did not bow as Allah had ordered, neither utter the word as Allah had ordained, and they entered the door with their backs toward the door. They neither bowed nor prostrated while entering, and said, why should we bow when the door is so high as it may make us bow for false and senseless things? So while entering they uttered hinta samkana instead of hita, meaning there by that word. Indeed, so we sent upon those who were unjust a pestilence from heaven, because they transgressed means. So we, due to the sinfulness of those who had oppressed themselves, sent a sort of chastisement from the heavens because they did not accept the wilaya of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. The said chastisement was such that within one day 120,000 persons from them died of plague. They were those about whom Allah knew that they would not be alive, nor will anyone be born out of their loins who will worship Allah unilaterally or believe in the prophethood of Muhammad and recognize the wilaya of Ali. Allah said, and when Musa prayed for drink for his people, means, O the Israelites, remember the time when Musa requested water for his people as they had come to him weeping and crying and complaining that in the desert of Tia they were dying of thirst. Musa said, My Lord, quench the thirst of these slaves of yours for the sake of the leader of prophets of Muhammad and the leader of the legate Ali and the leader of the womenfolk Fatima and the best Wali Hassan and the greatest martyr Hussein and their successors and the progeny who are the best among all sagacious and spotless people. We said, strike the rock with your staff, meaning Allah revealed, O Musa, strike your staff on the stone rock. When he struck the staff on the stone, 12 springs flew from it. Every one of the 12 tribes of the progeny of Yaqub recognized their place obtaining water so that they might not dispute and quarrel. Thereafter Allah addressed them, Eat and drink from this provision, and do not act corruptly in the land, means, and do not be of those who spread corruption in the land. And when you said, O Musa, we cannot bear with one food, therefore pray to the Lord on our behalf to bring forth for us out of what the earth grows, of its herbs and its cucumbers and its garlic and its lentils and its onions. He said, Will you exchange that which is better for that which is worse? Enter a city, so you will have what you ask for, means, and recall the time when your forefathers who lived in the days of Musa told him, We cannot remain content with only one kind of food, that is, manna and salwa. We need other foods for variety. So pray to your Lord so that he may provide us with things he grows from earth, vegetables, cucumber, garlic or wheat, lentil, and onions, etc. Musa replied, Do you wish that a better thing should be taken away from you and you be given which is worse? Then get down, that is, go away from Tia Desert to any city where whatever you desire will be made available to you. It is written, according to reliable sources, that Imam al-Baqir has, in explanation of the verse and enter the gate making obeisance, it is written that this had taken place when Musa came out of the land of Tia and the Israelites entered a residential area. They had sinned, so Allah desired to free them from the sin and to pardon them if they repent. Therefore he ordered them that when they reach the gate of the city they may prostrate and utter hiddah, meaning pardon, so that their errors might be forgiven and their sins be blotted out. Those among them who were pious complied and their repentance was accepted, but those who were oppressors uttered hinty humor or red wheat instead so as to obtain wheat. So the divine chastisement descended on them. Both Shias and Sunnis have noted in recurring traditions that the Holy Prophet said, In this Ummah the example of my family is like the door of repentance of the Israelites. Those who entered were pardoned, and those who refused were destroyed. Similarly, anyone from this Ummah who will enter the love of my al-Bayt and believe in imamate leadership and will abide by their knowledge and consider them as a means of their salvation will get salvation, and the one who will defy their obedience and will follow the false world, as did they demanded red wheat, will be destroyed. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam as-Sadiq said, Sleeping before sunrise is ominous. It makes your face yellowish and deprive one of his provision, because the Almighty distributes provision between dawn and sunrise. Manna and salwa was being dropped on the Israelites at this time, and the one who was asleep at this time was not getting his ration, but was obliged to ask for it from others. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that when Al-Khan, the family of Muhammad, will appear in Mecca and will intend to turn toward Al-Kufa, his announcer will announce to his companions that nobody should keep food and water with him. He will be having the stone of Musa with him, which will form a camel load. A water spring will gush from it wherever they camp. Every hungry and thirsty person will be satisfied with that water, which will be his provision until he with all others settle graciously an edge of al-Fatanai. Talabi has narrated from Wahab bin Manabah that Allah revealed to Musa to construct a mosque for his people so that they might pray in congregation, and also build Jerusalem for Torah and Ark of the Covenant, and also to build dome for sacrificial rites. He was asked to make curtains for the masjid and that its front and back must be of skin of sacrificed animals. Their bands, ropes, must also have been made up of wool of sacrificed animals, and that women of menses should not touch those bands, nor the unclean man should make the skins impure. The pillar of the mosque must be of copper. Each pillar must be 40 yards high, and that each should be divided into 12 portions to be lifted by a separate group. The curtains should be 600 yards long. They should make 7 domes. 7 of them for sacrificial rites should be made of gold and silver, and they should be raised on silver pillars. Each pillar must be 40 yards high. Silver tables should be placed between them to put the sacrifice on, and each table should be 4 yards long and 1 yard wide. The 4 legs of every table should be made of silver, and each should be 3 yards high so that nobody could be able to pick up anything from it without getting up. The Jerusalem, which is the 7th dome, must be raised on golden pillars 70 yards high, and it should be placed on golden sea ball, which also should be decorated with different jewels. Gold and silver nets must be provided beneath. Ropes should be made up of fur of the sacrificed animals and must be colored in various shades, that is red, green, and yellow. All the curtains must be placed one upon another. The lowest must be made up of thick green silk, the second of purple, then of fine silk and brocade of white and yellow shade, and the topmost 7th of skin of sacrificed animals, which may protect the others from rain and dust. Its width must be 70 yards. The carpets of the domes should be of red fine silk, and the golden box should be fixed in that dome which will contain the covenant. It must be decorated with various jewels. Its legs will be of gold, its length 9 yards, width 4 yards, and height equal to Musa. The dome will have 4 doors. One will be for angels to enter, another for Musa, third Harun, and the 4th for the children of Harun who will be in charge of dome. They will protect the box. Almighty Allah ordered Musa that 1 mythical 5 grams gold must be collected from everyone from the Israelites for Jerusalem, and extra needs should be met within from what has been taken from the wealth and ornaments from the Pharaoh and his associates. Musa did the same. The total number of the Israelites was 600,000 at that time. The aforesaid amount was collected from 780 of them. Allah revealed to Musa, I am about to send down to you from the heavens a kind of fire which will not have smoke. It will neither burn anything nor will extinguish. It will burn only the sacrifices accepted by me, and it will light the lamps of Jerusalem. Those lamps were made up of gold and were hanging by golden chains studded with rubies and pearls, as well as different kinds of jewels. And Allah ordered that a big stone should be placed in the middle. A pit should be made in its midst so that the fire coming from the heavens might stay therein. Then Musa called Harun and informed him that the Lord had honored me through a fire from the sky so that it will burn the acceptable sacrifices as well as light the lamps of Jerusalem. And he has commanded me about it, and I choose you as per that will, and I authorize you. So Harun called his son Shabar and Shabir and said to them, the Lord has authorized and chose Musa for an affair and has willed in that regard, and now I will and authorize you in this matter. So thenceforth the trusteeship of Jerusalem and protection of the ark and the celestial fire remain with Harun. 10. Revelation of Torah, disobedience of the Israelites, etc. Allah says in Surah Baqir, O the Israelites, and when we appointed a time of 40 nights with Musa, then you took the calf for a god after him, and you were unjust. 251. And when we gave Musa the book and the distinction that you might walk aright, and when Musa said to his people, O my people, you have surely been unjust to yourselves by talking the calf as a god. Therefore return to your Creator penitently, so kill your people. That is best for you with your Creator. So he turned to you mercifully, for surely he is the oft returning to mercy, the merciful. And when you said, O Musa, we will not believe in you until we see Allah manifestly, so the punishment overtook you while you looked on. Then we raised you up after your death, that you may give thanks. And when we took a promise from you to obey the commandments in Torah and lifted the mountain over you, saying, Take hold of the law Torah we have given you with firmness, and bear in mind what is in it like commands and admissions, so that you may guard against evil. Then you turned back after that. So were it not for the grace of Allah and His mercy on you, you would certainly have been among the losers. Then he said, and most certainly Musa came to you with clear arguments. Then you took the calf for a god in his absence, and you were unjust. And when we made a covenant with you and raised the mountain over you, take hold of what we have given you with firmness and be obedient. They said, we hear and disobey. And they were made to imbibe the love of the calf into their hearts on account of their unbelievers. 252-61. And it is mentioned in Surah Maida that, and certainly Allah made a covenant with the children of Israel, and we raised up among them 12 chieftains. And then Allah said, surely I am with you, if you keep up prayer, pay the poor rate, and believe in thy apostles, and assists them, and offer to Allah a goodly gift, certainly cause you to enter into grand beneath which rivers flow out. But whoever disbelieves from among you after that, he indeed shall lose the right way. 5:12. And in Surah Al-Araf it is stated, and we appointed with Musa a time of 30 nights and completed them with 10 more. So the appointed time of his Lord was completed 40 nights. And Musa said to his brother Harun, take my place among my people, and act well and do not follow the way of the mischief makers. And when Musa came at our appointed time and his Lord spoke to him, he said, my Lord, show me thyself, so that I may look upon thee. He said, then Allah said, O Musa, surely I have chosen you the people with my message and my words, therefore take hold of what Torah I give you and be of the grateful ones. And we ordain for him for the tablets admonition of every kind and clear explanation of all things. So take hold of them with firmness and enjoin your people to take hold of what is best thereof. I will show you the abode of the transgressors in Egypt or Syria. And he said, and Musa's people after he went to Tur made of their ornament of gold a calf after him, a mere body, which gave a mooning sound. But they could not see that it did not speak to them nor guide them in the way. They took it for worship, and they were unjust. And when they repented and saw that they have gone astray, they said, if our Lord show no mercy to us and forgive us, we shall certainly be of the losers. And when Musa returned to his people, wrathful and in violent grief, he said, evil is a debt you have done after me. Did you turn away from the bidding of your Lord? And he threw down the tablets of Torah and seized his brother by the head, dragging him towards him. Harun said, son of my mother, surely the people reckoned me weak and had well nigh slain. Therefore make not the enemies to rejoice over me, and count me not among the unjust people. Musa said, my Lord, forgive me and my brothers, and cause us to enter into thy mercy. And thou art the most merciful of all the merciful ones. As for those who took the calf for gold, surely wrath from their Lord and disgrace from this world's life shall overtake them. And thus do we recompense the devisers of lies. And as to those who do evil deeds, then repent after that and believe your Lord after that is most surely forgiving, merciful. And when Musa's anger calmed down, he took up the tablets, and in the writing thereof was guidance and mercy for those who fear for the sake of their Lord. And Musa chose out of his people 70 men for our appointment. So when the earthquake overtook them, he said, my Lord, if thou hadst pleased, thou hadst destroyed them before myself too. Wilt thou destroy us for what the fools among us have done? It is naught but thy trail. Thou makest err with it whom you pleases. Thou art our guardian. Therefore forgive us and have mercy on us. Thou art the best of the forgivers, and ordain for us good in this world's life and in hereafter, for surely we turned to thee. He said, as for my chastisement, I will afflict with it whom I please, and my mercy encompasses all things. So I will ordain it specially for those who guard against evil and pay the poor rate, and those who believe in our communications. 7:143-156. By those who guard is meant the prophet of the last age and his legatees and pious people from his Ummah. They said, and when we shook the mountain over them as if it were a covering overhead, and they thought it was going to fall upon them, take hold of what we have given you with firmness, and be mindful of what is in it, so that you may guard against evil. And he has said in Surah Taha, O children of Israel, indeed we delivered you from your enemy, and we made a covenant with you on the blessed side of the mountain, and we sent you the manna and the quails. Eat of the good things we have given you for sustenance, and be not inordinate with respect to them, lest my wrath should be due to you. And whomsoever my wrath is due will perish indeed. And most surely I am most forgiving to him who repents and is guided by the wilayah of the true Imams. 2080-82. And Allah said, and caused you to hasten you from your people, O Musa? He said, they are here on my track, and I hasten unto thee, my Lord, that thou mightest be pleased. The Lord said, so surely have tried your people after you, and the Samiri has led them astray. So Musa returned to his people wrathful, sorrowing. Said he, O my people, did not the Lord promise you a goodly promise? Did them remember you breathe with the to that you wrote or probably do our own word, but we were made aware of the evidence of the ornaments of people. Then we made it about them, and the fifth of Jas. Samiri also mixed with it what was with him. Then he brought forth for them a calf, a mere body, which had a mooing sound. So they said, this is your God and the God of Musa. But he forgot as he had to tour to meet God. What? Could they not see that it did return to them reply, and that it did not control any harm or benefit for them? And certainly Harun had said to them before, O my people, you are only tried but by it, and surely your Lord is beneficent God. Therefore follow me and obey my order. They said, we will by no means cease to keep to its worship until Musa returned to us. Musa said, O Harun, what prevented you, when you saw them going astray, so that you did not follow me? Did you then disobey my orders? He said, O son of my mother, seize me not by my beard nor by my head. Surely I was afraid lest you should say, you had caused a division among the children of Israel and not waited for my Lord. Then Musa said, what was then your object, O Samiri? He said, I saw Archangel Gabriel what they did not see, so took a handful of the dust from the footsteps of the messenger. Then I threw it in the casting, thus did my soul command to me. When Archangel Gabriel came so that they may drown the Pharaoh, I saw that the dust of the place where the foot of his horse falls remains moving, so I took up a handful of that dust and threw it into this calf, and it began to make noise. Your God is only Allah. There is no God but He comprehends all things in His knowledge. 2083-98. There is a difference of opinion about Samiri. Some have said that Musa had ordered all not to sit near him nor to talk with him, nor to give him anything to eat, nor should he approach anyone. Some have said it was the divine order according to which whenever anyone sat near him both of them become ill. Therefore he was not allowing anybody to come near him, and this effect still continues in his progeny. Whenever anybody touches them both of them become ill with fever. Some have said that he ran away for fear of hell and continued to wander with uncivilized people until he entered hell. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that Allah promised Musa that the Torah and the tablets will be sent to him within 30 days. He gave this information to the Israelites and went toward the mountain of Torah and made his brother Harun his caliph in his community. When 30 days passed and Musa did not return, they discontinued obeying Harun and intended to kill him and said that Musa lied and ran away from us. Satan came to them in the form of a man and told them, Musa has ran away from you and he will not return. So collect your ornaments so that I may make a god out of it for you. Samiri was the chief of Musa's vanguard army. The day on which Allah drowned the Pharaoh and his companions, he saw that Archangel Gabriel was leading a mare, and at the spot where the mare puts its hoof begins to move. So Samiri took some dust from under the hoof the mare of Archangel Gabriel and saw it moving. He put it into a bag and began to boast among the Israelites that I have such a dust. When Satan deceived them, they made a calf. Then Satan came to Samiri and told him, bring the dust which is with you. He put it into the belly of the calf. At once that calf moved and also moved and developed hair and tail. The Israelites bowed before it. They were 70,000 people. Harun admonished them, but they paid no need and said, we will not stop worshipping the calf until Musa returns. They intended to kill Harun. Harun did not resist. Anyway, they remained on this disastrous path until 40 days passed since the departure of Musa. Allah gave him Torah on the 10th of Dhul-Hijjah. It was inscribed on tablets. In them were all things like commandments, admonitions, and stories that were required for them. Allah revealed to Musa, we have taken the test of your community behind you. That Samiri cheated them and misguided them, and now they are worshipping a golden calf that speaks. Musa said, my Lord, Samiri molded the calf, but who made it speak? Allah said, I, O Musa, when I saw that they have turned their face from me and have inclined toward the calf, and then I also made their trial more difficult. So Musa returned in anger towards his people. When he saw them in this condition, he threw down the tablets, dragged Harun by his beard, and told him, what prevented you from coming to me when you saw that they are going astray? Harun said, my brother, do not pull my beard and head. I was afraid that you may say that I have created dissension among the Israelites and did not obey your word. Then the Israelites said, we did not breach your promise willfully, but we had unfathomable wealth belonging to the Pharaoh and his people, their ornaments, etc. So we melted all of it, and it began to speak. Therefore we worshipped it. Musa scolded Samiri, why did you do so? He said, I took up a handful of mud from beneath the hoof Archangel Gabriel's animal. I threw it into the belly of the calf and it began to make noise, and my heart made this attractive to me. Hearing this, Musa burned the calf and scattered it in the sea and said to Samiri, go away. it will be your routine throughout your life to say, "Don't touch," meaning none should touch you. So it continues until today in his progeny that people may recognize him and not be deceived. People call them La Masa in Egypt and Syria. Musa desired to kill Samiri, but Allah revealed not to kill him as he was generous. According to a reliable narration, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that Allah did not send any messenger, but there were always two devils, shaitans, to harass them. The devils used to spread corruption and trouble among their people and were misguiding people after the departure of the messengers. In the time of Nuh there were Fantikus and Hizam. In the days of Musa were Samiri and Merikba, and during the days of Isa were Mullahs and Marasan. It is also narrated that Allah revealed to Musa, "I will send Torah on you within 40 days. That is, during the 10 days of the months of Dhul-Qa'dah and Dhul-Hijjah, and it will contain commandments." Musa told his companions that Allah had promised to send Torah in 30 days. Allah had commanded him to tell 30 days to the Israelites so that they might not be disappointed. Musa made Harun his vicegerent and proceeded to Mount Torah. When 30 days passed and Musa did not return, the Israelites became angry and intended to kill Harun. They said, "Musa told us a lie, or he has fled from us." They made a calf and began to worship it. Allah sent tablets of Torah to Musa on 10th of the month of Dhul-Hijjah containing commandments, news, stories, and traditions, everything which they needed. When Allah sent down Torah upon Musa and spoke with him, he said, "My Lord, show me yourself to me." Allah said, "I am invisible, and no one has the power of looking at my grandeur. But look at this mountain. If it remains at its place, you can see me." So the Lord raised up the curtain and descended one of the signs of his greatness on the mountain. The mountain was drowned in the ocean and will continue to drown until day of the resurrection day, the resurrection day. Angels came down and doors of the heavens opened up. Allah revealed to the angels to see that Musa does not run away. So the angels came down and surrounding Musa said, "O son of Imran, you have asked a great thing from Allah." When Musa saw that the mountain had drowned and observed the position of the angels, he fell face down and his soul departed from his body. Allah made his soul return to his body. He lifted up his head and said, "I consider you greater than that can be seen. I seek forgiveness, and I am the first person to believe that no one can ever see you." Allah sent a revelation, "O Musa, I have given you distinction over people by making you my messenger and through a discourse with you, and I have selected you. So take whatever I have given to you and be of those who are thankful." Then Archangel Gabriel told him, "I am your brother," explaining the word of Allah. And we appointed with Musa a time of 30 nights and completed them with 10 more. So the appointed time of his Lord was complete 40 nights. And Musa said to his brother Harun, "Take my place among my people, and act well and do not follow the way of the mischief makers." 7:142. It is said in the commentary of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari that Imam said, Musa told the Israelites that Allah will give you salvation. A book of commandments and admonitions and examples will be sent by Allah SWT. When Allah delivered them from their troubles, he ordered Musa to arrive at the promised spot and to fast for 30 days at the foot of the mountain. Musa thought that Allah would give him the book after 30 days, so he fasted for 30 days at the foot of the mountain. Musa brushed his teeth before breaking the fast. Allah revealed, "O Musa, perhaps you are not aware that the smell of the mouth of the one who has fasted for me is, to me, dearer than the fragrance of musk. So fast for 10 more days and do not brush your teeth at the time of breaking the fast." Musa complied. Allah had promised that he would give him the book after 40 days, so he revealed the book after 40 days. On the other hand, then Samiri presented to them the calf that he had molded. The Israelites said, "How can a calf be our God?" Samiri replied, "Your Lord will talk with you through this calf as he had conversed with Musa through a tree." Then when they heard the voice coming out of the calf, they said, "Verily God has arrived in this calf as he had entered the tree." When Musa returned and saw this situation, he asked the calf, was your Lord in you as these people say?" The calf began to talk and said, "My Lord is above the possibility of being within a calf or a tree or a house. By Allah, O Musa, this is not possible." But Samiri made my hind part rest with the wall, and he made a hole in the ground from the other side, and then made one of his misguided men to hide there who was speaking by placing his mouth from the direction of my tail. Then the Israelites showed laziness in sending salawat on Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, and they denied his love and deviated from the faith in the prophethood of the last prophet and the imamate of his selected legatee. So they became dishonored and thought that I was their God. Because of this error, Allah's guidance disappeared from them so much that they forgot the command of their Lord. Almighty Allah said, when people became disgraced due to their refusal to send salat on Muhammad and his legatee, that is, they began to worship calf. Then, O the Israelites, how is it that you do not fear making enmity against Muhammad and Ali while you do observe the signs and miracles? I forgave your forefathers' calf worship earlier. Perhaps, O the Israelites of the age of Muhammad, maybe you be thankful for the bounties bestowed upon you and your grandfathers. Imam said, Allah did not forgive them, but they prayed through the intercession of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad and accepted their affection. Then Allah said His mercy was on them and pardoned their error. Remember the time when we gave the book to Musa, that is, Torah, when we took promise from the Israelites to believe and to obey every command written obligatory from them, and we gave the criterion which distinguishes between truth and falsehood, and it is also a command which makes the true people distinct from untrue people. Because when Allah gave order to the Israelites due to their faith in the book Torah and obeying its command, thereafter Allah revealed, O Musa, those people did put faith in the book, but still separates the believers and the true from disbeliever and falsehood. So renew the oath in this regard, because I have sworn by my holy self that the oath is true, in which Allah does not accept anyone's word and deed until he does not believe in it. Furqan Musa asked, what is Furqan? Came the reply, it is that of the Israelites that Muhammad is best of the creation and the greatest of all the prophets, and their leader Ali is the best of all the successors of the prophets, and that their legatees will be appointed as their imams, and that those holy personalities are the best of creation, and that their Shias partisans who will follow their commands will be the stars of the grand Firdaus in the heaven and the kings of the Eden gardens. So Musa took from them the covenant. Some accepted it orally and by heart. Some did not believe in their hearts, so they did not gain the light of faith. This was the Furqan given to Musa by Allah. The Almighty said, perhaps you may be guided. That is, you may understand that, in the sight of Allah, a slave's honor is connected with his belief in Wilayah, just as your predecessors were honored. Oh, the Israelites! Recall that time when Musa told his people, who had worshipped the calf, you have oppressed your own souls and harmed yourselves by making the calf your God. So return and seek pardon of the Lord who created you, and set right your figures and kill yourselves. That is, those who did not worship calf should kill those who had worshipped it. This killing of yours is better in the sight of your Lord than your remaining alive in the world and not to be pardoned, and the worldly bounties may reach you, but you have to enter hell. And when you will get killed and will repent, Allah will make your killing expiation for your sins and will grant you the bounties of the eternal paradise. Allah accepted your repentance and kept you alive for His worship, and surely He is the greatest acceptors of repentance and very kind. It was a fact that when the falsehood of the calf was exposed by Musa, and when the calf exposed the cheating of the Samiri, Musa ordered those who had not worshipped the calf to kill those who worshipped it. So Allah ordered Musa to break that calf statue into pieces and to throw them in the river and make all of them drink that water. The lips and noses of those who had worshipped the calf will turn black, and thus they will be identified. Those who did not worship the calf numbered 12,000. Musa ordered them to come out with their swords and to kill the sinners. The announcer announced that curse of Allah be on those who move their hands and feet. They should get themselves killed silently, and from among the killers one who thinks about the person who is being killed, and the one who makes distinction between himself and others will also be cursed. Hearing this, the sinners did not rebel and bowed down to be killed. Innocent people came to Musa complaining that we did not worship the calf, and yet our punishment is harsher than the sinners' calf worshippers, as we are being asked to kill with our hands our own fathers and mothers and brothers and relatives. The Almighty revealed to Musa, I have put these people in this severe trial because they did not separate themselves from those who had worshipped the calf. nor denied them or became angry with them. Well, now tell them to pray to Allah through the right of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad so that I may make the massacre easy for them. So they prayed to Allah and sought the intercession of the Prophet of Allah and the guiding of Imams. Then Allah made the affairs easy for them so that they did not experience any grief and sorrow due to that killing. When the massacre began, Allah guided some of them, and so one told the other that when the intercession of Muhammad and his progeny in such a thing that the one who resort to it never get disappointed and that none of his prayers remain unanswered by Allah, and when all the messengers sought their intercession, why we should not do so. After making joint consultation on this point, all of them gathered and complained to Allah, O Lord, for the sake of Muhammad, who is the best and the greatest of creation, and for the sake of Ali, who after Muhammad is the best and the greatest of creation, and for the sake of their pious progeny, we request you to forgive our sins and to overlook our errors and to remove this state of being killed from us. Allah revealed to Musa to tell them to put down their hands because some of them has given him an oath. Had they done so in the beginning, I would have given them good guidance and would have saved them from calf worship. And even if the devil had given me such an oath, I would have certainly guided him, and even if the Pharaoh and Nimrod too would have done so, I would have given them salvation. So the punishment of killing was withdrawn. They said, alas, if we had not been unmindful of the intercession of Muhammad and his progeny in the beginning, the Lord of the worlds would have protected us from this trail. Remember the time when your predecessors said, O Musa, we will not put faith in you until we see Allah with our own eyes. Lightning took them. Then we made your predecessors alive after their death. Perhaps they may be thankful for that lifespan due to which they could repent before Allah and to turn towards Him, and we made them die. And it was not a permanent death, which might take them to hell forever. Imam said, the cause of that lightning was that when Musa intended to take the oath of Furqan from the prophethood of Muhammad and the imamate of Ali bin Abu Talib and all the pious imams, they said, we do not believe that this is the order of your Lord. We shall not put faith in it until we see Allah with our own eyes, and He may give us the order. Then the lightning fell on them, and they saw that the lightning was falling on them. Allah said, O Musa, I give honor of those of my friends who testify to my selected selves, and in this matter I care for no one. Then Musa told the remaining people who were not harmed by lightning, do you accept and confess? If not, you will meet the same fate. They said, O Musa, we do not know for what reason the lightning fell on them. If you are true in your words that accepting the will of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, then pray to Allah for the sake of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad so that He may make them alive, and so that we may have them about the reason. Musa prayed to Allah, and they became alive. The Israelites asked them, and they replied that the chastisement overtook them because they had denied the prophethood of Muhammad and the imamate of Ali and his progeny. Then after death we saw the kingdom of our Lord in the heavens. We observed curtains, chair, throne, and hell, and we saw that no one's kingdom and rules is greater and more effective than that of Muhammad and Ali and Fatima and Hassan and Hussein. When we died due to the lightning and when angels began to drive our souls toward hell, Muhammad and Ali called out by the angels to put upon chastisement group, saying that these people will become alive again by the prayer of one who will pray for it for the sake of us and our pious progeny. This voice reached us when we were about to be thrown out in the hallway, but hearing it the angels stopped pushing us until we became alive due to your prayer. So the Almighty said to the Prophet of time, when our elders became alive through the intercession of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, you too do not deny their right, and do not invite the divine punishment by yourselves, and be worthy of the divine punishment yourselves. This should continue until the end of the world, that they should put faith in Allah's Prophet Muhammad, and to accept all that he may say about his legatee Ali bin Abu Talib, and which Ali may say regarding the Imams who are to rise with truth after Ali. So, O the Israelites, your predecessors refused to accept them. So we ordered Archangel Gabriel to lift from the mountain, a piece equal to the size of the army camp of Musa. One square parasang and Archangel Gabriel made it hang over their heads. Then Musa asked them, "Do you believe or this will be thrown on you?" They sought shelter and believed for fear to their lives. Allah protected them from their enemies, those who believed sincerely. So when they accepted, they fell down in prostration and put their cheeks on the earth. But many of them placed their cheeks on the earth only to see whether or not the mountain falls on them. Very few of them placed their heads on ground sincerely before their Lord. Take and accept whatever we have given to you from the duties, which we have imposed on you with the strength that we have granted to you. We have given you enough power to obey our commands, and we have lifted conditions from you. We heard your word and we denied, that is, disobeyed thereafter or made up mind at that time not to obey the command. They were commanded to drink the water where the pieces of the calf were thrown so that it may become clear as to who is calf worshipper and who did not worship it. They were ordered to do so due to their disbelief. Oh, Muhammad, tell them they should then realize that what they already is living. Tis not to the Idram and the Ali and their tragedy, the Igans to live into their sins. Ali said that when Musa returned to the Israelites and when those who had worshipped the calf came to him repenting, Musa asked, "Tell me who has worshipped the calf so that I may carry out Allah's command." All denied, and every one of them said, "I did not do it, others did." Musa told Samiri, "Look at the god which you worshipped as I am breaking it into pieces and throwing it into the river." Allah commanded Musa, and he broke it into pieces with a hammer and threw it the river, and ordered the Israelites to drink that water. So the one who had worshipped it and who was fair complexion got his lips and nose black, and if he was black colored, these parts of his body became white. Then divine commands were issued to them. Amir al-Mu'minin says that Musa had promised to the Israelites that when they will be freed from the Pharaoh, Allah would send a book for them containing commands, orders, and prohibitions, and there will be, in it, punishments and duties. When they got freedom and approached Musa, he brought the book for them. It was written in that I do not accept the deed of the one who does not respect Muhammad and his progeny, and who does not honor their friends and companions as they should truly do. O slaves of Allah, understand and be witness that Muhammad is the best in my creation, and his brother Ali is, in his followers, his legatee and the inheritor of his knowledge, and his deputy, and the best of creation after him the Prophet. The progeny of the Prophet are the best of the progenies of all prophets, and his companions are the best among the Prophet's companions, and his Muhammad's ummah is the best of the ummahs of all the prophets. The Israelites said, "We do not accept it." They said, "O Musa, this is very hard to accept. But we accept if condition is rules as it is easy, and how can we accept it when we believe that our prophet is better than all other prophets, and that his progeny is better than that of all others, and we, who are in a community, are better than community of all other prophets. So we do not accept the grace of that group whom we have never seen, nor do we know them." Then they became restless and cried, "O Musa, what should we do?" Musa said, "Prostrate for Allah and rub your forehead and both cheeks on dust and say, 'O Lord, we have heard and we have accepted, confessed and submitted and have become satisfied.'" They did as told by Musa, but most of them did not do it with sincerity, and they were saying in their heart, "We heard, but we opposed." Though they put their right cheek on the dust earth, their intention was not to express humility before Allah and to repent for their past sins. Rather, they had done so just to see if the mountain falls on them or not. Then they also put down their left cheek, but that too with the same intention. Archangel Gabriel told Musa, "I will destroy most of these people because they have confessed only apparently, and since the Lord also deals with people in this world only according to their apparent deeds, their bloods is protected and they will live here in safety, but in the hereafter, their affair is with the Lord, who will punish them on the ground of their false belief and incorrect intention." The Israelites saw that the mountain broke into two, one pieces of white pearl, and went toward the sky, and, piercing the clouds, disappeared from sight, and the other piece became fire, tore through the earth, and disappeared from their eyes. They asked the reason from Musa, who said, "The piece which went toward sky went up, got appended to paradise, and the Lord multiplied it unlimitedly, so much that no one knows its extent except the Lord himself, and he ordered that it should be utilized for building mansions, palaces, and stations for those who believed truthfully from heart, that those building will have all kinds of bounties such as gardens, good-natured houris and slaves having permanent beauty who would be like scattered pearls. They will get all the bounties as promised by Allah to his righteous slaves. And another piece which pierced the earth has got annexed to hell, and the Lord added innumerable peace to it and ordered that they should be used for building houses and stations full of calamities like rivers of fire and gasoline, the water oozing from wounds, and the tanks of Gesak, a dirty thing like pus, etc., and canals of foul water and thorny trees and poisonous grass and snakes, scorpions and bullets and pallet bows and chains, and all sorts of chastisement and calamities, having the angels in charge of hell with clubs in their hands for punishing the disbelievers who denied the orders of this book. The Lord has provided all these things for the dwellers of hell. The Prophet asked the Israelites, "Don't you fear chastisement of Allah?" while denying the distinctions for which Allah had selected me and my pious progeny. According to reliable narrations, Tawus Yamani, who is one of the ulama scholars of the Sunnis, asked Imam Al-Baqir, which is that bird which flew only once and will never fly thereafter. Imam said, "It is the Tur mountain. Allah Almighty had raised it up over the heads of the Israelites. There were different kind of chastisement in it until people accepted the word of Allah. And when we took a promise from you and lifted the mountain over you, take hold of the law Torah we have given you with firmness, and bear in mind what is in it, so that you may guard against evil." 263. In another hadith, Imam has said, while explaining the same verse, when the Almighty sent Torah for the Israelites and they did not accept it, he raised Mount Torah over their heads. Musa told them, "If you do not accept, the mountain will be made to fall on you." Then they accepted and put down their heads in prostration. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that when Musa told the Israelites that Allah speaks to him, they did not believe him. He said, "Select a group from your people to accompany me to hear the talk of Allah with me." They selected 70 righteous people from their community and sent them to Musa to hear the divine speech. When Musa went near the place, and when Allah conversed to him by creating vibration in the air, Musa asked them to hear and be witness before the Israelites. They said, "We will not believe that this voice is of Allah until we see him with our own eyes." Then a lightning fell on them, and all of them were burnt down into ashes. Musa became sorrowful on seeing this and appealed, "My Lord, do you kill us all because of what some of our fools did?" Musa has imagined that those people were destroyed because of the sins of the Israelites. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Al-Baqir and Imam As-Sadiq said that when Musa requested Allah to show himself, he revealed to him, "You will never be able to see me." But he promised, "I will send my might on this mountain so that Musa might understand that he is beyond visibility vision." Musa went up the Tur mountain. The gates of heavens were open. The army of angels came down and began to pass by Musa holding radiant clubs in the big columns along with lightning roars and stormy winds. Every column was saying, "O son of Imran, you have asked a great thing from your Lord." And Musa was trembling on seeing each and every column. Fire encircled him by the command of Allah, due to which he was not able to move out of it in any direction until the Allah shed a particle of his radiant grandeur on that mountain. The mountain went down the earth and Musa fell unconscious. 11. It is recorded in reliable sources that Al-Mamun asked this question to Imam Al-Ridha. He replied that Kalimullah, the one who conversed with Allah, as Musa knew that the Lord is above vision. Yet since the Lord conversed with him and made him his confidant, and when he informed his community about this fact, they said, "We will not believe in what you say unless and until we hear Allah's words just as you heard them." They were 700,000 people in all. Musa selected 7,000 out of them, then 700 therefrom, and thereafter 70, and took them to Mount Tur with him, which was the venue of his worship. He made them wait at the foot of the hill, and went up and prayed to Allah to speak with him in a way that it could be heard by those 70 at the foothill. The Lord conversed with him, and all of them heard his words simultaneously from above their heads and from below their feet, and from their right and left and front and behind, because Allah had created sound in the tree, which spread in all directions. Thus they heard it from every direction, so that they may realize that it was the word of Allah, because, had it been the voice of anyone else, it would have reached them from only one direction. Those 70 men said, "We do not believe it until we see Allah with our own eyes." As this demand was made by them was a very unbecoming outrage and harsh rebellion, Allah made lightning to fall on them that killed them due to their injustice. Then Musa said, "My Lord, what shall I say after returning to my people? as they will say to me, O Musa, you took our brothers with you since you were not true in your claim of having conversed with Allah, you killed them. The Lord made them alive as requested by Musa. When they became alive, they said, O Musa, all this happened because you had asked for it to show it to us. So now ask Allah to show himself to you so that you may look at him as he will accept your wish. Then you see him and tell us about it so that we will recognize him as he should be recognized. Musa said, My Lord, you hear the words of the Israelites and also know what is better for them. The Lord then revealed to Musa, Ask me as they ask, I will not question you for their ignorance and folly. Musa said, My Lord, show yourself to me. The Lord said, You can never see me, however look at the mountain. If it remains at its place, you will be able to see me. Then the Lord shed one of his sign of grandeur on the mountain, which leveled the mountain to the ground, and Musa fainted. When he gained consciousness, he said, My Lord, I praise your inviolability, and, O Lord, I repent before you. That is, I turn my back to my people's nonsense and ignorance and return to your recognition which was with me earlier. And I am the first person from the Israelites to have faith in you with the belief that you are beyond visibility. It is recorded in authentic traditions that Imam as-Sadiq asked the people, Do you know why Harun said, O son of my mother, do not pull my beard and head? Why did he not say, O son of my father? Then he clarified that jealousy takes place among brothers when they are from one father and different mother. When they are from one mother, enmity remains less among them unless Satan creates corruption between them and when they obey Satan. So Harun said to Musa, O my brother born from one and the same mother, not from a different mother, do not hold my head and bread. He did not say, O son of my father, because enmity is not uncommon between sons of one father and different mothers, except those protected by Allah. Then the questioners asked the Imam why Musa held the head and beard of Harun and pulled when he did not take part in calf worship. Imam replied, Because when the Israelites indulged in calf worship and thus became infidels, he did not distance himself from them and join Musa. Had he separated himself from them, joined Musa, the anger would not have fallen on him. Do you not see that Musa said to Harun, When you saw them go astray, what prevented you from coming up to me? Harun said, Had I done so, the Israelites would have divided themselves into groups, and I was afraid that you would say that I created discord among the Israelites and did not care for you in the matter of their reform. 12. It is recorded in reliable traditions that Imam al-Ridis said, People asked Amir al-Mu'minin what is the reason behind that fact that a cow cannot raise her eyes up toward the sky. He replied, As the community of Musa had worshipped calves, she keeps her head down being ashamed and does not look up toward the sky. It is reported that the Holy Prophet said, Love the cow as she is the best among the four-footed animals, and she does not look toward the sky because she is ashamed of being worshipped by the misguided. It is mentioned in another tradition that when Musa asked and the Almighty shed his radiance on the mountain range, 7 of them broke up from it and flew away and fell towards Hijaz and Yemen. The one who came to Medina was Uhud and Rukhan, and one which came to Makkah was Sabir and Hira, and one which came to Yemen were Sabr and Hasor. It is mentioned in reliable tradition that Amir al-Mu'minin said, When you take my beer towards Najaf Ashraf, a wind will confront you and it will throw you down on a ground so bury on that spot as it is the first Mount Sinai. According to authentic narration, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, Najaf Ashraf is the piece of the mountain on which Allah had spoken to Musa. It is mentioned in another reliable tradition that when the Almighty rained his radiance on Mount Torah, it began to drown in the sea and will continue to go down until the resurrection day. It is mentioned in yet another reliable tradition that Caribbean is a group of Arshia's companions whom Allah created first, and he has placed them on the back of the throne. If he distributes a radiance of any one of them between all the residents of the earth, surely it would suffice for all. And when the Musa asked for seeing the Lord, he ordered one of those Caribbean to shed its radiance on the mount. It complied. The mountain could not bear it and was drowned in the sea. 13. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that when the Israelites repented and when Musa told them to kill one another by way of punishment, they asked how it should be done. He said, You come at Jerusalem next morning and bring with you knives, sword, or other arms, and keeping your face hidden, covered so that you may not recognize one another. Start killing when I climb the pulpit. Next morning, the 70,000 people who had worshipped the calf gathered near Jerusalem. Musa offered prayers and ascended the pulpit. Massacre started. When 10,000 of them were killed, Archangel Gabriel came down and said, O Musa, ask them to stop killing as Almighty Allah has accepted their repentance by His grace. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam as-Sadiq said, Musa has selected 70 persons from his community and took them to Mount Torah with him. When they asked to see Allah, a lightning fell on them and all were burnt to death. Musa prayed, My Lord, these were my companions. Came the divine revelation, O Musa, I will give you better companions. Musa said, My Lord, I am attached to them. I know all of them with their names. He prayed thrice like this. So Allah made them alive and made all of them messengers. 14. It is narrated from Imam as-Sadiq that when the Almighty Allah sent down Torah on Musa, which contained information about everything that to be seen until the resurrection day, and when Musa reached his age lifespan, Allah asked him to entrust the tablets to the mountain. Those tablets were made of heaven's emerald. Musa brought them to the mountain. The gap closed in and the tablets disappeared until the last prophet of Allah arrived. Once a caravan of Yemeni people came to him. When it reached that mountain, it split up and the tablets reappeared. The caravan took them up and brought them to the Holy Prophet. From that time they are all with us until today. In another reliable tradition it is mentioned that Imam Baqir said when Musa threw the tablets, some of them broke and went down that ground rock and became preserved there until the Holy Prophet Muhammad came. Then that rock sent them to him. There are several hadiths that Allah did not send any book to any prophet nor gave any miracle to any messenger, but that all of them books and miracles are with the progeny of the Holy Prophet. Inshallah, these hadiths will be quoted at their appropriate place. It is narrated from Imam as-Sadiq that when Musa cursed the Israelites in June, 300,000 persons of them died within 24 hours. It is narrated from the Holy Prophet that Qur'an is called Furqan because its chapters and verses came separately without being inscribed on a tablet, while Torah and Injil and Zabur had been sent down inscribed on tablets and written on pages. According to reliable sources, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said that Torah was sent down on the 6th of Ramadan. 15. An account of Qur'an, the Almighty has said in Surah Qasas, Verily Qur'an belonged to the community of Musa. 2876-83. Imam as-Sadiq is reported to have said that he was the son of Musa's aunt. Some have said he was the son of his uncle, Fa-Bagha alayhim, so he rebelled against them and committed excesses. There is a difference of opinion about the nature of his rebellion. Some people say that when they were living in Egypt, the Pharaoh had made him the ruler governor of the Israelites and that he had oppressed them at that time. Some say he was keeping his dress about a foot higher than others, and some have said that he was proud and showing arrogance because of his richness and wealth. So he rebelled against them and committed excesses. There is a difference of opinion about the nature of his rebellion. Some people say that when they were living in Egypt, the Pharaoh had made him the ruler governor of the Israelites and that he had oppressed them at that time. Some say he was proud, keeping his dress about a foot higher than others, and some have said that he was proud and showing arrogance because of his richness and wealth. And we had given him treasures, the keys to which proved difficult even for a strong group to lift. Ali ibn Ibrahim has said Usba group consists of 10 or 15 men. Some have said the number was 10 or 40, while some others have opined that the number was 40. Some have said 60 and some 70. It is mentioned in the narrations that the keys of his treasures were being loaded on 60 asses and that no key was larger than a finger, but as they were of iron they were very heavy. He got it made of wood. When it too proved much heavy, he made them of leather. When his community told him, Do not be haughty and do not show arrogance because of your wealth. Allah does not like those who are pleased solely with the worldly wealth and its beauty. Some say that Musa had said, Seek the house in the hereafter with what Allah has given to you, and do not forget your share in the worldly material that is either earned for the hereafter or be content with taking according to your need, and behave benevolently with people and be kind to them, as Allah has been kind to you. And do not try to create trouble and mischief in the world. Verily Allah does not befriend the mischief makers. He said, No one has given me this wealth. I have earned it with the knowledge which I possess. Ali ibn Ibrahim says the meaning of what he said was that I have earned this wealth due to my knowledge of chemistry. It is said that Musa had taught him this alchemy, and according to some his thinking was that since I was superior to you in knowledge, Allah gave me this wealth and status. In the opinion of some, he meant by saying ilm knowledge was the knowledge of business, trade, and agriculture and other occupations. Did he not understand that Allah had destroyed, centuries ago, those who were much wealthier and superior in army? And the criminals and the deniers will not be questioned in the resurrection day about their sins because Allah already knows their deeds. So Qur'an came before his community with his adornments, That is, he had worn clothes of various colors which he was dragging on the ground arrogantly with pride. Some have said he came with 4,000 mounted men, and that the saddles of his horses were of gold and red clothes covered them, and more than 3,000 beautiful slave girls were with him reading Kabod black and blue's white asses, and that all were in red attires. Some have said 70,000 persons were with him, and that all of them were dressed in red. That those who loved the world on seeing him said, "How nice would it have been had we also been given what Qur'an has been given. Verily, he is the fortunate man in the world." And those were given knowledge by and who believed in the hereafter said, "Woe unto you! The reward of the hereafter is better for the one who believes and who does good deeds, and such good sense is given to the one who gives up the world and remains patient." And so we pushed Qur'an and his house in the earth. So there was no group to save him from the divine punishment, and he himself could not remove the chastisement from him. And those who yesterday were longing for the status of Qur'an woke up next morning to exclaim, "Verily Allah, according to his wisdom, widens the provision of the one whom he wishes and narrows for one whom he wills. Had he not been kind to us and had we continued to keep our eyes on his wealth, surely we would have also been pushed into the earth. Surely thankless people do not prosper, or the deniers will not get salvation in the hereafter. We build this house of the hereafter for those who do not seek to be high and great, nor as spread mischief in the land, and the good end only for the righteous. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that what caused Qur'an to be destroyed was that when Musa brought the Israelites from the river, and when Allah showered his blessings on them fully, he ordered them to fight with the Amalekite. They did not obey. So it was decided that they should wander with anxiety in the desert of Tia for 40 years. They used to get up in the beginning of the night and to recite Torah and prayers weeping. Qur'an was also among them. He was also reciting Torah. No one had a voice sweeter than him. He was called Mananan because of his melodious recitation. He knew alchemy and practiced it. When the affair of the Israelites got lengthy, they began to repent and to weep with humility. But Qur'an did not like to join them in penitence. As Musa liked him, he went to him and asked him, "How is it that your people are busy in repentance and you are sitting here? Go and join them. Otherwise divine punishment will fall on you." He paid no attention to the advice of Musa and began to ridicule him. Musa became sorrowful and returned and sat nearby. He was wearing a gown made of hair and was holding his staff. Musa became very angry. He had hair on his shoulders, which used to become stiff and come out of his clothing. Blood also used to ooze therefrom. Musa said, "My Lord, if you do not frown upon Qur'an because of me, then I am not your messenger." The Lord revealed to him that, "I have made the skies and the land subservient to you. Ask them, do whatever you like." Qur'an had closed the gates of his palace for Musa. Hearing about it, Musa came there, pointed toward the gate, and all of them opened due to his miracle. He entered the palace. When Qur'an saw Musa, he understood that he had come to punish him. So he said, "O Musa, I appeal to you for the sake of my right owing to relationship with you. Be kind to me." Musa said, "O son of Ladi, do not talk with me." Then he commanded the earth to devour Qur'an. So the palace and all that was in it went down in the ground, and Qur'an was also thrust into the earth up to his things. He began to weep and gave Musa a swearing for mercy. Musa again retorted, "O son of Ladi, do not talk with me." He appealed repeatedly, but to no avail, until he disappeared beneath the ground. When Musa came to his place of worship, Almighty Allah said, "O son of Ladi, do not talk with me." Musa understood that Allah was angry with him for not being kind to Qur'an. Musa said, "My Lord, Qur'an asked of me without mentioning without your name. Had he sworn by you, I would have been kind to him. I would have accepted it." The Lord again said the same thing in reply which Musa had given to Qur'an. Then Musa said, "My Lord, had I known that your pleasure was in accepting his wish, I would have accepted it." Allah said, "O Musa, I swear by my might, grace and greatness, had Qur'an begged for mercy from me as he did from you, I would have accepted it. But since he had asked for your help and had resorted to you, I left him to you. O son of Imran, do not be afraid of death, because I have fixed the time of death for every living being, and have provided a place of comfort for you. If you see it and reach it, your eyes would become bright." Thereafter Musa went to Tor mountain one day along with Yusha. When they reached Mt. Tor, they saw a man walking with a shovel and a basket. Being asked as to where he was going, he replied, "A friend of Allah has died and I want to prepare a grave for him." Musa asked what he was doing. He said, "I want to ensure that the grave is all right." Musa said, I am going therein. So Musa went in the grave and slept therein and liked it. The angel of death arrived and retrieved his soul then and there. The mountain got leveled and the grave disappeared. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition, Imam As-Sadiq said, when Yunus was in the belly of a fish, he reached the spot requiring the fish into the earth to the person Musa. Allah had appointed an angel to push him in the ground daily up to a depth of a man's height. Yunus was remembering and hallowing Allah in the belly of the fish. When Qur'an heard that human voice, he requested the angel to give him some respite as he was hearing a human voice. Almighty Allah ordered the angel to give the requested respite. Then Qur'an addressed Yunus and asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am a sinner, Yunus son of Matta, who has erred." Qur'an asked, "Where is the oft-angering for the cause of Allah? That is Musa son of Imran." Yunus replied, "Alas, he has passed away from the world long ago." Then what about that man who was very kind to his community? That is, Harun. Yunus replied, "He also expired." Then Qur'an asked, "How about Kulthum, daughter of Imran, who was named for marriage with me?" Yunus replied, "Alas, no one from the progeny of Imran remains." Qur'an said, "Very sorry for the family of Imran." Allah liked this sorrow very much and, as a reward, ordered that angel to stop punishing him until the world existed. Al-Qutb al-Rawandi and Talabi have narrated that the Almighty Allah revealed to Musa to order the Israelites to stick 4 blue-black ropes with their sheets in every side and also to hang a heavenly rope. Musa called the Israelites and said, "Allah has ordered that you should stick ropes of sky color to your chadors so that you may remember Allah whenever you see them. Very soon he will reveal his book for you." Hearing this, Qur'an said rebelliously, "The master Musa is saying all these things to his slaves so that he may remain distinct among others." When Musa came out of the river with the Israelites, he entrusted the governance and administration of the sacrificial place and its trusteeship to Harun, where the Israelites were sacrificing their offerings and were placing them in slaughterhouse and where a heavenly fire used to come and burn them. Qur'an developed jealousy against Harun. He said to Musa, "You took up messengership and gave Jasora to Harun? No share for me even though I recite Torah better than both of you." Musa said, "By Allah, I did not give Jasora to Harun. Allah gave it to him." Harun said, "By Allah, I will never testify to it unless and until you give some evidence or argument." Hearing this, Musa gathered the chiefs of the Israelites and asked all of them to bring their staves. Musa placed all the staves during the night. Next day, he ordered them to remove them. When they were brought out, there was no change in any of them, but the staff of the Harun had become green, and leaves like the leaves of almond had sprouted from it. Musa said, "O Qur'an, can you now understand that the distinction of Harun is God-given?" Qur'an said, "This trick is no greater than magic." Then he stood up angrily and separated himself along with his men from the army of Musa. Even then Musa continued to behave with him kindly and maintain relations. He continued to give trouble and pain to Musa, and his rebellion and ego multiplied daily until he built a house and fixed golden swords on its walls. The Israelites used to come to him every morning. He was feeding them and all of them were ridiculing Musa. This continued until Allah sent the commandment collecting zakat on Musa so that he may collect it from the rich among the Israelites. Musa went to Qur'an and asked him to give zakat at the rate of 1 dinar for every 1,000 dinars, 1 sheep for every 1,000 sheep, and thus for all of his wealth. Qur'an went to home and calculated. He felt that he was losing much money, which he disliked to part with. So he was not prepared to pay zakat. The Israelites told him, "You are our chief and elder. We shall do whatever you order." He said, "Call such and such prostitute. We shall hatch a conspiracy in collusion with her so that she may make an allegation of adultery on Musa. Thereby the Israelites will hate Musa. Thus we shall get rid of him." Qur'an promised to give that prostitute 1,000 gold coins or a golden plate or whatever she demanded on condition that she makes an allegation of adultery on Musa next day before the Israelites. She agreed. Next day Qur'an came along with the Israelites to Musa and told him, "The people who have gathered at your residence want you to come out and teach them commandments of the Sharia religion to them." Musa came out and went up the pulpit, read out sermon and said, "Anyone who commits a theft will get his hand cut, and I shall give 80 lashes to the one who commits an indecent deed, and if an unmarried man commits adultery I will give him 100 lashes, and if he had a wife I will stone him to death." Qur'an spoke up, "Even if it be you?" Musa said, "Yes." Finally, that woman was called. Musa asked her, Did I commit adultery with you? Tell the truth, swearing by the Lord who split the river for the Israelites and who sent down Torah on me." That woman said, "No, these people are lying. Rather, Qur'an has lured me with money and wanted me to make a false allegation against you." Hearing this, Qur'an bowed down his head and the Israelites were dumbfounded. Musa fell down in prostration before Allah and weeping said, "My Lord, your enemy is bent upon harming me and wants to dishonor me and give me power over him." Almighty Allah revealed to Musa, "Lift up your head for prostration and order whatever you wish to the earth. It will obey your command." Musa told the Israelites, "Almighty Allah has given me power over Qur'an as he had appointed me over the Pharaoh." Then he ordered them that who is his Qur'an's companion may remain with him and who does not like him may get separated from him. All except 2 persons separated from Qur'an. Musa ordered the earth to swallow him. He went down in the ground. Musa said, "Swallow more of him." He went down up to his thighs. Then Qur'an went on giving him the oath of mercy. According to some narrations, he gave oaths 70 times, but Musa did not pay attention to him until they were pushed in the earth completely. Allah revealed to Musa, "They requested for mercy 70 times, but you did not hear them. By my grandeur, had they appealed to me like that, even once, they would have found my help." Then the Israelites told Musa to pray for Qur'an's destruction and for his sinking into the earth so that it may take possession of the wealth of Qur'an. Musa prayed to Allah, whereby all the wealth and property, mansions, treasures, etc. also went down the earth. 16. The Israelites decide to slaughter the cow. It is written in the explanation of Allah's words in the tafsir of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari that Almighty Allah addressed the Jews living in Medina to recall the time when Musa told his people, "Verily Allah orders you to slaughter the cow and to hit the body of the killed person with a piece of the slaughtered cow so that the corpse may become alive by the order of Allah to tell you who killed him." This pertains to the events when a corpse was found lying among the tribe of the Israelites and Musa had compelled their 50 chief leading men to come up and swear by Allah, who is the God of the Israelites and who has given grace to Muhammad and his progeny, and solemnly say that they did not kill that man nor do they know the killer. If they swear and pay the blood money, it is good. Otherwise, they should expose the killer so that man may be killed in retaliation. If they do not kill him, then they may imprison him in a narrow cell. They should do either of these things. They said, "O Messenger of Allah, we may swear and also pay blood money, but it is not Allah's command." The fact behind is that there was, in the Israelites, a very beautiful, learned, knowledgeable, respected, and modest veiling woman. Many men desired to marry her. Her uncle had 3 sons. One of them was most learned and pious. She agreed and desired to marry him. Her other 2 cousins were jealous. They called him one night for a feast and killed him. Then they threw out his body. Next morning, the 2 brothers who were the killers came to Musa, tore their collars, threw dust on their heads, and complained to Musa for justice. Musa called all the people of that tribe and inquired about the murdered man, and they replied, "We did not kill him, nor do we know who killed him." Musa said, 50 men from among you should, as desired by Allah, swear solemnly, pay the blood money or give information about the killer. They said, "Why do we have to pay blood money even after swearing?" Musa said, "All the benefits are in obeying divine orders. Whatever he commands must be carried out." They said, "O Prophet of Allah, this is fine, and this charge of sin is very grave as no one has any right on our heads. So pray to Allah that he may let us know the real killers so that you may give him a deserving punishment, and we may get rid of the fine and the punishment." Musa said, "Almighty Allah has given me commands in this cause, and hence I have no courage to ask for anything else. It is binding upon us to bow before his command, obey him, and not raise any objection. Do you not see that he has prohibited us from working on Saturday and from eating camel meat? So we cannot disobey his command or make any changes in it. Rather, we must obey him." Musa desired to enforce the command upon them. Almighty Allah revealed to him that he might accept their word, so that I may accept both the killer and others may get rid of the allegations, because, in connection with the answering their request, I will widen the provision of the one who is one of the most righteous people in you and who believes in sending Zawad on him and his progeny and after him. If you respect to Ali, I wish that, in this respect, I may make him needless rich in this world so that he may get a part of his reward for sending us on him and his progeny and thereby for getting them respect. Musa said, "My lord, tell me who the killer is." Came the revelation, "Allah will intimate to you the killer if you slaughter a cow and hit the corpse of the killed man with a part of slaughtered cow. Then I will make him alive. This will happen if you obey the divine orders. Otherwise, accept my earlier order." They said, "O Musa, do you play a joke with us by asking us that if we hit a part of a corpse with the part of another earlier will come to life?" Musa said, "I seek Allah's protection from becoming ignorant or senseless, that is, I may attribute a word to Allah even if he did not say it, or I may reject the divine word by imagining it to be nonsense according to my imperfect intelligence, just as you are denying. Is the seed of the man and the woman not lifeless? But when the two meet in the female womb, Allah creates from the two lifeless elements a living man. Is it not a fact that you're sowing a lifeless seed in the dead land and therefrom Allah brings out living grass and various trees?" When Musa's arguments concluded for them, they said, "O Musa, pray to your Lord so that he may describe the quality of that cow." Musa prayed to Allah and subsequently told those people that Allah commands that cow should be neither aged nor very young but of middle age. So do what you have been asked to do. They said, "O Musa, ask for the color of that cow and that from your Lord." After asking, Musa said that the Lord says that it should be a yellow, and its yellowness should be clear, that is, neither so faint as to appear white nor so dark that it may appear blackish. Rather, its attractive colors must make the viewers happy. They said, "O Musa, pray to your Lord to describe more attributes of the cow because we have become confused due to the fact that there are many such cows. Now, inshallah, we will recognize the one which he wants to be slaughtered." Musa said, "The Lord commands that the cow should not be so much rained that it may bother or fields, but it ought to have been kept away from this, and that should not have any defects, nor should it contain any other color except its original one." Now the attributes of the cow have been described as they ought to have been described. It was not easy for them to carry out the command due to its being very costly, but then it was incumbent on them because they had made allegation against Musa that he was not able to do what they demanded, so they were obliged to slaughter the described cow. Imam said, after hearing all the attributes of the cow, they asked Musa, "O Musa, has our Lord ordered us to slaughter such a cow having all these attributes?" He said, "Yes." But had they, in the beginning, complied with the divine order without hesitation, any cow would have sufficed. After their questioning, it was not binding for Musa to inquire further from Allah. Rather, in response, he ought to have told them any cow would do. Anyway, when the matter reached a particular type of cow, they went in search of it but could not find it anywhere. But there was a youth in the Israelites. Allah had shown him, in dream, the holy prophet and Ali and the holy imams from his progeny, and they had informed him that since he loved them and gave them preference over others, they wished to give a part of his reward in this world. So, when they come to you to purchase your cow, do not sell it without consulting your mother. If you will do so, Allah will reveal some matters to your mother which will cause you and your children to be rich. The youth became very happy. Next morning, the Israelites people came to him for purchasing his cow and asked about the price. He said, 2 dinars. But my mother may alter the amount. They said, "We will pay 1 dinar. The youth consulted his mother, who told him to sell it for 4 dinars. He came back to the Israelites and said, "That my mother says it would cost 4 dinars. They agreed to give 2 dinars. The youth returned to his mother and asked for her opinion. Now she said 100 dinars. Then the Israelites said they were prepared to pay 50. In this way, the price went on increasing with the rise in offer and demand until it reached to the demand that they should pay for it by filling its skin with gold. Finally, they agreed to do so, purchased the cow, and slaughtered it. Then they picked up its tail, wherefrom people are created in the beginning and with which their bodies will be rebuilt in the hereafter, and hit it on the corpse of the murdered man. While doing so they said, "O Lord, by the grace of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, make this man alive and speak out as to who has killed him." The man stood up by the command of Allah and said, "O Prophet of Allah, these 2 cousins of mine envied me on account of my cousin's sister, killed me and threw me in this area so as to collect my blood money from the residents of this area." Musa executed both of them. When the corpse was hit with a piece of a slaughtered cow, it did not become alive. The Israelites said, "O Prophet of Allah, what about your promise to us?" Allah revealed, My promise never remains unfulfilled, but until the skin of this cow is not filled with gold and given to its owners, this dead body will not rise up alive. So they gathered their wealth. The Almighty made the skin of that cow larger until it was filled with gold worth 5 million dinars. Then after the gold was given to that youth and a piece of dead cow was hit on the corpse of the murdered man, he became alive. Some people of the Israelites said, "Nothing can be more astonishing than the divine deed of resurrecting this dead man and of making that youth so rich." Allah revealed to Musa, "Tell the Israelites that whoever from you wants that I may grant him a purer and better life in this world and raise his status in paradise and keep him there with Muhammad and the family of Muhammad must also do as this youth did." He had heard the name of Muhammad and Ali and their pious progeny and was always sending salawat on them and was giving them preference over jinn, men, and angels in the matter of respect. Therefore I gave him so much wealth so that he may deal nicely with people and be kind to his friends and defeat his enemies. Then that youth said to Musa, "O Messenger of Allah, how should I protect this wealth from the enmity of the enemies and envy of the jealous?" Musa said, "Recite blessings with true faith on Muhammad and the family of Muhammad with true faith over this wealth as you were doing earlier. Allah will protect it if a thief, tyrant, or a jealous person intends to harm you." The youth who had just become alive heard this and said, "My Lord, I ask you in the name of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad and their sacred radiance that you please keep me in this world so that I may enjoy my marriage with my cousin, dishonor my enemies, and grant me better." At once Allah revealed to Musa, "Through the intercession of the sacred souls I have granted him a lifespan of 130 years during which he shall remain fit and healthy, will not develop any weakness, and will enjoy a married life. At the end of that period, I will call them back to me simultaneously and give them a house in paradise where both of them will enjoy heavenly bounties." O Musa, even if those unfortunate murderers had asked me in the way this youth did, and had they resorted to the holy souls after repenting, I would not have disgraced them and would have made content on what they were given and would not have cared for the Israelites in finding out the killer, and I would have made people forget this murder and would have made heirs of the victim spare them from retaliation. But I guide whom I wish to love Muhammad and the family of Muhammad and make them resort to the holy souls, and I prevent due to my justice the causes of the evil of their misdeeds, and I am the omnipotent and the wise Allah. The Israelites complained to Musa, "We entangled ourselves in trouble by way of disobedience and gave away all of our provision." Musa said, "Woe unto you, how much kind-hearted you are. Perhaps you did not hear the prayers of this youth and of the murdered man and did not see how much benefit they got. So you too pray like that and resort to the sacred souls of those holy personalities. Allah will end your hunger and poverty and will increase your provision." So they prayed, "Our Lord, we beg of you and we rely on your grace and mercy." So by the piety of Muhammad and Ali and Fatima and Hassan and Hussein and the holy imams remove our poverty. Allah revealed to Musa, "Tell them to go to such and such wasteland and to dig out of such and such spot and to take out 10 million dinars, bury it there and to return the amounts to those from whom the price of the cow was to collect and to distribute the remaining wealth among themselves so that may add to their property and so also to the reward to which they are entitled as they resorted to the holy souls of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad and believed in superiority of their grace over all creation. Remember the time when, O the Israelites, you killed a man and disputed about his killer, and when every one of you absolved himself and made allegation on the other. Allah is to expose what you were concealing with the intention of falsifying Musa, imagining that Allah will not accept Musa's request to make the murdered man alive. So he said, "Strike a part of that cow on the dead body." So likewise Allah makes the dead alive in the world and in the hereafter by the meeting of the lifeless things. That is, Allah brings life from the meeting of the water of men and women in wombs. The same thing will happen in the hereafter. The water of the sea, which is near the first heaven, is like the semen of man. After the blowing of the bugle for the first time, which will kill all living beings, Allah will drop the said water on the worn and torn dusted bodies of the dead and recreate their original bodies. At the blowing of the second bugle, all will become alive, and this will prove his oneness and the prophethood of Musa and the superiority of Muhammad and the family of Muhammad over all the creation. Maybe you think and ponder that the Lord, who makes miraculous things manifest, does not order his creation to do anything except that which is for their betterment, and that he did not give distinction to Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, but only because they are superior to and higher than all the intelligent beings. Ali ibn Ibrahim has related from reliable authorities that a righteous and learned man from the Israelites asked for the hand of a woman of the Israelites, and she accepted. She had a cousin who was wicked and a bad character. He also wanted to marry her, but she did not accept him. So he envied the former man and went after him until he murdered him and picked him up and brought him to Musa and said, "This is my cousin and he has been murdered." Musa asked, "Who killed him?" He said he did not know. The punishment of murder was severe among the Israelites. Eventually the Israelites gathered and said, "O Prophet of Allah, what is your opinion in this matter?" Among them, there was a man who had a cow. He also had a very good and obedient son. He had something for purchasing which people came to him. The key of the place wherein that thing was locked was with the father of that boy. The father was asleep. With an intention of not disturbing his father, he turned away the purchaser. After the father awoke and asked him what he did with the property, he replied, "It is where it was. I did not sell it because the key was with you and you were asleep, and I did not like to disturb your sleep." The father said, "In exchange of the profit you had to forego by not selling it, I gift this cow to you." Allah also liked this good deed of that boy, and as a reward commanded the Israelites to purchase that particular cow and slaughter it. Finally, when the Israelites gathered around Musa and complained about the murdered man weeping, Musa said, "Allah orders you to slaughter a cow." The Israelites expressed astonishment and said, "Are you joking? We have brought our victim to you and inquiring about his killer, and you are telling us to slaughter a cow." Musa said, "I seek Allah's refuge from being ignorant or a joker." They felt that they had insulted Musa, so they requested him to pray Allah to ascertain what kind of a cow it should be. Musa said, "It should be neither advanced in age nor too young." They said, "Pray to Allah so that he may tell its color." Musa said, "Allah said it should be yellow and very yellow, which may attract people and people may like it to see." Then they said, "Pray to Allah to tell us what else distinction it ought to have." Then they said, "Now that you describe it, such a cow is only with such and such man who has gifted it to his son as reward of some good deed." They went to that boy to purchase the cow. He said, "Fill the skin of this cow with gold." Hearing this, they came to Musa and told him that the owner asked this much. Musa said, "You have to purchase it as there is no alternative. Verily, the same cow should be slaughtered. So purchase it for the said amount." At last, the people purchased it, slaughtered it, and said, "O Prophet of Allah, what should we do now?" Allah revealed, "O Musa, tell them to pick up a piece of slaughtered animal and strike it on the body of the murdered man, and to ask him as to who killed him." They took the tail of the slaughtered cow, stroked it on the murdered man, and asked him as to who killed him. He said, "So and so, son of so and so," that is, the son of his uncle who had claimed his blood money. It is mentioned in the reliable tradition that Imam al-Rid said a man from the Israelites killed one of his relatives and threw his body in the path of the noblest tribe of the Israelites, and then, coming to Musa, claimed the blood money. The Israelites told Musa, "Expose to us who killed him." Musa said, "Bring a cow." Had the Israelites brought any cow, it would have been enough. But they began to argue and counter-argue, that is, they went on asking questions after question. So Allah went on getting harsh on them until a cow was pinpointed, which was only in the possession of a youth belonging to the Israelites, who agreed to sell it only if its skin was filled with gold. Left with no alternative, they had to purchase it at that price and to slaughter it. Then, as ordered by Musa, they hit the body of the killed man with the tail of the slaughtered cow. The corpse became alive and spoke, "O Messenger of Allah, my cousin had killed me, not those against whom that he is claiming." A man told Musa, "There is an event behind this cow." Being asked about it, he said, "The youth who is the owner of this cow is very obedient son of his father. One day he purchased something and went home to pay its price, but he saw his father asleep with the keys beneath his pillow head. He did not like to awaken his father, so returned that thing, thereby foregoing its benefits or profit, cancelled the deal. When his father awoke, he described the happening to him. His father said, "You did a very good deed. I have now gifted this cow to you in exchange of the profit, which you missed." Musa said, "Just ponder, Behaving nicely with parents raises man to such height. There are several hadiths in this regard, as it would be lengthy to narrate them. I suffice with this. Musa meets Al-Qidr. An account of Al-Qidr. Almighty Allah says in the Holy Qur'an, "And when Musa said to his servant, I will not cease until I reach the junction of the two rivers, or I will go on for years." 1760. Some have said Huqaba means a span of 80 years, and some have said of 70 years. The first saying is attributed to Imam al-Baqir. It should be kept in mind that in this verse Musa means Musa bin Imran and his companion is Yusha ibn Nun. The legatee of Musa hadiths of common and distinct groups agree on this meaning. A weak saying of the people of the book has also been noted, according to which here Musa is the son of Yashua bin Yusuf. He had lived prior to Musa bin Imran, and it is popularly understood that the said two rivers are Faris and Rum. Some have said that here it means the rivers of knowledge, i.e., the apparent river of knowledge was Musa, and the hidden river of knowledge was Al-Qidr. Ali ibn Ibrahim is narrated that when Almighty Allah conversed with Musa and sent down the tablets that contain many sciences, Musa returned to the Israelites and informed them that Allah had given him Torah and had conversed with him. A thought passed through his mind that Allah has not created anyone wiser than him. Allah informed Archangel Gabriel about Musa that such pride might soon destroy him. Therefore tell him that where the two rivers meet there is a man sitting on a rock who is wiser than him, that he should acquire some knowledge from him. Archangel Gabriel descended and conveyed the divine message to Musa. Musa felt ashamed and was frightened of his mistake and said to his legatee Yusha, Allah has ordered me to go to a man who lives at the junction of the two rivers and to learn from him. So Yusha took a whole salted fish with him in his tiffin, and both started on their journey. When they reached the appointed spot, they saw that Al-Qidr was fast asleep. Musa did not recognize him. Yusha brought out the fish, washed it in water, and put it on a rock. The fish became alive and slipped away into the water, because that water with which it was washed was the water of life, nectar. Then they carried on their journey. When they grew tired, they sat at a place, and Musa asked Yusha to take out the tiffin so that they could eat, as they were tired of the journey. Yusha told him about the fish. On hearing this, Musa said, "The man we are looking